am just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, that it can't fit. Ooh, what are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen. Mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft. Wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen, mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaffe haben, holen für den Body anerkannte Saft. 8 und 8, ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, For Your Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf. Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff. Candlelight, sanftes Licht. Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören. Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
I swam the river to get to you. I climbed the mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I'd walk through fire to get to you. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I tell myself to get to you. Go straight through hell to get to you. Break all my bones to get to you. And give all I own to get to you. Yeah. Of all the things I've done and I'll do, ooh yeah, I'm never gonna stop till I get you. 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 Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Never gonna stop. So look out, here I come. Yeah, baby. Hey. Never ever, never ever, never ever gonna stop. Yeah. I swam the river to get to you. I climbed the mountain, get to you. I called the preacher, get to you. I'd walk through fire, get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you.
could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. Shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur MENA closed qualifiers. We're getting towards the pointy end because it is the final day where we get to determine our first and only qualifying team all the way over to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. I'm Fluke and I'm joined by my side once again, Mr. Danog. Mate, it's been two, I wouldn't say long days, they have been a bit rough because of time zones, but it definitely has been 2 good days of Dota and hopefully we get a third.
Long time between drinks, let's say that. And I think today's going to be no different, right? This first series, Winter Bear, they're no easy beats, right? We've seen some of the other teams not really put up as much of a fight, but I think if they get their drafting right, they could potentially, you know, start to surprise this Falcons roster.
Yeah, I definitely think they can. You know, in their previous series, it was a 2-0 towards Falcons, but game number 1, 43 minutes, game number 2, 30 minutes. So probably the most, as you said, competitive series outside of Falcons as well as PSG Quest that we've had so far in the MENA qualifiers. So I'm excited to see what the Falcons are going to be able to you know, kind of put up against Winter Bears once again, considering that there was some issues that were shown to them from PSG Quest, and obviously they want to try and have that rematch in that full best of 5 a little bit later on tonight. So I'd imagine they're going to be coming into this series looking to try and get the 2-0, make it swift, get as much time off as they possibly can to try and prepare some more drafts for that best of 5. And I mean, the Winter Bears, they've basically ran through the entirety of the competition going up to this point as well. The only bit of resistance they've had has been from Team Falcons, so maybe they might be able to shake it and at least try and get it to a third.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned yesterday when we were covering one of the games, it was Winter Bears in that 43-minute game that you're talking about, and, you know, 43 minutes, if you're making the game last that long, you're doing a pretty decent job. It's just they went a full sustained draft, Treant, Pugna, Omni, Necro, Lifestealer, and they didn't ban AA. So that's like a huge issue, obviously. So something as minimal as that could potentially be fixed to put them on the winning path. And, you know, I think we also mentioned that it was Bristle, Wraith King, and Weaver that got through in every single one of those drafts for Falcons. So now, Winterbear, they've had a little bit of time to maybe analyze where there might be a bit of a weak point, perhaps for Amar. And I want to see if they look to exploit that a little bit, because we did kind of see PSG Quest yesterday in that upper bracket final put a few more dedicated bans towards Amar just to kind of force him onto less of a carry style offlane hero and more of, like, we saw a pure utility DK from him yesterday, and we really didn't see that same level of Amar impact that we're used to.
Yeah, and I think that has been something that a lot of teams have tried against Amar throughout the entirety of his career, right? Really try and put him off of those comfort heroes that he has. He does have a pretty decent pool of them so far when the meta does really kind of lean towards him, but you can really see that sometimes when he's not in that same comfort zone of completely dominating the offlane, transitioning that into more of a carry style, it does feel like it is a little awkward for these teams to try and play around a player like Amar. But, you know, I think for the rest of Team Falcons, they definitely have been playing pretty well. I think the one issue for me as well that we kind of saw in some of those matches was Skidder really kind of being a little bit more of that kind of not hardcore carry style that we wanted to see out of him in that Terrorblade game. I think that was kind of more of PSG Quest outplaying their hand rather than Skidder, you know, playing poorly, but it really does feel like that if Amar is not on one of these carry style heroes, it really does kind of all fall on the Skidder, and then it makes the draft very straightforward for a lot of these teams to play against them. And I mean, even for Winterbear,
just
they've got
one, right? It's so much easier if you just need to worry about one source of damage. Like, we were both praising Malrine in that series. He basically didn't put a foot wrong on his Lena, on his Pango. I forget what he played in game number 1, but he was impressive all throughout. So we'll see if he's able to put on the big boy pants again. This should be a little bit more clinical, you know, if we're being completely serious about it. But you never know. Winterbear could really surprise them.
Yeah, they definitely could. They've got a few of these kind of pocket picks as well. You know, I think it's always something that when Mikey was playing a lot of these big teams as well, he always has the Huskar in his back pocket, and he has already played it in this qualifier so far. So that is definitely something you've got to be thinking about if you are Team Falcons. But I guess the converse is the same against Team Falcons as well, because they've got Amar, right? So you always have to be careful of these like Razors, these Huskars, all these kind of awkward picks that they can potentially try and go for. So I think if you're going to be going into this game number 1, if I was in the mentality of Winterbear considering the previous 2-0, I would probably try and do some of these, you know, extra bits of cheese to start out game number 1. Maybe you can get yourself off to a red hot start, get 1-0 up, and then it really kind of forces Team Falcons to try and think about you going into that game number 2 so they don't make that extra mistake and then not get towards that qualifying grand final.
Yeah, I wonder if they go for, like, one of these flex picks, right, with, like, a Batrider, for example. You know that Mikey is super capable on the Batrider, but, you know, that can be thrown to a position 4 or 5 with very, you know, significant ease. You know, we see in the China qualifiers, Team 0, Ice, TI winner, he's still playing the position 4 Batrider, and he's making it work. I think they're in the grand final right now against IG, so clearly there is still that level of flexibility with a hero like Batrider that you also have that potential for the, well, it's not really cheese if you're revealing it super early, but it's just extreme comfort for one of your, I'd say, more prominent players that you've got on the roster.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of one of the overarching themes of what we had in the previous series yesterday, right, between PSG Quest as well as Team Falcons, and that's where sometimes they kind of let themselves down in some of those drafts, was not being able to have that flexibility, much like what PSG Quest did have. So I think if that's something that we can try and lean towards for both these two teams, the teams that are able to open with their first 3 picks probably have a little bit more flexibility, kind of leaves you in a much better spot. You know, if you are picking heroes like the Grimstroke and the Treant, they're just so strong in their own rights that it's like you don't really need to have the flexibility just because they are such standout kind of support heroes. But for everything else, a lot of your cores that you want to try and pick early on, you want to try and make sure that you have that flexibility, because then otherwise it means that the next couple of bans are going to have to be much more widespread rather than targeted.
Man, isn't that crazy that Grimstroke went from basically being completely unpicked, and then all that it took to change it was you can finish the Inkswell whenever you want. That's it. That's the only change. They just needed to make him a little bit more reliable. Kind of the same with Witch Doctor, right? He had a little bit of a resurgence, and it was mostly not picked because of the fact that Paralyzing Cask was just so slow and unpredictable. But now that there's that shorter delay on it, now that the Deathwood does pure damage, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a little bit more of the Witch Doctor, to be perfectly honest, considering we are in this era of tanky-ish heroes that Melodic feels really good against.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised we haven't been seeing all too much of it. I think a lot of the support heroes kind of have been getting a little bit more spotlight. We saw a lot of Enchantress yesterday. We've been seeing a lot of Grimstroke, a lot of Shadow Demon, a lot of Tree Protector. We also saw, quite a lot of things of like the Keeper of Light and what have you. So it feels like the support pool is quite wide enough that you don't have to try and fall back on these heroes like the Witch Doctor, which can be very kind of damage orientated. But I mean, I would love to see it. I personally do really enjoy watching the Doctor go, and especially with some of these players that are really able to do a lot of work. And I think Crit has kind of already shown that these position 4 players can really start to do a lot of work in these games if you get the hands on things like the the Enchantress and the Dark Willow and all those kind of damage kind of style position 4s. But I mean, it is really the kind of question for Winter Bear is how do they try and play against a team like Team Falcons, where there still is only a very small amount of data on these guys as a team.
Yeah, for sure. As a complete unit, let's say. I mean, people know what Low Skill's capable of. People know what Mikey's capable of, but everyone knows what the full roster of Team Falcons is capable of, and that's the real scary thing for mine. Outside of Amar really playing a bit more of utility heroes in the previous series yesterday against PSG Quest, it did feel a little bit like they were disconnected, right? Like when they were playing Malrine on his, I think he was playing a Primal Beast, right? In that,
that was game number 1. Yep.
Yeah, and I think it was being paired together with a Dark Willow as well for crit, and they just never were able to. I didn't see too many Bedlam like trample, onslaught, pulverized combinations. There just wasn't that true connection there, and I guess that is going to happen in the early stages of a new roster.
Yeah, exactly. It's just that little bit of disconnect, and especially when you've been a player like Crit who has been on a roster for such a long time. You're used to playing around players like Arbed and Saberlight and all that kind of stuff, and now you go into this brand new roster where you've got completely different systems. You've probably got different ideas. When you're coming from a captain like Snake King, you're playing with a lot of these different offlaners as well. You've probably got a very strong voice in Amar as well. Like, it is a very different kind of system for Crit to be in, and some of these other players as well. So it will just be a few more of these growing pains, and I think going into this series, I think they would be a little annoyed with themselves if they don't make this a concise 2-0. I think anything less than that, they're probably going to be pretty annoyed with the result, especially going into a series against PSG Quest where it is going to be a full best of 5, and they're going to have to play some of their best Dota to be able to take them down in a full best of 5 as well. And if they don't do that cleanly and concisely to start off here, then things could start to ring some alarm bells.
Yeah, for sure. You know me, I like a Muerta opening pick, especially if these other heroes like the Weaver, like the Spirit Breaker. We can even see the Bat Rider was a first ban from Team Falcons, realizing a lot of the points that we were raising before. But Muerta kind of does the same sort of thing, right? Can be played 1, can be played 4, can be played 5. So you get plenty of flexibility, you got a scaling potential even as a support. No surprises though, Amar was picking a ton of the Kunkka all throughout this tournament so far. And you'd also have that minor level of flex as well between 2 and 3.
Yeah, exactly. It has just been kind of just a straightforward pick for them, considering that the Weaver got taken out. I'm surprised they didn't just go straight for the Bristleback, to be perfectly honest. I feel like that was something that obviously they played quite a lot in the series against Winterbear, but it hasn't been touched in the previous series as well against PSG Quest. They did not want to touch it. Either Team Falcons nor PSG Quest wanted to touch that hero. So it seems like maybe now these teams are kind of leaning away from it. I'm not quite sure what has changed between day number 1 and now day number 3, but it seems like Bristleback has definitely fallen off when the likes of like the Kunkka and the Muerta are still hovering around. Wouldn't hate to see Team Falcons try and get rid of
that AA ban though, right? Like as soon as that comes into the equation, you're like, all right, is the Bristle coming?
Yeah, I think that was one of the things where you look at these kind of second phase bans. It really does kind of lean you towards some of these heroes that can start to make their appearances known. But the Nature's Prophet will be a nice little addition to this roster here for Team Falcons. I think that was probably one of the issues they had yesterday. Was it was very hard for them to start a lot of these fights and get really aggressive. It was really kind of off the back of Amar, and now that they've got a Nature's Prophet, they can do that from basically any role 1 through to 5.
Yeah, I think 3 of the most important things on this patch is basically what is your global presence like? How quickly are you able to play? And that's not necessarily like how quickly can you push, but just how quickly can you make fights happen in your favor, as well as that scaling potential that I keep talking about. So I feel like Nature's Prophet's one of those heroes that just ticks off so many boxes. Excuse me, and you also have the flexibility to be able to put it onto a core if it's the right game for it.
Yeah, exactly. And you were talking about it yesterday, how quickly this hero is able to farm from that position 1, even position 2 role. So Falcons have definitely put themselves in a good spot to be able to flexibly move this hero around, and the Dawnbreaker will be the instant response and the tusk. So this is a very, very scary lane. A lot of physical damage, really just enables you to go from basically level 1. You've got that the Celestial Hammer in combination with the tag team is a lot of slow and a lot of physical damage that comes in as well. So Winter Bear, they wanted to really kind of shore up their off lane. I think for me, this probably means it might be a Muerta carry, meaning, it's not going to be in that position 4 role.
I wouldn't hate a Silencer here. I know you hate Silencer as a hero,
Yeah.
but against the Dawnbreaker it feels really good, and honestly, even against the Tusk, right? Like, eventually you want to be able to get those Blink Snowball saves if the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian isn't going to be enough, but, I mean, yeah, the Global Silence is going to be enough to be able to guarantee any sort of kill that you might want.
Yeah, I am a hater, but I do see his value. There is at least an R button that you can press every, 2 minutes or 300 seconds or whatever the stupid ultimate is, whatever.
300, that would be great, honestly, if it was 300 seconds.
I wish it was. Anytime you press Global Silence, you got muted IRL. That's what all Silencer players deserve.
Yeah. What about the Nyx? I mean, people aren't really playing the Nyx. It's good against the Dawn, but not amazing against the Tusk. I do like the Nyx in terms of his Mind Flare up against the Muerta, though. Intiro likes to build a lot of those stat C items, and you are actually still able to deal with her if she goes into that Pierce the Veil form.
That's the question I was going to ask, right? Like, how does Nyx fare into the Muerta? That might be something that they're looking for here for Team Falcons. It has been a hero that has just fallen out of favor for so long. Like, ever since his rework, people really has not been able to touch him, but maybe that might be the answer to the Dawnbreaker here. They're going to go for the Lina themselves. Okay, so they want to try and play a little bit faster when it comes towards that mid lane, and we already saw what they were able to do yesterday with the Lina and the Vengeful Spirit in response as well. So this is a very ball-heavy kind of lineup here from Team Falcons, right? They're going to hit this timing in the mid-game, and they're just going to try and run at the side of Winter Bear.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to be very careful and just constant tabs need to be given onto where exactly is this Nature's Prophet, right? I know Coddle is a pretty decent lane against the Lina. You're actually able to match her in terms of range. You can, use the Blinding Light to be able to potentially provide that mischance for the last hits for the Lina, but yeah, I mean, a single TP in from the Nature's Prophet, you're not really wanting to go a Quelling Blade early on this Keeper.
Yeah, exactly. He really wants to try and move in towards a lot of these other items, so could be a big potential for them to gank out that middle lane. We'll have to see where they put that emphasis as well. They still can try and transition this into one of the supports and try and pick up one of these mid laners a little bit later on if they want to try and go for something along those lines. But Team Falcon, again, still haven't revealed any of their hands either. So we'll see what they want to pick up here for Mikey on the side of Winter Bear. And the same thing with Team Falcons, how they want to try and round out their draft. I'd imagine this is probably going to be like a Snaking Nature's Prop, or maybe a Snaking Vengeful Spirit, and Crypt being able to pick up the Nature's Prophet, and they're most likely looking for the Skitter hero here, right?
Yeah, probably. I think they just need to go something that's going to be, A, sustainable in lane to potentially allow Nature's Prophet to be able to make rotations. We don't know if it's being played 5 or 4 yet. Venge is super capable of making stacks, so I wouldn't be surprised if Crit went down that route. So something like a Wraith King I wouldn't hate. Just something that comes online pretty early before Muerta gets, Giga strong, that's able to push and can buy a Blink Dagger and has some sort of disable for something like the Keeper of the Light if the Kunkka isn't on point with that X-Marks to be able to lock down the Coddle.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see it. I'm always going to be happy when I get to see my boy, but they are... Oh, that was at the bottom of their reserve times. That was a puck ban. Really didn't have a good idea about what they wanted to try and ban out here. So they are still thinking towards some of these mid laners, getting rid of the Earth Spirit as well as the puck. So maybe thinking that there could potentially be...
mid, man.
That's what I think too. And it's like, do you still really want to try and kind of like almost semi-last or second-last pick your position 5?
Because like, what else can you really run into this Lina? Not much. I mean, maybe they feel like they're lacking their own form of initiation, so that's really just what Team Falcons are looking to get rid of. So then, what else is there? Like, could you go Pango, maybe, to be able to face up into the Lina? In terms of the lane, it's going to be pretty horrible for you. I mean, we saw Melreen went 22 and 14, I think, yesterday on his Lina. A game-winning performance for him.
That is very true. So that's probably something that might be sticking in the minds here of Winter Bear. And especially when you have a star mid laner like Mikey, you're probably looking towards him to say, what do you want to play? And maybe the Cotter was the one that he wants to lock in, but I think it is almost more definite that you're going to be looking towards Team Falcon as picking up their skitty heroes. The Wraith King is the final ban. Don't think there's all too many heroes that kind of fit the build that you were asking for, right? Sustainable, comes online a little early, is able to fight. I was going to say, like, maybe you want to go Ursa, but that feels horrible into the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk lane.
Monkey Kang is okay.
Okay.
I know it's really not meta, and it's not really a skitter hero either, but I think it can work.
What about the Bloodseeker? Is that something
I'm
that
a
could be
little worried that
looking
it
for here
doesn't
for
come
Team
online
Falcons?
quite fast enough, you know? Like, that's the big thing that I'm really looking for. Muerta, I think, is outside of the Faceless Void, and really then it just depends on who gets the initiation. One of the best late-game carries that exists in the entire game. Like, Muerta, Morphling, Faceless Void are the top 3 for mine. So, just anything that's able to abuse the point to be able to get that, and there we go. Look at it go! We finally get the man.
Okay, they just go for
nice.
Spectre, alright. So,
Yeah, if they went down that route of the Nyx Assassin that I was considering before, I would have been all in on the Spectre, right? It is a skitter hero for sure, but I'm just a little concerned that they're not going to be able to be quite as fast as they might like. But again, any sort of slow to be able to get on top of Mikey with his Keeper of the Light, it's just that instant form of initiation. All you need is a split second to be able to find him out.
yeah, and especially because they've got a lot of lockdown and a lot of extra damage for the Spectre as well. So as long as they're playing around with the Shadow Step, they should be able to find a lot of these heroes. The question for Mind now is, though, how hard is it for them to try and get in towards these backline if they have, Kachal who's able to just come in at the drop of a hat. You've got the Witch Doctor who's going to be able to be around, and even Nagato just be able to try and get a lot of these snowball saves. So there's a lot that's going for the Winter Bears here, but after the performance that I saw from Malreen on this laner in the previous series yesterday, I don't think I can really go past this laner in the mid lane. I think he's going to have another pretty fine performance. Yeah, you're probably just going to trade farm with Mikey in the mid lane, but you're probably more than happy if you're Team Falcons, because you can just constantly run around and play around this laner and give you that extra bit of tempo.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the lane that really needs to go incredibly well for Winterbear. Honestly, both of their side lanes aren't bad, right? Like Muerta, Tusk, not horrible. Dawn, Witch Doctor, not horrible. There's a lot of damage coming through at like level 2, level 3 on both of those side lanes. So that's really the point that I'm going to be looking for, and I'm sure that Team Falcons are looking to try and make sure that that doesn't happen. The big benefit that they've got is that they're playing with a Nature's Prophet. So the Prophet, with that rotation, can create the outnumber and mean that these strong early laning stage timings aren't as much of a factor.
Yeah, so it does feel like the early couple of engagements are going to be very, very important for both of these two teams. You do have a Spectre versus a Muerta as the kind of one-to-one. And as you were saying, I do agree with you. I definitely feel like that Muerta is kind of... I would be more than happy to say she is the end-all, be-all of all carries. I think she is kind of... If you go 6-slotted versus 6-slotted, I would say 9 times out of 10 a Muerta will be able to outplay and outdamage almost any carry that's in the game right now, just because of the amount of damage that she can do. She can scale with her shard, she can just get into a position where she can build almost any item she would like, and as long as she has a little bit of attack speed and a little bit of extra damage, if there is nobody around, Gunslinger just means it's basically a DD rune, right? And that is very, very hard for a lot of these carries to try and man fight. So it is a scenario where if this game goes late enough, I'm probably looking towards...
What is Amar copy-pasting in this? He's just talking about Assassin's Creed.
I have no idea. I did see that Malreen did change his name to Amar the SpongeBob, which I thought was quite hilarious when he joined the lobby. I was like, that's probably one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
But I have no idea what
about
the
Winterbear and their
is.
relatively strong early timings, right? Even level 1, they're, nothing to just shake a stick at, right? Level 2, incredibly strong, but level 1, still super capable.
30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Seems like they are more than well aware here for Team Falcons as well. So they're just going to say no thank you to that. And they're just going to sit back and play around these fights for now. So no engagements. We're probably just going to split this 50-50. You did see that Snaking wanted to TP in early on to get down these two nice little observer wards. So he's going to get the one directly behind the tower as well. So Malreen will be able to have that little bit of extra.
exactly. are they going to be using these early timings, right? That's what those wards give you. Because if no one's showing up top, if no one's showing mid to potentially place a ward, you know exactly where they are. And they're just inside of your own jungle. You don't want to go anywhere near that sort of area. Looks like Mikey might be just about to place down an observer ward on that high ground spot. But I actually saw it get pinged before. I am red green colorblind, so I wasn't sure if it was Falcons pinging the fact that he's likely going to be placing something there, or if it's them saying, hey, I'm going to place something here.
I think it was Winter Bears that were pinging.
Okay.
From my mind, but again, probably not the best person to be trying to utilize their memory. I feel like I've got old man brain 90% of the time.
Calm down, Zuma. You got a few years left.
I still got the hands, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Was able to play WoW for a couple of hours and not lose the wrists, so that's always a positive.
Nice. Mikey does have a quelling blade though, which I do like, right? We were talking about how capable they're going to be of making ganks happen onto this Keeper of the Light if he's out of position, just through a Nature's Prophet TP, level 2 onwards for him, so we'll have to see him just be constantly mindful of that. They've actually got crit up here on the top side as well for the very beginning. Looks like maybe they're trying to make an early kill happen onto low skill and they'll be successful.
Yeah, they just stand up onto the high ground and Snaking comes in with the early teleport. Usually it's Sprout that you're expecting, but the way that he was able to get those wards down and now just be able to get that little extra bit of damage. That's the one issue with Muerta is early on, she is terrible. She is very much an exponentially scaling kind of carry. The later the game goes, the better that she does feel. But the early stages she feels quite bad, especially with only 600 HP to play around with.
Don't you love an extra 36 damage that a Nature's Prophet gets from using his teleport? Isn't that nice? Isn't that fair?
Oh yeah, it feels extremely balanced that he just gets a TP in front of you for free at level 1 and hit like a train.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was always fair, balanced, and cool. But unfortunately for Crit, I think he's going to cop the opposite side of it being fair, balanced, and cool. Nagato has the move speed, but I think Crit might be able to break his... Oh, he's done it. Oh, he's juked him. Oh,
broken
Crit.
ankles.
He will stand in the tree, and Nagato is going to be left wondering, is he going to throw random ice shards?
He's even got the Mighty Minds muff. He's just sticking around here saying, thank you, I will take all of that regen, thank you very much. He's got the Tango popped as well, plus 14 HP regen up on that top side, so doesn't even need to go all the way back to base. And, well, looking like the lane's just going to be pushing in completely fine for Amar to get off to a nice early start.
Yeah, and they've been able to do that across a multitude of their games so far, right? It really feels like that Amar's been able to have a pretty good go of all of his Conquer games he's been able to play so far, and that's something that can be attested to. Crit as well as Snaking put a lot of emphasis in those side lanes. Really do kind of put a lot of emphasis into this Conquer, see if he's able to transition that into much more of a carry performance on the Conquer this time around. Game number 2 yesterday was a really big performance from Amar. Looking to try and see if he can emulate that again here. Alright. No real fights have broken out just yet.
Too slow to be able to get this this Sentry Ward block off onto the hard camp, and well, he's even going to get his career denied as well. So that really, the lack of a blood grenade is going to make it that much harder for them to be able to make the most of these early-ish timings, right? Nagato, he's still level 1, and looks like they're trying to make a kill happen onto Crit, but all it takes is one missed spell if you don't have that follow-up with the snowball, if you don't have the blood grenade, and Crit gets away.
Yeah, that's twice now that Crit's been able to walk away on a small amount of HP, and Amar is still happy and healthy as well. So, fortunately for Winterbear, they just have not been able to start out the lanes exactly where they wanted to. So they have plenty of this game to be able to play around with, but looking at it at the CS so far, it definitely is feeling like it is an early lead for Team Falcon. You can even see the amount of pressure they're putting on Merlin and Kachal in the bottom lane. Snaking just kind of stands in front of them. They do throw out, some of these Shadow Daggers every so often, but Snaking's just standing in front, throws out a nice little Sprout, and just gets these auto attacks going because he's got a full glove of haste. So Nature's Prophet, with the amount of damage he can do, is very easy for him to trade with these melee and ranged heroes.
And one thing, but we were talking about how Falcons might not have that full team cohesion there just yet. The only common players that they've got from previous rosters are Skitter and Snaking from Tundra. But in terms of individual skill, I don't think I've seen Crit play better in what we've seen over the past few days.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've been a big fan of Crit for a very, very long time, and seeing him kind of get back to the old Crit definitely does fill my heart with a little bit of joy. And Kachal is able to take down Snaking in the bottom side. Will just deny themselves to the tower as well. Doesn't want to hang around with the small amount of HP that they did have. But, you know, early kill there on a Snaking is always nice for the Dawnbreaker here. So, starting to pull back some of this kill lead. But the fact that it's 2,000 gold already at 4 minutes into the game, you can just see the amount of last hits that are really starting to rack up for the side of Team Falcons. And gonna look to try and get the kill here onto a Nagato. Doesn't have the snowball to try and play around with. The calling is good, but shards were better, so we'll be able to live for now. Snake has the Sprout, has a Blood Grenade as well, so this extra damage coming in from the teleportation is going to be enough to take down Nagato. And Snaking now, level 3, getting close towards that level 4. They're going to have Sprout in a few moments. So I'm going to try and play around with it.
Nowhere to go, but, well, looks like he's been able to keep himself hidden for long enough.
Yeah, I thought they were going to really try and go for that that tower dive, but understanding that it is a little hard for them to go underneath that tier 1. Alright. So, level 1 Maledict and the Celestial Hammer seems like it was enough to take down Skidder in the bottom lane. Oh no, low skill. He's in trouble. That's a Sprout, that's a Blood Grenade, and with the Magic Missile coming in from Crit, that is a free kill onto the carry. So they do lose Skidder, but get the one back there on a low skill. And this is something that we've been seeing in a lot of their games, right? Snaking comes very, very early on, like that 4 minute mark, comes towards the top side of the map, if it's on the train or on the Nature's Prophet, puts a lot of pressure on the enemy carry. Yeah, they will lose Skidder, but I think they're more than happy with that, because they get Amara, one of these heroes that he can start to get the carry going, and then he really kind of snowballs out of control.
Are they about to go for a kill onto Mikey? I mean, he's just about to potentially make a rotation. Might just look to yoink away after he last hit. There we go.
There's a fight in the top lane, though. That's where
There's
the real
a fight
gank
mid
is
as
going
well.
in. It's going to go on to Amar. They've got him out with the Maledict. They're doing a lot of damage towards this Conqueror. He's eventually going to tick out, and low skill is able to get that kill. But in the middle lane, they've already taken the career down from Mikey. Marlins also low, tanks a lot of these tower hits. He gets in, gets a Laguna Blade, but Kachal has the stick to be able to get away from the Lina. They will eventually lose Mikey, so it is a mid laner for a mid laner trade.
Narim just getting away there. Does, like I said, end up copping a fair few of those tower hits as Alina. Not exactly the place that you want to be, has the raindrops, so plenty of way to be able to resist spells from the Coddle, but tower still does a crazy amount this early on.
Yep. Feels like it hits like a train. So, a lot of early aggression from both of these two teams, but it is really starting to turn the favours of Team Falcons, because they're just constantly streaking ahead when it comes to the last hits. Basically, every single core is almost doubling their counterpart. And getting these kills, getting these D-wards, getting this damage on these tier 1 towers is a good start for them. Crit, stuck in an awkward spot here, goes directly towards Mikey, so they're going to come in, they're going to have the damage to be able to take down this Vengeful Spirit, but how much damage can Crit do on his way out? Doesn't look like it's all enough, and they will just lose out on the Vengeful.
DP's coming in, making sure that there's no Nature's Prophet yoinkage going on. Looks like he's just going to be able to get his own Wisdom Rune. Might just leave it for Crit to do it as well.
Yeah, just getting those extra couple of levels. You know, Snae's going to be able to just walk around the map, TP in, be a part of some of these kills, so doesn't have to put his teleportation to the test, but he will be the one that picks it up. So level 4 now for the Nature's Prophet, level 4 on the Vengeful Spirit as well. A lot of emphasis being put towards this Skidder Spectre. So can they get this kill going? Merlin is in the trees. They have 2 levels in the Maledict as well, so this is a lot of damage. Skidder is all but dead already with the Snowball as well. They will be able to take down that Spectre in the bottom lane. So Winter Bear, they hit back just as quickly as they get hit.
This Observer Ward is still up though, to be able to make the move onto Malrine. Stun combination, Laguna Blade, and the Sprout is going to be enough to clean it up. Merlin, he just comes a little bit too late. Has to be a little careful now. Trying to stay underneath the safety of his tower, but I don't know how safe that is actually going to be.
Now the question is, are they able to put their targets in the right spot? But no, it looks like they can't. It's save a mate syndrome here, Matt. We've seen this plenty of times in our pubs, but right now it's Nagato who's able to just get away, and that is a almost solo kill. I didn't see Skidder up there, but that's a big kill there on the low skill, and this is what you talked about. How's your global presence? How quickly are you able to get this map rolling? Right now, Team Falcons playing it to a T. 4,000 ahead at 8 minutes in. Look at how big Malrine as well as Amara are in comparison to everybody else. They're over 1,000 gold ahead of everybody in the game.
I'm a little surprised that they haven't put up any sort of sentry coverage behind the tower. That's 2 times now that they've gone for a super deep dive, and no one seems to want to be protecting Mikey. He's the one that you need to be scaling off the back of. He hasn't made a true rotation yet with that Urn of Shadows, but maybe just waiting for the full Spirit Vessel to come through as Kachal. He's actually going to be able to get away.
Ooh, tanky enough. That spark of courage with the extra armor while you're below 50% HP means that snaking doesn't do that extra bit of damage, but...
Looks like they want to make a play. He just TP'd back to the base. He wants to use the Solar Guardian. They want to be able to get in on top of someone like Malrine. Here we go.
Yep, they're going to come in. Solar Guardian's going to be enough. Malrine goes down. It gets blown up. So Chow coming in, that all but secures it. Do they have enough to stun it? They do! The final swipe of the Star Breaker is enough from Kachal. That was max distance on that one. So they get the kill on a Malrine and then the kill on the Snaking. So that's a lot of gold going their way, but they are still so far behind on the network, Matt. They need plenty more of that.
Yeah, for sure. I know a lot of people look at Mikey, they look at low skill, and they're saying, you know what, these are the most impressive players on this roster. I've honestly been the most impressed by Kachal. A lot of his plays, a lot of his juking, his laning phase, and just the calls like that. You know, to be able to instantly make a play. I'm sure he demanded that his team were the ones to be able to get aggressive, just to be able to pick up a free kill.
Yeah. He's been a bit of a standout for them so far. And I feel like every single time that we, you know, cover these qualifiers or we watch Division 2 or something like that, it feels like offlaners are the biggest standouts to me. You know, as an offlane player myself, feels like every single time that you watch some of these rosters that are like, hey, they're making a pretty good run. These guys are not too bad. A lot of it is off the back of their offlaners being amazing players, and then they eventually turn into offlaners that go on to big teams. Then you're starting to look at a team like Team Spirit, where, you know, 5 years ago we called Yellow Submarine being the guys in the next generation, and now they're 2-time TR winners, you know?
Mm-hmm. Poor So Bad, man. He just wasn't part of the whole situation.
That does feel bad, but either way, was able to enjoy the wonderful man that was Collapse. Big QO fanboy during those days.
Level 6 now as well on Nagato, so another little stun just to be able to keep people in place. Again, Kachal, he's got that Solar Guardian back up in another 10 seconds, so you gotta say that with this Spirit Vessel, that's what you're really wanting to be making the most out of on this Keeper of the Light, right? Yes, you gotta be picking up a lot of your farm, but when you're hitting these level 6 timings on your supports, you gotta be able to make something happen with it.
It really does feel like they should just group up, see if they can take down Skidder. I think the biggest scout for them to claim will be Amar at this point. He is almost finished a BKB. So he's going to go for a very, very early BKB, understanding that there's not really that much unavoidable damage for the Blade Mail to really utilize this time around. So going in towards that BKB means that you just can kind of freely run around. Doesn't have to deal with the extra amount of damage that comes in from the Muerta. Doesn't have to deal with things like the Snowball and the stun that comes in from all these other different heroes.
And they are lacking a little bit of frontline as well. So having a Kunga just be able to stand up at the front, not care at all about the Muerta and the Keeper of the Light in particular, that's just the level of comfort that you want. So in about 500 gold, I'm expecting Team Falcons to be able to make their move. You've got the Blade Mail on the Spectre, you got the Aether Lens, no, never mind, you've got a Boots of Travel, now the Aether Lens, on Malrine, and you're going to have that BKB on the Kunkka very shortly.
Yep, seems like that is plenty for them to be able to start this game. Snaking note. He's in the top area and he will go down. So if anybody's going to go down to a gank, you're more than happy that it is Snaking. He gets a little bit of vision down as well, and don't lose anybody. That is your extremely farmed cause right now for Team Falcons, and they're able to sit back and just keep the farm rolling.
Always trying to look for silver linings, you know me, Mr. Positive. They haven't taken a tier 1 tower yet, right? And that's the big thing that I have issues with right now with this Winter Bear lineup. Granted, they've been like on the back foot a lot of this time. And it's kind of difficult with Witch Doctor in particular because you need to go this Melodic to be able to kill the likes of the Kunkka, the likes of the Spectre. But you also need the Paralyzing Cast to be able to shove out these lanes. You can't just rely on the Dawnbreaker and the Keeper of the Light to be able to do it solo.
Yeah. So just needing more of those levels on the Witch Doctor, it seems. And that's what Merlin is trying to do. You still have ways of being able to utilize the Celestial Guardian, or the Solar Guardian. Dawnbreaker is the Celestial Guardian.
With a Celestial Hammer.
There's too many Celestial Solars, what have you. We're too deep in the source at this point. So I would like to see them utilize the Solar Guardian. I think when you have a lot of these global ultimates, it is very important for you to be able to utilize them early on. Amar, though, he's going to pop the BKB, he's going to run in. Does get the Melodic proc down onto him, and that means the Skidder can go in towards the background, and they will just take down Merlin. So the Witch Doctor gets completely eviscerated, and you can just see how quickly they respond to Team Falcons. Crit was in the right area, but everybody else with the global presence is just able to get on top of everybody, and that just means 2 quick kills. And we're going to look for a third with Mikey. He wants to get towards the DD room, but unfortunately for him, he's going to pay with his life. And that is a Keeper of the Light that goes down with a Solar Crest and a Spirit Vessel, but if you're Team Falcons, you're happy with that.
I'd say a lot of people talk about Amar and like his broken heroes and yada yada yada, but the thing that I really look at for him as being like a star is his decisiveness. Like, he is so certain about how he wants to play certain ways, and he just full on trusts himself and commits into a team fight there. It was an instant pop of the BKB as soon as he saw anyone to be able to make some sort of move, right? And if he didn't do that, then the Maledict would have actually had some sort of value. It still gets applied to him, as, yeah, we see how quickly he can melt without that BKB being popped.
Yeah, and now they still continue to try and make this turn around, but we're able to take down Nagato, and you can just see how much damage Wish Doctor can do when it is a full channel of that Death Ward. So, as you said, not having the BKB is a big detriment to Amar, because he just gets completely destroyed by that Maledict. But, you know, circling back to your point about his decisiveness, I think that is kind of one of the big things that kind of sets a lot of these players apart, is just being so sure in the way that you want to play and the way that you want to play these item builds. They may not be the most optimal in everybody else's eyes, but it could be enough for you. And Skidder gets caught out by the calling. They will have the Solar Guardian, and that was a beautiful dead shot from Low Skill to be able to pull him back in towards their clutches. And getting the kill on the Spectre is at least a first step in the right direction. But again, as you said, Matt, this is the first tier 1 tower they're actually putting pressure on.
At least they get some.
Nagato. He just got blown up.
Next to his tier 2. Feels good.
Yeah. Sad.
But
as
yeah,
you
for everyone that doesn't know the interaction between Maledict and BKB, ever since the change to the BKB, you can like apply Maledict. It just won't do anything until the BKB is expired. But if you apply Maledict before BKB is cast, then you actually still get the full benefit from it.
Yeah, some very niche interactions, and unfortunately for Merlin, the Maledict will not help him. Snaking would just go in the back and take down that pesky little Witch Doctor. There was a TP away though, so it looks like everybody else was happy to get out of that fight scot-free.
This is what I talk about in terms of scaling, right? With Snaking, he's not happy to just sit back and be a constant TP rotation bot, you know? He's top of the supports for good reason. Nature's Prophet, just able to use the Wrath of Nature to be able to push out lanes, taking a lot of these jungle creeps because, you know, Kunkka, very survivable, and Lena's taking a little bit more of that safe farm. Same sort of thing with Skidder. So he's going to get it into his own Aghanim Scepter pretty shortly, and then be a right-click threat of his own.
Yeah, he's going to turn into a carry, as some would say. And it's going to be very, very hard for them to try and deal with these heroes that are going to scale. And I think even, you know, Crit should be able to transition well enough on this Vengeful Spirit, right? You know, if you're able to build towards that Aghanim Scepter, I know it's going to be on a horizon far, far away, but still, there is the potential for that a little bit later on, so when you have this kind of 4-core, it will be very difficult for them to play around with. So his item time is going to be nice and crucial for Team Falcons, and we're looking to see if Winter Bear are able to get themselves into a position where this net worth deficit is going to be a detriment to them. But
unlucky.
I mean, you just walk in and get evaporated by Malrine. Oh, it's rough.
That's so unlucky. He was literally like, you know, a couple of HP away from living there. Would have been able to get off, excuse me, the magic wand. Would have been able to have a couple of seconds of the voodoo restoration, and he's back to safety. Just needs those levels, and well, luckily for him, he's bought the recipe for the hand of Midas. All right, counter. How many we got?
We've only got one so far.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see about that.
They're going to try and get the kill here onto Snaking. A lot of damage comes in there from the Star Breaker. They will get the Celestial having to go out and away. Is it enough? No, it's not. Kachal, unfortunately, will be losing his life eventually to Skidder and Amar.
Oh, will he?
Actually, he's just going to tip you away. All right, so he's tanky enough to get away from that one. And now with Nagato being here as well, they do a lot of damage to Crit, and they just burst him down. So the Winter Bears, that was a nice little interaction for them. Malrine goes directly up on the higher ground, just takes down Nagato. He appeared from nowhere on my screen, so I could imagine what it was going to be like for Nagato. That was probably a bit of a jump scare for him.
Yeah, boots of travel into that outpost there and just blinking straight up onto that high ground. Not the sort of thing that you're expecting from Alina only 19 minutes in, but again, Alreen is just so confident, so comfortable with this mid lane leaner, Grandmaster.
And he's having a fantastic performance once again. And he's moving in towards the Flame Cloak, which is going to be a nice little bit of that added damage. And you can already just see the kind of power of the Lina. We haven't really seen all too many teams be able to play the Lina. It just feels like Malreen, being one of those players, is extremely comfortable on it. As you said, Grandmaster tier. This kind of enables them to have this steady kind of mid lane, whereas in the games that they lost is where, you know, I think game number 1, Malreen had a very, very rough time. And game number 3, he still played extremely well in that Pangolier. So just trying to keep him happy really does put Team Falcons in the best possible position to win these games.
What sort of item timings are they hitting now? I think you've just got the Aghanim Scepter on Tension's Prophet. You've got Radiance completed on Skitter as well, so he really wants to be able to make some sort of a rotation.
But it's just too much damage. And they have utilized some of those items that you were talking about just before with the Aghanim Scepter, and that means that they're able to get the 2-piece when it comes to Nagato as well as Kachal, and they just, you can see the overwhelming amount of damage in those team fights, right? It was kind of all over before you even get to start to think about the way that it's going to work out, and they're just snowballing out of control. It's 20 minutes in, 11k net worth here for Team Falcons, and there's going to have to be a very one-sided team fight very, very soon for Winter Bear for them to be able to pull this one back, I think.
How is that going to happen, though? Like, it really does feel like we need to rely on Low Skill, who we haven't really mentioned at all in the past 10 or so minutes, right? He's just been sitting back, he's farming, he does a pretty good job, excuse me, at doing that sort of thing. But it feels like until he's got this BKB, there's not really going to be all too much happening with him. Maybe he's the one that picks up this Wisdom Rune coming up in 15 seconds. They try and get a kill onto
This could be a big pick, though. They do get the swap back onto Amar, so he will at least have the HP to try and get away with this. And now with the water park going in, they just don't have the damage to take down the Conquer here, Matt, and they will lose 3 members, actually. And they're looking to try and catch Mikey. Oh, that is some fancy footwork to be able to get away from the LSA. He's going to throw out the Solar Crest to at least try and make sure that Malreen isn't able to keep on top of him. But Malreen, with his haste rune, just stays directly on top of the Keeper of the Light. Snakey joins in, and that is 4-4-0. And it was 11k just a moment ago, and now it is all the way up to 14. And Team Falcons, they're just going to probably be eyeing towards an early Roshan here to try and take down these tier 3s. And there's not really much response that you're going to have here from the Winter Bears.
You'd imagine so. He's even looking to sell his wand, magic stick, and an iron branch, just desperately trying to get close towards that BKB on Low Skill so that he can look to join into a bunch of these fights. He got the Wisdom Rune, he got his level 15, you've got the plus 35 damage talent now, but you're still not ready. And this is really what I was talking about with when you're going up against a Muerta, you got to punish him early, and that's exactly what Falcons are doing right now.
Yeah, they're really just kind of putting a lot of the emphasis on the rest of this Winter Bear roster. Low Skill, yes, he still is farm increase, but he's about 4,000 gold behind the highest net worth in the game. Eventually, we'll be able to get his items, but until then, Low Skill is just going to be on Creek Farming Simulator. Maybe with the BKB, that might be the first test for the side of Winter Bears to see if they can actually try and win a team fight. But at that point, it's like, how much of a net worth deficit are you trying to play against, right? Is it going to be 20k? Is it going to be 18k? Is it going to go down? Is it going to go up? It's going to be the question that Winter Bears need to try and answer.
I mean, they're getting close to a few of their other timings, right? Like, yeah, Dollbreaker's probably not going to be able to have anything, but an Aghanim Shard for the Witch Doctor feels pretty significant. You can buy it now and bring it out to you. You might be considering a Blink Dagger, but again, they've just been so quick with their reactions, not just Amar, Crit as well, that maybe they end up just getting away from a lot of these Blink Dagger attempts.
And speaking of attempts, that was an attempt on the life of Kachal, and it was successful. Meanwhile, Nagato unfortunately had an attempt on his life as well. Merlin tried to be a little bit tricky with the Death Ward, but Crit says no to that, and that would just be, again, 3 kills simultaneously for the side of Team Falcons. And at this point, they could probably walk high ground. I mean, it might be a little bit of a stretch for them to say that they can try and get a lane of racks, but at this point, it really does feel like there's not going to be much opposition coming in from Winter Bears.
You might just Tormentor back to Roshan. Why not, right?
Oh. Yeah. That's a solo kill. Low Skill, pre-BKB, just got absolutely destroyed. They have this ward up here on the high ground, so that was all too easy for Malreen to be able to just walk in and evaporate the Muerta. Inside of his own jungle, by the way. He's supposed to feel safe.
Working towards the E-Blade as well.
He's like, oh, you want to go and pierce the veil? Here, I'll help you. Zap.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, what is the avenue? You know, you talked about being Mr. Positive. Is it purely just BKB or low skill and just hope that you have a good team fight where you get like a massive Dawnbreaker ult into like a Witch Doctor ulti?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels that way, right? You need level 12 Witch Doctor, you need BKB on Dawn, you need BKB on Muerta, you need 4 stuff on Keeper of the Light. They're very close to being able to pick up all of it, but you know, I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that Falcons haven't taken that big map objective in Roshan for themselves, just to leave them a little bit of an easier time going up onto the high ground.
Yeah, there's no rush for them to be able to finish this game. I definitely think they're going to feel pretty happy with how a lot of their cores are scaling. But, you know, as we've said, it really can get to the point where this she is left unchecked in a team fight can do a lot of work. But he's snaking. He's all in scaling himself, right? He's got a full pipe. He's got an Aghanim Scepter. He's higher net worth than Mikey and Kachal. So he feels good being a position 5 player. I guess this is what happens when you get given one of your most comfortable heroes in the Nature's Prophet. But they're going to try and get this fight going here on Kachal on the bottom side of the map. And he was one of the ones that needed that BKB. But unfortunately, he will just bite a death instead.
This is what I'm talking about not being able to reveal on the lane, right? Like Witch Doctor, most of the time you want to be the one pushing out those lanes early on, just because you only really need to show for a split second. Ooh. Almost got Melrain, but nice swap from Crit.
Yeah, Crit was there in time, and now the reinforcements have appeared here for Team Falcons. That was a Laguna Blade on a low skill. I think he got 100-0. That is not what you want to see from your carry. Didn't even get to pop any of his abilities, and that will just mean a handed team fight is going the way of Team Falcons. They want to try and kill Melrain, but it's not going to be enough. That's a 5-man wipe. 28k net worth at 25 minutes into the game here, Matt. I mean, I don't think anybody would be too hard done by if you do see some G's being dropped very, very soon by the Winter Bears.
Yeah, I think they're desperate to try and see what happens if we actually have our BKBs. That's all they're really wanting to see here, but they're just completely suffocating the map. There's nowhere that they can farm. Wards everywhere, towers all gone. Like, where are you supposed to go if you're on Winter Bears right now?
It really feels like they actually have no safe haven. And now with an Aegis of the Immortal, it's almost gotten to the point where Snaking is going to have more net worth than low skill. He's only about 900 gold behind him, so all it takes is a few more of these buildings, and then we definitely could be seeing that as a reality. And at that point, it is... I mean,
Kachal,
it still isn't
again.
100%, but Kachal could potentially push it over the edge. He wants to try and get away. It's a lot of HP, but it's Melrain on the sidelines. The Godlike Spree comes up for him as well.
They can't
The
farm a
Dragon Slave
single
from
creep wave,
downtown.
man. What are you supposed to do?
Hope that Gaben just deposits the money directly into your bank account. That's what he hopes right now. He gets an injection of about 1,000 gold and says, "Thank you very much, Mr. Gaben. I will use this to buy a beacon."
400 gold away from it for low skill. Still plenty away. It looks like he might even just go up and sell the magic wand just to get that little bit closer, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, you honestly might just have to. They can try and get a kill here on the Snaking. That can really push them towards the next set, but Melrain... Actually, no, it's Merlin who's the one that's getting in trouble right now, and he goes in towards the Voodoo Sucharu, but it is just Skidder alone being able to get that free kill onto the Witch Doctor.
Wasn't even able to get the Observer Ward, T-Ward either.
Well, they forced out Pierce the Veil. So the E-Blade forces out the Pierce the Veil. It means now that Lamurtha doesn't have that Pesky Ultimate to try and deal with. So it means Team Falcon, maybe they want to try and start chipping away at these tier 3 towers, see if they can try and get themselves an early lane of racks. 27 minutes into the game.
He's got the BKB.
So that's a positive. They have something. They at least have the BKB. 30 seconds until they have the Pierce the Veil. So if I'm a betting man, I'm probably feeling what you're feeling here, Matt. They're going to say, alright, BKBs, let's get them, and let's see what happens if we have a fight with these BKBs. Yeah, they might not know that they're 33k behind, but it is all about having the go and seeing if it works out for you. Who knows, they might be able to get some kills and might be able to have an injection of gold, but it's probably very far away from what the truth will be.
I mean, the absolute dream would be getting onto Melrain, right? But he's just never putting himself into that sort of situation. He's always playing behind the rest of his team. He's got the boots of travel to be able to TP into the rest of the boys. He's even got a BKB coming in now, even if he is the one that gets initiated onto.
All right. Double BKB's ready. They've got the force up on the cottage. They are smoking.
That
they
is...
try and come in. They get it on to Amar. They punch him up into the air, but in comes the swap. Comes in from crit. They want to see if they can utilize all of this damage that comes in from the Solar Guardian, but they just get eviscerated. Malreen's on the sideline, and they've done it. They've completely destroyed the Winter Bears inside of their own base. It's only the supports with the buyback. I mean, you just call it at this point, right? This is game over in game number 1. It isn't officially.
He didn't pop the BKB on the Dawn either. I thought maybe he would have been able to survive a little bit longer, but the right click is just way too strong, and we saw there, unfortunately, for Muerta, even just with her own BKB being popped, it's reached the point where Skitter's just going to tear you apart.
Yeah, it's too much damage. Nagato as well as Merlin are going to try their best to see if they can hold off.
Doesn't even kill the melee creep, man.
Yeah,
it's punch on that melee creep, and he's still alive and kicking. Let's go creepy.
It's very sad. It's a sad set of circumstances, and you can imagine right now that if you are the Winter Bears, you're probably chatting about what's game number 2 going to look like. Do you want to try and have second pick? Do you want to try and have Radiant? I also saw a very interesting Reddit thread this morning. That apparently there is
73% or something.
Yeah, 73% win rate for Radiant in ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur qualifiers. So that's a very interesting win rate, especially now as we see this team fight start to pop off. Low skill will go in towards that Pierce the Veil. BKB hasn't been popped, and it doesn't matter because he gets popped before it comes back off cooldown. And Kachal wants to try and throw some hands, doesn't get it done, and unfortunately there for the Winter Bears, that was a game and tier shellacking in 30 minutes. It wasn't fast, but it was forceful, and it hurt.
Decisive.
Yes, I think that's the best way to put it.
48k net worth, just 30 minutes in. That is, whew, the definition of rough. And, well, Falcons really planting their flag, saying, you know what, you can't afford to give us our comfort heroes, but the thing is, we've got so many comfort heroes on so many different people, right? Like, you got to get rid of Amar's heroes, but then he's shown he's super capable on this Kunkka. Skitter, last pick Spectre, Malreen absolutely bodied the mid lane once again on that Lina, and the Nature's Prophet, I feel, was the whole thing that just unlocked the entire draft for them. Really made it that Winter Bear, like, they didn't have a bad, like, 3 to 10 minute mark. I didn't think like that was really when they used the most of their like strong lane heroes, but it really was A, the first blood, and B, like just Snake Kings outnumbering around the map that enabled Falcons to still be in a good spot to be able to take this game out in real convincing fashion.
Yeah, it really did feel like that. It was a very, very straightforward victory there from Team Falcons, and I have to echo the sentiment that you had with the Nature's Prophet, right? It really did feel like that Snake King was able to just kind of alleviate a lot of the pressure that they did have across the map and kind of put pressure back on towards onto Winter Bears. I liked the draft that they had for Winter Bears, but this felt like much more execution based rather than anything else, right? And I think that was kind of something that PSG Quest did to Team Falcons yesterday in some of those games, and I think now they want to try and do that, conversely to Winter Bear here, so they can be as been reset going in towards that grand final. So before we go to a quick little break here, Matt, is there any ideas that you want to try and throw towards Winter Bear if they're out there listening going into game number 2?
I'm pretty done with the coddle mid, I think. I think it's a little played out. I think it's just so squishy, especially when you're going up against a meta that does favor global, that does favor the potential to just get really, really beefy. And, you build Spirit Vessel, but Keeper of the Light's one of those heroes that does deal a lot of damage in like the first 10-15 minutes, but beyond that he really does drop off a whole lot, so I don't want to see too much more coddle.
Alright, seems like the coddle's in the bin this time around. We'll see whether or not Winter Bear get the memo going into game number 2, or whether or not we will see another 2-0 for Team Falcons and they get that rematch in the grand final versus PSG Quest. We're going to be back with game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break.
Shine
Voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They ask me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, locate. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OJ. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tape. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
Walk with me through these derelict streets. Threatening behavior spreads like disease. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Gaze in the fire, let me dance in the flames. Fuel my desire, there's hurt in my veins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Oh, find a way. Oh, come what may. Cast out of heaven, fall from grace. Staring in the mirror is the devil waiting to take your place. It's gotta hold on me. Hold on me, it's gotta hold on me. Deep at the bottom of everything. Pray for rain to wash away these sins. Hell is empty, all the devils are here. Hell is empty, all my demons are here. Oh, find a way. Oh, come what may. Cast
Hello, you beautiful human beings. Welcome back here. It's ESL1 Kuala Lumpur. MENA closed qualifiers, and we've only got 2 series left, and potentially only 1 game left in this series as well, Dan Og, because so far Team Falcons, that was a pretty concise victory in game number 1 up against Winter Bears. And last time they played against each other, it was a 2-0 for Team Falcon as well. So if history does repeat itself, we could potentially be in for a bit of a break heading in towards our grand final best of 5 rematch between PSG Quest and potentially Team Falcons. I'm not going to count out Winter Bears just yet. Still have a few tricks up their sleeves, but it's about whether or not those tricks are going to work out in game number 2. We have changed in the priority as well, so it seems like right now Winter Bears want to have Radiant side, as we already touched on before the end of that match. Radiant has a much higher win rate than what Dire does, so maybe that might be able to change their fortunes today.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see what ends up coming out in the wash, but we are into the draft. First phase of bans just about done. I can reveal that the Nature's Prophet is gone. No Nature's Prophet. Winter Bear was tired of dealing with Snake King just roaming around the map, doing whatever the hell he wanted, and for good reason. You know, you got to make sure that you're taking that one out of their hands. I really wouldn't be surprised to see Winter Bear get rid of the Lena in their next phase of bans as well. I doubt it's something that Falcons are going to want to open with. And then for the first phase, I mean, who knows? Maybe they just go down the route once more of going for this, like, full-on sustain strat, right? Where it was pretty successful the last time they tried to run it. It's just that they had the biggest counter still available to them. And, well, we are going to see the charging Bullman come through into this draft. No Shadow Demon, so you're not going to be able to get rid of that Bulldoze. You're not going to be able to slow him down. So the real question is, what do you do now? I wouldn't hate a Dark Willow, personally. I feel like the route against the Spirit Breaker feels pretty solid.
Yeah, just be able to throw things in front of him always does alleviate a little bit of that pressure. I am a little disappointed that even in the captain's mode, he's not called Team Spirit Breaker. That would have been hilarious to see Team
Did they
Spirit
revert
Breaker.
that actually? There was a very small patch.
I don't know.
They
Maybe
did. They did revert it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's
Well,
not
that's
Team Spirit
probably
Breaker
why.
anymore.
Maybe if we saw it a few days earlier, we may have seen Team Spirit Breaker in captain's mode. But anyways,
It has been
they pick up
banned for
Space
good
Count.
reason in basically every single game.
It is very, very strong, and kind of like what we saw from the Nature's Prophet, right? Like, it's just going to give whoever picks it up here for Team Falcons that extra bit of mobility across the map. You're just going to constantly have this Spirit Breaker. He's very, very tanky. Handamitis, Octarine, Shadow Blade. It is too hard to catch this big Space Cow, and it's going to be a question about whether or not Winter Bear can play against that kind of tempo, right? And see if they can kind of mitigate a lot of this bleeding.
I'm still a Willow enjoyer, man. I think it's really good against the Spirit Breaker, both for magic damage, if you are finally able to get onto him. There's Terrorize, there's Brambles, there's plenty of stuff that you've got to be able to lock this Charging Cow into place. And honestly, even a Yule Scepter isn't out of the ordinary for a Dark Willow to be building into, so it's both good for your effectiveness as well as theirs, and they actually end up banning it themselves. I'll be honest, I'm a little shocked.
You may be thinking that if they don't pick it up here, then it would have been picked up by Team Falcons as well, and they wanted to try and go for the Pugner. So, Winter Bear have some different ideas than what you do, Mr. Danog. So, we'll see if it's going to all come out the same or whether or not it's going to be different. I know, I don't know why they're going against you. I wouldn't personally, in my own personal experience.
You would never. You wouldn't dare.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's got to be under your thumb at this point, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. The Cabal, you know.
The Cabal, the Danog Cabal of the
Yeah,
Australian casters. It's me and Ares just locked up in the dungeon.
What do you think happened to Base Kip? He's gone.
That was a good one. All right. What do we want here from... I was going
Oh
to say,
my God.
where's
Are
the
they just
bristle?
going to pick Toxic every single one of these picks? Is it just going to be absolute cancer? Like, no Muerta, sure, that's not going to be...
Do they just
part
pick
of it,
AA
but
themselves for Team Falcons
Maybe.
to just
Yeah,
keep the ball
I
rolling?
wouldn't hate it, yeah.
I think that'd be a nice little introduction, but yeah, I do feel you. It definitely does feel like it is one of those drafts that could be a little bit of a demoralizer. You're going to get, potentially knocked out of a tournament here for Winter Bear, and you're playing up against Spirit Breaker and a Bristleback. Like, you're already like, come on, man. Like, why do we have to play a game like this?
You know what? They did it to themselves.
True. They
But
could have
again-
potentially banned them, but then they
Or
would have
picked
had to
them.
have dealt with Natures and Weaver or whatever.
Okay, something a little more normal. That's nice.
All right. So it gives them that extra bit of lockdown with the silence, a little bit of extra magical damage as well with the Mystic Flare.
Yeah, let him blow up the Brewmaster before he gets to it. Dig Crep isn't actually a save anymore. Now you're probably ending up killing your own teammate if the Mystic Flare is on point.
Does go back the other way as well with the Nether Ward though, so Crit has to be careful on the Sky Mage. So this probably pushes the Spirit Breaker either going to be a mid one for Malrine, or it is going to be Snaking that's going to be picking it up, I'd imagine, right? With the Bristleback as well.
You would assume so, yeah. I'm just wondering what they're going to go with these last couple of picks. Like, I don't think you can afford to go something like Treant. Like, yeah, it's really strong in lane, but it really does nothing against a Bristleback. I actually don't hate something like Jakiro for this game. It's pretty good against the Spirit Breaker.
Okay.
It's decent against the Bristleback at just being able to hold him in place, slow him down a little bit. Yeah, it's damage over time, but you're just really strong early on. And that combined together with Pugna, yeah, they kind of do the same thing, but it gives you a lot of pushing power. They just pick up the AA themselves, but these are two squishy-ass supports, man, and this is a Faceless Void that takes a while to come online. So if I'm Team Falcons, I'm just picking whatever I want to up the tempo. Like, Ench here, totally fine in my books.
That's what I was thinking as well, right? It really does feel like you just don't have any agency in this game at all if you're Winterbear, right? Like, it really does feel like that you were just kind of hoping that the quote-unquote counters that you have to these heroes are going to be enough to be able to stop the freight train. But I think Team Falcons, this could be a very, very fast game, and I agree with you, right? Just pick up something that can continue to keep this this train rolling. Vengeful Spirit could be really, really nice. They could even try and potentially pick up something along the lines of like a Train Protector themselves, right? You know, they try and have one of these heroes that is able to have a very, very strong lane. They continue to have this extra bit of team fight lockdown against something like a Faceless Void or even a Brewmaster.
Yeah, pretty much what they're considering right now is like, well, is this Spirit Breaker going to be played as a support, or is it going to be something helping us out elsewhere? Looks like Wraith King's coming forward. Again, one of those heroes that makes a lot of pushing happen. AA, Pugna, not the greatest at being able to deal with split push, and Wraith King really doesn't need too many items to come online and be a significant threat.
Mm-hmm. Usually just, you know, Armlet +1 is kind of the items that you would really like to see. So Necro is one of the bands coming here against Winterbear. Question is, what is the Mikey hero going to be this time around? Is he going to try and play Husker? Is that kind of the hero that you want to try and play here against Team Falcons in this potential final game? They are getting rid of the Lina. Wouldn't hate to see... I mean, could they ban... I was going to say, are they going to ban something along the lines of like a Primal Beast or a Pangolier? Can provide a bit of these issues that Winterbears are going to currently struggle with, right? Like the Pugna going into a Pango provides no lockdown for you. The Ancient Apparition, same kind of deal. So, could be a very
I don't hate
hard
the
game
Pango.
to be a
I think
support.
Pango's okay, you know, like you could drain the Bristle, you reduce a lot of his effectiveness, you've got another slow for the Spirit Breaker, you've got, you know, chain control with stun on stun on stun. You can do a little bit better job of clearing waves as well, so it's not the worst. I think you're just asking one person to have to do so much this game.
And that's kind of the issue that they've got with this final pick overall is there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of this final pick. What's Team Falcons going to go for, though? Could they pick the Pango themselves?
It's a possibility, for sure.
Yeah.
In 10 minutes in, you'll have an Arcane Boots Diffusal Blade if going by a lot of these previous games that we've seen with the Pangos coming through.
And that could really put a lot of pressure on something like a Brewmaster and a Faceless Void, right? Not the highest of mana pools. It's really kind of the pick of the bunch. They've got good ways of initiating, they've got good ways of taking towers, they can scale really well, they've got some big tanky heroes, they've got magical damage, they've got ways of taking Roche. And they just go for a little bit of that extra team fight control with the puck. So, again, they don't really have the heroes that can kind of catch out a puck as easily as what you can think of. And with the Bears, they're just going to respond here with their Templar Assassin, so they want to have that good mid lane matchup for Mikey and see if he's able to take down Malrine in one of these mid lane matchups. But I just think that the rest of the game just feels way too hard for a Templar Assassin going into a Wraith King. The Skelly Bros are going to be able to completely decimate any of those refraction charges. Same with the Maris, is going to be able to walk in and build up a whole lot of those stacks. So
Mystic Flare too, you're probably going a Witchblade on Malrine as well, just to be able to have that little bit of extra armor, plus the damage over time. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. I think the puck potentially was a little bit of a block pick as well. Like, yeah, it's good to have an extra silence, an extra way to be able to keep the Faceless Void locked down and not being able to time walk. That's all well and good. But I really feel like something like the puck is potentially something Winterbear might have been looking, just because it is a Mikey comfort hero. But if they did go the puck, I think they still would have had issues in damage, right? Now, at least with the TA, you've got a good lane matchup. You're not going to have damage issues if it gets late. The real question is it going to get late? And I really don't think it will.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is what's this game going to look like at 25 minutes in, right? Like, is it going to be over? Is it going to be close? Is it going to be one side or another? And with the heroes that they've got here for Team Falcons, they can definitely play that high tempo, and we saw what they were able to do in the previous game with heroes that, you know, don't have to play as fast tempo as what they needed to, and this is going to be a very interesting draft for Winterbear to be able to try and navigate here. It's going to be hard for them to try and make these rotations early, right? Like, who is really going to be the person who's going to rotate? Ancient Apparition, not a great ganker. Pugna is probably one of the better gankers, but the fact that you have to try and use decrep as a little bit of a slow mechanism to try and catch up to some of these heroes, you just don't have stuns. Like, you actually have no way of stunning people. They can purely just TP out in front of you, as long as you don't get a bash and as long as you don't get the cold feed down. So it is going to be a very hard time for them to get kills.
And if they do use their ultimates to be able to get these stuns, whether it be the Primal Split, whether it be the Chronosphere, it's pretty early on that you're going to need to be able to do that, right? So then all you do is, alright, they might get a kill, maybe two, then we just shake it off and we go again. You know, what are they going to do? Without Primal, without Chronosphere, they just cannot teamfight right now on Winterbear.
Yeah, and that's where we talked about the pace and the tempo that's going to come in here from Team Falcon. So this could be a quick one, ladies and gentlemen. Just to reiterate it as well, our grand final will start at, what, 3 hours from now. So this is a quick one. We could be seeing ourselves in a bit of an extended break, but hopefully for the Winterbear fans out there that it's not all too one-sided.
What are those cosmetics on Crit, by the way? That is the shiniest Spirit Breaker I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've never seen that before either. So I was looking at him and I was like, what is going on? See if I can...
Look at that.
So apparently it's called the Helm of Altoria. So it's like an Altoria set.
How do you see that?
If you open up the scoreboard and then you click on the little magnifying glass on the little Spirit Breaker icon.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, they moved it. Valve moved
I
it
know.
from the hero portrait.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
So I have no idea where that is from.
Looks good, though.
It does. A whole lot more of this old chat is going. I saw before when I was looking at the old chat that Kachal said Bluetooth connected. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Feels like there's some very deep meme lore between a lot of these players, and I'm not privy to the information.
The only Bluetooth meme that I know of is like, do you ever get one of those like knockoff boombox little things, like, you know, the JBL style ones that are, and it's like this broken English. It's like, the Bluetooth device is ready to pair. Everyone has the exact same voice, and it makes me crack up every time I hear it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Maybe that's what they're talking about. Who really knows? They're doing a good job so far to be able to have a very, very scary lane with this this Pugna. Didn't really think about the combination with the Nether Blast as well as the Cinder Brew. So doing a good job so far at being able to push out Skitter as well as snaking here in the top lane.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, Pugna is one of those better laners at being able to like win these little trade battles, but I think things do change once you hit up onto like level 2 on Skitter. Like just having that extra stun, although Skitter, he might be the one to fall down. Stay? Oof.
He's got 8-1 charges. Snake did have to pop his as well, so they are getting a lot of this regen out of the side of Team Falcons, but can they convert that into kills? That's the real question so far. The bottom lane, Crit still what Space Cow does, charges in, throws a few auto attacks, doesn't get the extra bash there on a Nagato. So he will just walk away. It's going to be so hard for them to try and get kills on the bottom side of the map, right? Like going in towards Amar as well as Crit, like they're both going to have 2k plus HP at like 10 minutes. Like there's not going to be enough damage coming in from the Ancient Apparition or the Faceless Void, and it's more about mitigating their losses in this bottom lane, right? Like just trying to make sure that they don't lose out too hardcore and at least get the Faceless Void towards an early-ish hand of Midas, I'd imagine.
You and your Midas. I mean, that's just going to stop him from, again, doing anything. I know it's good. Don't get me wrong, but again, I'm a little worried about them just not being able to do anything outside of the Pugna for the first, like, 5 or so minutes of this game. Skitter, though, that's the Pugna effect, enabling Kachal to get that first blood.
Merlin The support battle, he's throwing hands, but there's a lot of creeps around here. He doesn't have to stick. He's got the Fairy Fire, the auto attack. See you later. Snake King Merlin says, I don't care about TI winners. All I care about is winning my lane, and now he's going to get a nice little Lotus as well and die to some creeps and gets a free trip back to base.
Very, very nicely done.
Oh, Nagato. He is in trouble. Crit. Throwing some hands, wants to try and win this fight, but it looks like Nagato's going to turn this back around with the cold feet. Gets a few more auto attacks. Crit juking around the trees. He's done it again. He's broke more ankles, but Nagato finds him in the trees this time around. And with the Lotus Orb, or Lotus Flower, he's able to get a little bit more of that HP back. So, they lose one on the Spirit Breaker. So, it's not too bad so far for the lanes here of Winter Bear.
Things going real well for him. Again, though, early days. You know, double melee into an Ancient Apparition, you're going to be able to outrange them. Yes, it's painful if they get on top of you, but, you know, it's eventually going to get to this stage where all a Spirit Breaker needs, and the reason that it's kind of busted these days is Crit is almost diving underneath the Tier 1 tower off the back of that charge back for the Fountain. All you need is level 9 on Spirit Breaker, and then you can just clear out a creep wave with Phase Boots and a Windlace, and that's kind of disgusting, considering it used to be level 20 that you needed to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's wild that the power creep has moved him forward tenfold. So that is in the future though, and in the now we are looking at a relatively even laning phase. It's much more even than what we saw in game number 1. Right, like game number 1, there was a lot of issues for the side of Winter Bears, and they've seemed to have alleviated a little bit of that pressure. And a lot of it does come off the back of their much stronger lanes this time around.
Yeah, Malrine is playing this mid lane so well. He's got a 300-ish net worth lead over the TA, and he's dodging basically every single one of these side blades when I've looked over towards that mid lane. Really just going to show why he's so confident, A, with the TA, but B, he's a grandmaster with the puck as well.
Yeah, he really has been one of those players that has, you know, to me, been one of those very, very good laners in the top lane, though. Merlin's able to take down Skidder, not before he does trade out, and taking Merlin with him, but losing out Skidder is definitely going to be a trade that you're going to be happy with if you are the Winter Bears. So this Panda's having a good job in the top lane. He's kind of just cruising around doing his bit, getting himself towards a lot of those early levels. He's got 2 braces so far here on Kachal, so he's nice and tanky. And speaking of that mid lane, Malrine, a lot of pressure back in onto Mikey, but now with the rotation coming in from the Pugna, they get the bottle refill, do they?
Nope.
No, they don't. No, they mucked it up.
Mikey was very slow. It was in his backpack to start with, and then, yeah, just took way too long.
A little too clunky. So, we don't get that free TP refill. And now Mikey's going to be a little behind, right? Like, he's got level 6 on the Templar Assassin, but it's not just like the puck where you get that level 6 and it means it is kind of go time, and you can see it now. Malrine getting ever so close to that Dream Coil. They do have Snaking, who's made this first rotation. Maybe they want to try and get themselves a kill onto the TA, but with Merlin around, it's going to be too hard.
They should know that there's an Observer Ward placed up here, though. He placed it in full vision of the Observer that just got denied, and yep, there we go. We can see Merlin even pinging it over to the left. So maybe even saying, hey, Mikey, you want some free gold, you want some free experience, just buy your own sentry.
Yep, try and win the sentry battle.
Charge to the top
first
side,
charge.
though, from Crit.
Yep, he's going to see if this can turn into a gank for them. He will cancel.
Nice
With
TP from
Nagato making this TP. I want to see if they can try and get a kill here on a Skidder. He gets decrept, so it's going to take a lot of damage here. The Cinderbrew will pop as well as the Cold Feet. A lot of extra damage. So much slows goes in onto the Wraith King, and he actually gets caught out. 3-man Dreamcore comes in here from Malrine,
Nice
though.
delta
They want to
split.
see what damage they can do. How much damage can they split between these supports? They will do a lot of damage back towards the side of Team Falcon, but it's all the damage that comes in towards them. Now with the Illusory Orb, collects there onto Merlin, and Puck will get a second. It's a
they're
nice
gonna yoink
rotation
this.
from Malrine. Oh, yeah, they're there in time. They'll get the bottle refill as well.
Very nice.
Surprising they
movements
gave it to
coming
the
out
Puck.
earlier. Nah, you just need the bottle refill. It's fine. Also, some significant damage being done onto this Tier 1 tower as well. Siege Creep still alive, 7.5 minutes in.
I wanted to see if they can get the Cinderbrew proc, and they do at least get it there onto Malrine, so it's a little bit of extra damage going against the Puck, but again, big first rotation from Malrine. Does kick out Skidder from the top lane, so it means now that the Puck is probably going to have to set their attention towards his top side a little more, because, I mean, it is a snaking on a Scarrath mage, so You might want to give him a little bit of this extra time, but it's not like something along the lines of like an Earthshaker, right? Where you're just going to sit them in this top lane and allow them to kind of sit back and farm. Sky Mage is not one of those heroes that really needs to get all that farm going for them.
Yeah, you need your early levels. I like the fact that he's going the Veil. Again, it's all about that scaling potential, right? We know Spirit Breaker's going to scale because he can just get a ridiculous amount of farm, even as a support, as soon as he's level 9. But Snaking, he's just like, you know what, Veil, percent increase is always going to be a percent increase, regardless of when it happens, early or late. Early, it's more effective because people have a lower HP pool. Late, it's more effective because your spells are going to be doing more. So something like a Puck, something like a Bristleback, still have a huge amount of impact once it gets to later on. And, I mean, that's not even talking about the Skywrath himself once he starts to get those levels built up.
Yeah, exactly. He can have a lot of that extra burst damage. Nice little ward there. Does save low skill from a potential gank coming in there from Snaking, and you can see now Snaking is well privy to that information as well. So they're going to leave him be. They're going to send Skitter back towards this top side. We will have, what I heard, a charge coming in there from Crit. Seems like it was connecting on anybody just yet.
Still just level 5.5, but he is A-okay with how things are going so far. 1-1-1 on the Spirit Breaker. They haven't lost any significant objectives on their side of the map, and well, they should be just about to take a tier 1 tower on the bot side with Amar constantly pulling the creep wave, and looks like they'll be able to even get a kill before the split. No.
Yeah, Crit just booped him out of the Mystic Flare. Maybe it was going to be enough for them to be able to get that kill if they had the Mystic Flare, but it isn't going to be enough, so Kachar will be able to get the split off and run away. Fortunately for... Oh, okay, I thought Malrine was close enough there to try and catch out Nagato, but he was speedy on the old ice cream cone.
For everyone that wasn't watching yesterday as well, I do love the fact that... oh, actually, yeah, charge down on the bottom side, low skill. He's got the Chronosphere available. Let's see if he's able to time it correctly, because there is a Spirit Breaker coming right at you.
Yeah, he has to use it, but he's still getting charged, so Chronosphere or not, it will not matter. Low skill is just getting chased down. It's only one level in the Time Walk here, Matt. This is a very sad time to be a Faceless Void. They will at least get one bash, and now with the Dream Coil, it's not going to be enough for them to even get a trade onto the Spirit Breaker, and yeah, that was an unfortunate set of circumstances there for low skill.
Mm-hmm. What have we got coming through now? Infused raindrops from the Puck. Okay, so just wants to be able to survive into the Pugna in particular. Malrine, oddly enough, being a Puck, taking a tier 1 tower, doing a lot of the pushing, but you know what, someone's got to do it. And as expected, he's going to be going into that Witchblade that we were talking about, both for armor protection, just in case he does get caught inside of a Chronosphere or gets jumped on by Mikey, but also the extra damage over time for the refraction feels very impactful.
Yeah, just gives you that extra bit of damage is always really, really nice. So
enables you to scale too, right?
Yeah, getting in towards that Revenant's Brooch. A very long way away, but potentially could be a way to deal with the Decrepify as well for the auto attack. Seems like there is a fight that's going to be happening here towards the top side. Malrine, he's going to use the Tumbler's Toy to get far enough away, but it will not be long enough before they get close to get that Ray Fire Blast. Now Skitter's going to turn back around. This is a lot of damage that Merlin's able to do, but with Malrine here, it is not going to be enough for them to get the kill on the Skitter.
Low skill is in... Well, I was about to say he's in a little bit deep, but it's actually Amar right next to that tier 2 tower on the bottom side. Really putting a ton of pressure on, and this is, you know, what we were expecting from Amar, right? Like, granted, we've only really seen him have a high level of effectiveness on the Bristle and the Conquer, but just when you can, like, get up in their face, right? Make it so that you're the ones putting the majority of the pressure on. That's really where I feel like he's the one shining.
Awkward pause.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's a very awkward pause. Do they continue this fight? I mean, they do have the Dragonlance freshly picked up here on a Mikey, so this could be a fight, but they've got Crit as well as Malrine who are waiting in the wings. Malrine has enough mana for a Dream Coil and can pop the stick and then can probably use like one round of spells, right? So it's going to be a lot of damage for them to try and deal with here. They still have Refraction ready and available. They're going to get clipped by this AA ult as well, Malrine and Crit, so they're not going to get away from it scot-free. Yes, they won't get hit by the blast itself, but they will get clipped by the anti-regen, so...
Never know. By the time Crit finishes charging in, he might end up getting hit by it.
Oh, yeah, true. Who's he charging? He's charging Mikey, so... But Nagato isn't that far away, so I'm not quite sure if the radius from the Ice Blast is going to be big enough. Mikey's still lagging, unfortunately.
That's no good.
That is not good. Lag. Calais never feels good in Dota 2.
Aren't we lucky that Australia isn't the land of that anymore? It was a dark time.
The land of lag?
Well, yeah, lagging and everything. You know, just horrible connections, constantly dropping out. It's still a little bit of a factor. Like, man, when I went over to Sweden for ESL on Stockholm, literally like gigabit connection. I downloaded, I think it was V Rising. Took about 15 seconds, and I'm like, what? What?
That's ridiculous. Like, one of my friends, she downloaded Fallout 76 in 10 minutes, which is a 110 gig game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Man, what's the biggest game that you've seen in terms of space?
Oh, it was like the last Call of Duty that I looked at. It was like Warzone, where it's like 200 gigs or something like that. And I was like, how?
Let me raise
like,
you.
How?
I've got a friend that plays Flight Simulator, and it's nearly 600 gigs.
What?
Yep.
That's
when you think you have to like map the world completely, you know.
I guess so. There's probably a lot of information. All right, team fight's happening. Ice Blast will completely whiff. So the awkward pause was. I don't think it really factored in all too much. Might be able to factor into a different fight going this way here. Merlin.
I mean, you just see them, right? They chase, but unless there's Chrono or Primal Split, you're not going to be able to lock them down. They've got absolutely nothing in the TA, AA, and Poignant departments. So someone like a Puck is already going to have an easy enough time.
Yeah, and that's the issue, right? Looking at this draft coming in from the Winter Bears is you just don't have stuns, and you know this Puck is going to absolutely love that, especially when Malrine gets towards things like Octarine Core plus Yules plus Blink. Like, how are you ever supposed to touch a Puck when they have those kind of items? Like it'll be next to impossible for them to ever lock down Malrine here. So I'd imagine Malrine is in for a good time once again. I think everybody for the side of Team Falcons is probably locked in for a good time when you're playing against no stuns. They go directly in onto low skill. That was a beautiful combination between the two supports, Crit and Snaking. Don't even need Amar, who was waiting in the wings for that one.
I love support duos that are capable of getting kills on their own, you know? Like, something like that is just so easy, and it feels so good to be able to... I mean, I'm a support player, so I'm a little bit biased, but, something like the Veil of Discord does lend itself to being able to do that so easily. And look at Snaking, he's even building up tons of stacks for them to be able to play around with as well. You would assume that it's going to be Amar that takes it, but then again, he's doing such a great job of just completely locking out this bottom half of the map. He's basically acting like a broodmother right now.
Yeah, it really does feel like that he's made this little spot. They're going to see if they can try and get this kill here onto Kachal in the top lane. They will get the silence, they will get the Dream Coil, but he's tanky enough to get away from that, so not enough lockdown for them to be able to get the kill there onto the Panda. And I was, when you were saying, oh, it feels good as a support, I could just imagine you every time two supports kill a core, you just like fist bump slightly underneath your desk. You're like, yeah, cop that core, players.
But then you know that the core player's coming for your ass the rest of the entire game.
You give as good as you get, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if Low Skill's able to get to that point, because unfortunately he is not going to get to that point right now, because Snaking has found him out. They've got the extra stuns, they've got the extra silences, and Low Skill is dead once again. And he's, I don't want to say he's like the only carry, because they have a Templar Assassin, but he's the one that needs to have a good game, because he needs to hit these big chronos for them to try and win these fights, right? So
no Midas as well. It's going to make him suffer.
Yeah. Oh, no Midas. I just thought of that Megamind meme.
I know what you're thinking. You're always thinking of that meme.
Yeah.
There's never a moment that you're not.
I'm going to post that later on. It's going to bring me a lot of joy.
Also, Sting.
The good old times.
From last year.
I still can't believe the look on Aries' face when I said that.
What have I got myself into?
Yeah. He's like, why am I paired with these two? Of all people.
Dude, Basecamp got into it too. Can't just put it
all
on.
that was just three Goombas. Just living their best life while the little Zoomer wasn't really able to deal with it. Alright. It's like a bit of stock of the game so far. 5k lead, 15 minutes into the game.
15-minute Ags on Bristle.
Oh, okay. That seems fair and balanced with a Vanguard as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he just took all those stacks. I looked across at the net worth and I was like, oh yeah, Mars got a decent amount of gold, and then literally saw the ags go into his inventory. So it's a little bit of a Monka Giga moment.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of
Crit
damage.
wants a freaking Midas. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? It feels like they're just about ready to go, right? I think about the 20-minute mark, maybe slightly before, is going to be when Falcons really just flick the switch and say, all right, all systems go. You'll have the Blink Dagger on the puck. You'll have the Radiance completed on Skidder. You'll have the Aghanim Shard, probably plus one other item on Amar. Like, they've just got absolutely everything that they could possibly need to just continuously run at them.
Well, Nagato's in some trouble here, so they're going to do a lot of damage now with the freshly picked up Desolator coming in from Mikey, so he doesn't do enough to at least shatter out there onto Snaking. But they at least forced them back, and he said it's almost go time now, 14 Falcon, but it looks like the shoe is on the other foot for Winter Bears. They want to try and get together and see if they can put a bit of pressure on these tier 2 towers.
Not sure if they're going to be able to, though. I mean, again, low skill, kind of similar to last game. It feels like he was just one item short from being able to truly contribute. I'm not expecting him to show up until he's got this Maelstrom finished.
And even then, it's still going to be a hard prospect for him. He's going to be like, what, 1,200, 1,300 HP. All it takes is one silence, and he could be going down. Kachal in the top lane. He's been silenced up. It's a lot of damage now. The Mystic Flare. That is the first time in almost 2 years that I have seen a Mystic Flare on the map casting a game. That was a rare sight for me to see. And Malrine, not a rare sight, getting a free kill there onto Merlin in the mid lane.
You're used to just hearing the Mystic Flare and not actually...
I'm used to just, like, seeing, like, their HP pool will just go brrr, and
Yeah.
just, like, be like, okay, the Mystic Flare got cast. That was the first time I've legitimately actually seen it in-game. In, like, 2 years.
If there's an actual
It's been
setting,
bugged
or if
forever.
we're just... Our computers are scuffed.
No, because it's happened across every tournament that I've watched. is that
True, it's
Mystic
happened
Flare
in, like,
just
TI
doesn't
and
appear.
stuff, hasn't it?
Yeah, so it's like, that's why I thought it was like, oh, because I have like an ultra-wide monitor, so I thought maybe it was like a weird
Alright,
thing.
weird flags.
But it wasn't, because everybody else happens. And, you know, I was looking across at our observer feed as well, and I was like, it happens, when it happens in game to me, it happens to our observer, and it was showed on the observer as well as mine, so.
You and your
just to-
ultra-wide monitor.
You know, ultra. I mean, you flexed yesterday. Oh yeah, I was just playing on Trent's PC at TI. Like, you know, like.
Trent is
Probably
just,
not an ultra-wide
just
flex,
a nice
but-
Halifax boy.
He's just a boy in a Dota world.
Just a Dota boy.
I could imagine Trent singing a song like that too.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be some sultry tunes.
Mhm.
Trent, if you're out there listening, I know you might be getting ready to do your own casting soon, but can you do a rendition of the City Boy?
It's called Don't Stop
That'd be
Believing,
nice.
but
Yeah, yeah, whatever. People know what I'm talking about. I'm not very pop culture educated, alright?
it was released in like the 70s or 80s.
Oh my God. Fine, musically educated, Matt.
There we
Let's
go.
start getting into specifics here.
Mm-hmm. It feels like they've about flicked that switch though, doesn't it? Like they've got the Blink Dagger available on the puck, they've got the Radiance finished up. Merlin, ooh, my man, you are just walking over a ward and you're going to be giving your life up for free. They might even catch Mikey.
Oh, that's not what you want to see. Mikey's the one that's going down there. At least he'll have a good Chronosphere. So they've
Decent.
caught out two here. The AA Blast will be able to secure those kills. So it's a nice little contribution here for Low
Charles
Skill. He
coming
does
in.
have the time walk to get away. Crit. He's standing on the sideline, but Nagato, unfortunately for him, he's going to be found out. Skidder's there with a Wraithfire Blast, chops him down as well. A fresh set of bones for the Wraith King. And that is a 3-for-2 trade. So the first Chronosphere, well, first offensive Chronosphere, works out pretty well there for Low Skill, but losing out on Mikey is not the trade that you want if you are the Winter Bears.
No, just like 1 second earlier and he probably would have been able to have Mikey also dishing in damage during that chrono as well. Maybe make them be able to pick up one other person. And you just see what it means, right? Like, they're just getting so many freebies. The plus side is that Winter Bear, they didn't use the Primal Split, so it's not like they've got a complete absence of team fight now. If they do want to defend this Tier 2 tower, they can. And you can just see
That's what they're doing, indeed.
as soon as Kachal turns up, they're like, I've got to get out of here.
Yep, not today. He's getting close to his own Radiance, so a little bit behind on Skidders, but It's still going to be useful. Amar is standing around here. The Ags is putting a lot of these cool sprays in towards Merlin, so the next couple are going to do the damage, and they will. They cut him down thanks to the Wraith King, but the AA blast is massive. Goes in directly onto Amar. He's got the HP, and he deals it down onto low skill. Skidder eventually will lose his life, and finally the charge comes in from Crit. They're going into the background. Now the buyback comes in from Merlin. They want to try and keep Mikey alive. He goes back in, gets charged down by Crit once again, so they take him down, and Skidder up onto the high ground, wants to try and get this fight going. Merlin sucks him dry and takes him down. So they lose 2 of these cores, and they're going to lose a second with Snake King going down as well, and the Skywrath Mage. That was a fight underneath their tier 2 tower that was starting to go pretty well for Falcon, but with these buybacks it was enough for Winter
With the
Bears to
buybacks
hold on.
as well as Mikey was completely focusing the Tormentor. He wanted to make sure he took that one. He didn't want to give another free Aghanim shard over to Falcons, and they got lucky enough that it was actually the AA one as the Ice Blast was already being launched out there. So it was a really surprise stun that they got underneath the tier 2 tower. There's the extra stun duration, the tower damage as well, everything ramped up for them to be able to finally get a kill onto Amar, who surprisingly enough doesn't have a kill to his name. 7 assists, but 0 kills for Amar.
017, he was Agent 007 for a while there until that previous fight, so...
Don't worry, he'll be just fine soloing this Tormentor.
Yeah, that's very fair and balanced, right? I think any hero that can solo a Tormentor, there's something wrong, right? Like there's an issue innately with the way that the hero works or interacts with certain things that you shouldn't be allowed to do that. Because I think Tormentor, I like the idea of it if it forces a committal from a team, right? Like it forces you to be all in this area to try and get this one thing on a one specific hero, right? Like every 10 minutes. So it's like if you just have a hero like Amar or Dazzles where they can just go there themselves at 20 minutes and go take it out for kind of no real issue, then it kind of defeats the purpose of it being in an awkward part of the map, kind of behind the tier 2, right?
The one hero I don't mind being able to solo it is TA, just because it already suits her, kit that she's had for ages, right? Like, it's nothing new. It really felt like Bristle and Dazzle being able to take it kind of coincided with a new Ags coming through. So, I think TA on its own is fine. Speaking of the TA, she's smoked up with the rest of the team, but they just have an overwhelming amount of damage right now on Falcons to be able to take out this Roshan before it's going to be anyone joining in.
Yeah, they're going to lose out on the puck, so Malrine is already getting damaged by the AA ult, so they're going to trade an Aegis for their puck's life for now. With the Aegis out on the Bristleback and with no AA ult to contend with either, Amar's going to have a pretty free time in these next couple of fights. Snaking. Ooh, he's looking for something. They want to try and have a fight behind this tier 2 tower. They're going to go in with the Mystic Flare. Mikey's losing the HP. There's no Chronosphere to speak of, but it doesn't matter because low skill goes in, bashes down Snaking. So Team Falcon, they haven't been able to cleanly and concisely take this Aegis and turn it into a tier 2 tower because they're losing lives for it. They didn't make sure they don't hover around for too long. The Ice Blast is coming back off cooldown.
Yeah, going a little bit too deep. I think they're underestimating the value that Malrine is providing to a lot of these team fights, just providing the slows, the leash, of course, coming through from the Dream Coil, especially prior to any of these BKBs coming out for Winterbear.
Yeah, exactly, and they don't really have the good ways of being able to deal with the puck, and you can kind of just see the amount of chaos that he creates in a lot of these fights, and I think that is really underestimated part about a lot of these heroes is just the kind of space that they create, whether they are dealing the damage or doing what they need to. So it is a very scary prospect right now for them to be able to...
I feel bad for Porkachal, like he needs this AC just because of the heroes that he's going up against, right? But he also needs a Scythe of Ice. He also needs like a BKB or a Manta Style so that he's not getting, chain silence to death.
Merlin is in a spot of bother right now. He's got 8 Goose Stacks, and with the amount of cools that they're spraying out here from Amar, that is going to be a freebie for them. So Merlin's dead again. They will be able to transition this into the tier 2 tower, and I mean, that's the issue of being so far behind on net worth, right? Where you get to a point where you're playing on some of these heroes and you need every item under the sun. You're like, I need this, I need that, I need this, I need that, but you just aren't able to ever find one that will be able to solve enough issues for you, so then you can start getting that net worth and building more of these items. And
I'm sure they're pinging out the chrono cooldown right now, saying, you know what, there's really no reason for us to be scared. Going the high ground, worst case, they pop the primal split and we're probably going to be able to get away.
Is about 15 seconds until it is available, so Amar needs to be very, very careful. He has done about half HP with the amount of damage that you get from these warpath stacks. It is very easy for a bristleback to walk up and just take some of these towers. He now has the Bloodstone at the ready.
I mean, he's got Aegis as well, right? So even if he did put himself down there away from the rest of the team, it's not the worst.
Low skill. They found out Malrine in the mid lane. They're just going to take down the puck. That was a quick pickup on the Aghanim Shard of Mikey. That's what caught out the puck there. The silence from the traps was more than enough for them to be able to get the kill on that pesky little fairy dragon. Now they're smoking behind the side of the Falcons. They're going to come in on the back line, but that is a lot of damage coming in from the sides as well. But Mikey in the sideline doing the damage with the auto attacks does take down Snaking. They're looking to try and get their second kill as well. Low skill does not have the Chronosphere because he used it already. Mikey gets chopped down by Skidder, who just stands in front of him and blows him to pieces. The Manta Star will come out from Low skill. He gets the time walk up onto the high ground, but he's got a lot of these stacks already on him, and Skidder's going to try and find him, gets the last little crit, and they will say see you later to the Faceless Void. And what looked like a good fight for them turned into a disaster on their own high ground, and Nagado will be the next on the chopping block. That's almost 80 seconds dead for an Ancient Apparition. Amar, he's not done just yet. The Force Staff will buy a little bit of space for Merlin. Crit charges through, cancels out the suck, and that will be another kill going the way. Ooh, okay. They're playing cat and mouse.
You feel bad for the... Oh, very nicely done. Yeah, the Winter Bear supports, right? There's really nothing that they can do against these heroes. They just want to be running at you constantly. This is the downside of picking a Pugna AA duo. Neither of those heroes frontline.
They just don't really have good ways of disengaging from like a Bristle as well, right? Like, yeah, you're going to decrap to buy a bit of time, but it doesn't really matter. Look at the damage! They forced out a primal split just by Amar standing in front of him and blowing him to pieces with the Bristleback.
I don't know if you kill this, man.
AA's dead for 20 seconds. I would say if you had AA alive, this might be a good fight for you, but Low School goes in, gets bashed out, has to walk away. Merlin just gets chopped to pieces again by Skidder.
He's going to be coming back to that Earth Panda.
And he's all very extremely low from the amount of damage that Amar did to him early on, and they lose the Panda as well. Oh, this could be over before it even really starts for the side of Winter Bears.
Yeah, the only thing holding them back are those tier 2 towers in mid and top, but well, you can see that they're dealing with mid for now. They're going to be pushing on forward. They'll know that still 30 seconds away from Chrono, 30 seconds away from Brewmaster respawning, and he doesn't even have the split.
They want to try and fight. The AA Ice Blast is going to do a lot of damage, but Mikey's already dead. Now, double buyback from a lot of these cores. They're going to come in onto the sideline. Low skill does the damage. Gets rid of Snaking. Amar, though, isn't able to heal, so he goes down to the Templar Assassin. Team Falcons a little bit deep inside the Winter Bears base. They at least force some buybacks and some big ultimates out of them. So this game does just extend a little bit longer with Amar going down on the Bristleback.
Just a little though, right? Double core buyback on both your mid and offlaner. It's a couple of kills, sure, but you're still able to get away. They're not really hurting too much off of this from Team Falcons, and still a 24k net worth lead. They will be able to catch the puck though. That's a nice chrono coming through from Low Skill.
Yeah, kind of surprising that Low Skill only has one level in the Chronosphere at level 18.
That is surprising. I mean, I know that he feels like he needs to have enough stats to be able to farm and do a little bit of extra damage, but surely the extra duration on it, but more importantly, the cooldown is the biggest factor, right? Like, that is the limiting factor, it feels, right now for Winter Bear, just the fact that they can constantly run at you as soon as these big cooldowns are unavailable.
I could see
very careful. He bought back.
Ooh. Yeah. This is a very spicy spot to be here. Low Skill wants to try and fight. Doesn't have the Manta Star. He just gets chopped to pieces. Low Skill's just dead. Yay, Ice Blast is going to be enough for Kachal to try and at least get the kill there on a Snaking, but they take down Merlin as well. And with the all chats going through here from Malrine, I betcha they are more than happy with how these fights are going. Crit's going to try and charge away onto Mikey. Gets the BKB off at least on the Templar Assassin, but it's going to be enough for them to hold on. Kachal's going to come back in. Does have the Primal Split at the ready if they need to use it for this fight, but with only these two cores that's available for Winter Bears, you have to back away from the Wraith King and the Spirit Breaker.
Alright, so I have a bit of a... let's call it a pet peeve. Something that pisses me off is that so many people like to hold on to one Iron Branch in their backpack for the longest time. And I'm just like, why? The only time I've ever seen it have value is when you like drop it on the ground after a Roche kill to try and get them to pick up the branch instead. I just saw Kachal send back his bracer to base instead of his Iron Branch so that he would have the spaces to be able to disassemble his Arcane Boots so then he can reassemble to make the Aeon Disc. So, like, what are you getting? A post 25-minute bracer or an Iron Branch in your backpack? It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, sometimes there's some questionable decisions, but...
But it's like, if it was one person, I'd be like, oh, okay, he just didn't see it. But it's constantly that I'm seeing these Iron Branches just held onto, and I'm like, what's the point, man?
It's cool. It's like nostalgic. It's like having that it's just like having that like hobo chic, you know? It's like you just got that
I
it's
remember
cool
back
to
in the
be
day when I used this for laning.
uncool. Yeah. It's cool to be uncool, guys.
I
Nope.
don't agree with that statement. But I think there is way too much stock being given into people just trying to be cool, you know? Just be you.
It's uncool to try and be cool.
Exactly.
You have to
Just
be
be you.
naturally cool. Yeah. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, calling me cool like that. Appreciate it. You're pretty cool as well.
Surprisingly wholesome.
I thought you were gonna bite back on that. But
No, never.
I respect it. Well, these fights are getting ever so, I think, tenuous between both of these two teams, right? I think that Team Falcons are at the point where they are respecting the damage that you can do here for Winter Bears. You know, Chronosphere into an AAL with Templar Assassin on the outside dealing the damage. That is going to be enough to take down these cores, and that's why you can see now that Skitter's gone for the Aghanim Scepter. Kachal. They walk forward, they find
Should be
Amar.
okay.
Everybody else
No
is in
pump,
the
though, for a
base.
while.
Yeah. But they don't know that, so they are still scared of what Malrine can do.
So, you know, I was talking before about, like, do you have scaling potential, right? Look who's third on net worth.
Yeah.
And is
It's a
position
hero.
4 Spirit Breaker. Granted, with Midas, but just the amount of farm that you're able to get on the map just by existing and, like, using a very quick charge is kind of stupid.
And speaking of, he's pushing that mid lane, and now this fight starts to get really awkward for the Winter Bears. Crit
even
is just
pushing bottom.
pushing in these creep waves, and they have to start
Forces them
making
to
a
make a
choice.
decision.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to lose this lane of racks? What do you want to try and lose instead? The BKB gets popped here by Amar. The amount of damage they go in onto the Bristleback, he is more than dead. So they have the Ag Scepter come in from the Wraith King, so he at least is able to deal a little bit of damage going back the way here of the Winter Bears. Skitter walks in, takes down the two supports. Mikey has to pop his own BKB. They're going to come in here, try and take down Snaking in the background, who is getting focused on now by Kachal. They don't have the extra amount of damage to try and take down this Skywrath Mage. He's starting to burn down thanks to the Radiance, but the Bears are starting to lose their life to the Wraith King as well. He gets a lot of HP back thanks to that little Lotus Pedal, and that means that eventually he will go down, but they had to commit so much for it. Low Skill wants to take down Crit Q, as we did already mention. He's third on the net worth, so it's going to be a lot of gold. Beautiful ultimate on the Nether Strike. He's able to take down the Faceless Void. Now it's all on to Mikey. 1 versus 3. Can he deal the damage? The charge comes back through thanks to that little Wraith form from the Wraith King Aghanim Scepter. Mikey, he's ever so close to being able to get himself another one of these refraction charges coming up, and it's only Skitter versus the world. Can they take down Malrine? It is enough damage thanks to the Meld Strike.
And just respawns.
And they're holding strong here, Matt, these fights. Even though they're so far behind, they've got the damage.
They do indeed. Let's have a look at the fight recap from that one, and it really was Mikey doing the majority of it. 6.8k damage being done by that Templar Assassin.
You can
2
see
ice
why
blasts
this kid
as well
was...
in a single team fight. That's always been
That-
giga value.
Yeah, that's insane, the amount of damage that it can do. And I mean, you can see why this Mikey kid was one of the hottest commodities on the scene when he did break out as a Shopify Rebellion substitute through Dream League. Very, very good player, and now he's getting to the point where these Desolator charges are starting to build up. He's going to have this... okay, he's gone for the Hurricane Pike. I was going to say he's almost going to have this Silver Edge, but they're feeling like if they just get the Chronosphere onto Amar, it's going to be enough lockdown for them, and they've gotten to the point where they're tanky enough now on low skill, and they're tanky enough on the Mikey that they don't just get blown up by Malrine, and he's really starting to run out of options for him to just constantly be running around these fights. And as long as they blow up Amar, because I think he's probably the biggest issue for them in these fights, then it feels like these fights are relatively A-okay now for the side of Winter Bears.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also just thinking, like, what's the item progression going to look like now? You know, you can They don't see that the puck's going into the Aeon disc, right? But as soon as that's revealed, you kind of want a nullifier, right? To be able to deal with it. And it's not the worst nullifier game either, right? You got Glimmer Cape, you got Pipe, you got Bulldoze that you're wanting to be getting rid of as well. So it's a nice nullifier game, especially for heroes like the TA, who are just able to deal so much burst damage so quickly.
Yeah. I think that is a pretty natural progression for the Templar Assassin, just to have that nullifier. It does kind of shut down quite a lot of stuff.
Is the other thing, right? And they also need the Silver Edge, so it's like, can you hold out for long enough? The Aegis is obviously going to do them a big favor in just buying them a lot of time.
Well, I think, you know, maybe you can divide and conquer, right? You know, Kachal could try and go in towards that Scythe of Ice himself. Maybe you try and put the nullifier on towards the Faceless Void, or maybe even the Silver Edge go towards the Faceless Void, and then TA can focus on one of the other two damage items, and then you can kind of divide and conquer. So he's now getting to the point where these fights are not just as cut and dry for the side of Team Falcons as they were, you know, previously. Amar really has to be kind of careful about how these team fights do go. Maybe you're starting to think towards maybe an Aeon Disc for yourself here for the Bristleback, just so you don't get killed inside of the Chrono.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, there's so much emphasis being given over to Nagato as well, right? Like, if he doesn't land the Ice Blast, then I don't think they win these past, like, couple of fights that they've taken.
I think that's a pretty fair statement. So I think that's kind of what we've seen from a lot of these Ancient Apparition drafts, right? You get towards this mid to late game and it's all about the AAU blast, and fights can really be over. We even saw it at TI, right, where fights can literally just be decided about whether or not their Ice Blast hits. And if it doesn't hit on good enough heroes, then these fights can be very awkward and very hard for them to play around with. So Kachal, Snay gets into the corner, and again, just no simple stuns for them to be able to catch out that Skyreth Mage. He just TPs away.
And look at what happens in the meantime. Crit just goes back down bottom, shoves in another couple of lanes, makes sure that they're going to need to address that in the not too distant future. You know, Super Creep's already given them a bit of an issue, and as soon as they see that AA, the hindrance of Amar's Bristleback, they just make an immediate dive in onto him.
He does get saved, but the Ice Blast is going to go completely wide, so Nagato will eventually lose his life, and now with no Ice Blast, I don't think this buyback is even going to matter. Crit pops the BKB a little preemptively, but they have been caught with their pants down here, have the side of the Winter Bears. They lose their two supports, and that's 70 seconds without Merlin here, Matt, and they were in such a good fighting form for a lot of these different fights, but now losing their two supports, it is losing all the control that they fought so hard to get.
They do indeed. You also have to wonder, like, when is the period where you're wanting to buy a gem on either side, to be honest, right? Like, it feels like it'd be really good just to enable them to get back out on the map if you're Winter Bear. Make the most of this Aegis, because you can't use it purely as a farming tool for Mikey. He's not going to get that huge spike in effectiveness off the back of a Silver Edge while he has the Aegis. He's only got it for another, like, minute or so. He'll get the Shadow Blade, but you don't need just the Shadow Blade. You need a full item and a recipe.
Yeah, exactly. He needs to get all the way to the end product of the Silver Edge before he really starts to get the effectiveness.
He walked over a trap, but they can't fight. They were off the mark. At least they get a BKB out of them.
They get the kill in the background as well onto Nagato. He just got found out directly by Skitter, and now low skill. Look at the damage that they do. They blow up the Faceless Void. There's no buyback for the carry. And oh no, the Winter Bears. It looked like it was all starting to form in front of them, but it crumbles in front of them, and in a pile of ruins, it seems like this game could be over before it even really starts. Nagato's dead as well. Two heroes without buyback now for the Winter Bears, and it's Amar who wants to just walk in and get the healing. He's inside of the goddamn fountain at this point. He's going to lose a lot of the HP, but with 117 seconds on Kachal, it is all but too hard for them to fight here. Yeah, you've got 2 lives on the Templar Assassin, but it will not matter at this point, especially when the refraction charges are gone. The buyback comes in now from Kachal. Doesn't have the Primal Split to play around with here, but you still need to pay respects to these heroes if you are Team Falcons.
That was so stupid before with how Kachal died. It was just crit charging through him, dealing 750 damage with that Greater Bash as he passed on through. Ridiculous what a Spirit Breaker is able to do. Clear reason as to why they wanted it to open up this entire draft, and a reason that a lot of us are very happy that next patch is only a couple of days away.
Yep. It is very, very close. After these qualifiers, we're going to be seeing a new letter patch, so it's not going to be too huge, ladies and gentlemen, so don't get too excited. And fortunately for Mikey, that was a BKB usage for Nought. They only lose a lane of racks off the end of that, but Again, they don't have any buybacks. They've got no buyback now on Kuala for another 6.5 minutes, so it's going to be a long time before the Panda can start to fight this game. They do have buyback on Mikey, and there is buyback on Skidder, so it'll be close to Snake Kings as well. But everybody else in this game, it is a little bit too far away, so these next couple of fights could determine if this game will go to a 2-0, or maybe we get to see a third in this lower bracket final.
We've even got the Timeless Relic now on Amara as well, so again, it just re-emphasizes the importance of hitting this Ice Blast. If you don't, the man is going to be hitting like a beast, and honestly, even just as like a way to counter the Faceless Void initiation, right? He's got a Wind Waker available for himself as well, so what are you supposed to do against this? Is Kachal going to be okay? He's still 5 seconds away from that Aeon Disc being able to prop.
He at least does get all of the cool stacks purged off him, so he isn't sitting there with 9. But the Aeon Disc proc, Amar saw that as well, so this is an opportunity for them to be able to come in and try and get a kill onto the Panda before he has a way of getting in towards that Primal Split. They're going to full 5-man smoke here. Will the Winter Bears, though? They're looking to try and find someone, but again, they just don't have that instant initiation. They've got no Blink Dagger on the Panda either, so how do they really start these fights? It has to be a chrono from low skill. Does he hit the right members? Does he hit multiple members from Team Falcons? That's the question. Melreen's going to go up on the high ground, gets a little bit more of this vision back as well. And just slowly chipping away at these creep waves, just trying to force something coming out of the Winter Bears because they know that they need to try and make a decision very, very soon. And Mikey, he has enough for the Silver Edge to finish it off, but then he doesn't have buyback. Oh, Melreen, he's just dead.
Not quite.
Can he get out of this? He has no HP. He will eventually be able to assemble the Aeon Disc, but he's not far enough away, and Merlin gets the kill. So Melreen, was that just a Yule Scepter pick up there by Nagato? Is that what happened?
He's had it for a little bit, I think. He had to buy back
But did he
previously.
catch him with the Yules?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. It's a big pickup. So.
And we were talking about who's going to be the one to buy the Scythe of Ice. Well, Merlin being the one to get the kill onto Melreen there with his Nether Ward. He's now getting pretty close to being able to pick it up for himself. I mean, they're the main ones that are getting jumped on a lot of the time, right? So just being able to turn that around is going to be a really huge deal. Level 18 picked up as well as the Aghanim Shard off of Mikey being able to secure the Tormentor for them. Most of the time going to be using the defensive suck, but you know, you never know. You got some damage output coming through as well.
Yeah, if he's ever able to offensively have the Zuck, then it definitely will feel a lot better in these fights. But yeah, I mean, if the rest of the game is anything to go by, it is all too hard for him to just stand and deliver. So see how this fight goes. Roshan now is starting to go the way of the Winter Bears. There is a lot of movement coming in from Team Falcon, though. They are well aware that this fight is going, but are they going to be here in time? Look at how quickly the Roche goes down. TA is going to be able to get it done, and that just means that Low Skill picks up an Aegis, and the cheese will go into his favor as well. Low Skill, he hasn't picked everything up.
He just did.
He was fumbling the inventory for a little bit there. So he has Aegis and cheese. I'd imagine he probably want to hand that over to Mikey.
Oh, the rest of the boys left. Luckily, he's going to be able to get away just in time. You assume?
His Lincoln's is still on cooldown for a little bit. Okay. So his Lincoln's is going to be okay. I thought that was potentially going to be Skidder jumping in with the Wraithfire Blast, and they could have turned that around, but
Rain playing Rat Dota once again.
He's been a dirty little boy. He gets himself a tier 3 tower and a lane of racks. Well, I mean, a side of racks. A barrack.
One rack.
One rack, please, sir. Your finest melee rack, please.
I've only got one left, so you'll have to take what you can get.
Just take it, man. That's all I got left.
Bargain bin.
50% off.
Clearance.
Down to salvos. So,
More of a savings guy.
This game is getting to an awkward standstill because he really wants to make that first. bad movement, and Merlin and both supports get completely eviscerated in the background. I was setting my attention towards the Bristleback, but it looks like the fight was happening inside of the base here, and you just see Low Skill getting chunked down by the illusion, and he is just standing and fighting, just trying to get some sort of regen. He gets away there from Malrine, but with no Ancient Apparition for another 30 seconds, it is hard for them to fight. Looks like they want to try and go forward here, Skidder. That's not the person you want to jump on. You need to wait for your Ancient Apparition if you are the Winter Bears.
Bot lane pushing, mid lane pushing, top lane pushing, 5 heroes from Falcons pushing at you. It's not the easiest thing to have to go up against, but looks like they're going to be patient at least for this little bit. It will mean the AA is back available, but it also means that you'll be able to wait for that Dream Coil.
Alright, Low Skill was also didn't think about it in the pit, but he also picked up the Ag's Blessing, so he now has a little bit of that extra lockdown with the Time Walk Bash, so that's always nice for them. But as you said, they are very much relying on the Ancient Apparition and their combination with the Chronosphere, and you can just see Team Falcon, as soon as the AA respawns, they respect it, they fall back, they get themselves back into a respectable position. You can see now with the buyback status, so they have 4 out of the 5. Crit is 2,000 gold away from his because he's just bought a whole Shiva's guard, so he is happy for him to just kind of go in and throw his life away, but I don't even think they can kill him. He has almost 4,000 HP. He has, like, what, almost 50 armor. He's got a Wind Waker as well. He has Bulldoze, so he's got 70% status resist. That has a 1 second downtime for God knows what reason.
Planar Pocket, 75% magic resist.
Like, there's a lot that is stacking in the favor of the Spirit Breaker, and for some reason he still has it all.
Still doesn't have an Ags yet either.
Yep. That's
Low
when it
Skill
gets
is
even
going to be going
worse.
for that Nullifier though, so the double Wind Waker plus the Aeon Disc isn't going to be able to save them. Gotta buy it up though. Pugner was forced to buy back in that previous engagement after getting picked off at the very start, so he's still ages away from any sort of Scythe of Ice.
Yeah, looks like he's setting his attention onto the Aeon Disc as well here, Matt, so he has stopped that pipe dream of the Hex. He's now going towards more survivability. Wraith King's going for a Orchid. I don't hate it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just a little bit of a reduction of damage is always going to be effectful as well, just from the Mage Slayer component. Passive magic resistance feels not too bad either.
Also, the guaranteed crits is always feels very nice. Something like a Wraith King who does do quite a lot of damage, so feels nice. Extra attack speed. All right, we'll see what these next couple of fights are going to look like. It looks like they are sniffing for one here. Are the Winter Bears? They just haven't been able to find the right heroes.
Imagine if they could just find it. They just want to break his Aeon Disc.
Yeah, and I think Crit's going to be able to do that relatively easily by himself.
Look at that, he popped the cheese just because he wants to keep it up for as long as possible. Wasn't able to do it though, so nicely done, Kachal, never mind.
Ooh. You can just see Crit, the amount of damage he's able to do, just kind of forcefully run into people.
As well.
So, a lot more of these Lotus Petals going their way. We're potentially going to be able to see a block of cheese.
Aegis just expired as well. They're very happy to fight on Falcons.
Yeah. Can they get the team fight they need, though, for either Falcons? Malrine, he's doing the Rat Dodo once again. He is inside of the base. Kachal, though, he's the one that's being caught out. He has to try and get this Primal Split
Ancients
going.
at half HP.
At least be able to get themselves alive. And Malrine, he's inside of the base, and they're going to lose out onto their Pugner as well. And they've just got the Puck to deal with in the background. Oh, the AA Ice Blast is going to go completely wide. It's not going to catch on to anybody. The Chronosphere is there. It only catches on to Crit. Malrine's on the other side. The Ancient's getting low. Mikey wants to try and fight him, but it's not going to be enough. The game is over. Team Falcons will be able to get themselves into the grand final, and we'll see if they can get redemption in a full best of 5, whether or not it can be the same tale again, but they get it done in 2 here. The second game was nice and spicy though, Matt. I think Winter Bears really did put them to the test with the team fighting that they had, but it got to a point where there was just too much of this pressure coming in from the creeps that it was too hard for them to overcome.
Pressure from creeps, pressure from Crit, pressure from everyone just blinking up in your face and having a bristleback that, again, if you didn't have that AA Ice Blast, he was just free to do whatever the hell he wanted. I thought Nagato went through enough in the Naruto universe, but he just was he didn't have a game, basically, as soon as they got on top of him. You almost had to play this style where you play like a silencer or an AA, and you literally just stay inside your fountain so you're able to get off that Ice Blast.
Yeah, it was a scenario where, unfortunately, they needed everything to fall into place, and it was just too many chaotic pieces that were floating around here. So it was a valiant effort coming in from the Winter Bears, but unfortunately they are outside of the close qualifiers. And Matt, we are left with two here. Our two best teams that we've had so far in the MENA qualifiers are going to be PSG Quest, and it is going to be Team Falcons. I think a lot of people looking at this qualifier would have expected this to be the grand final, but before we go to a break, an extended break at that, almost 2 hours into that grand final will start, I want to have a little prediction from you before we get into that best of 5.
Quest in 4.
Quest in 4, so 3-1 to Quest. I'm hoping that it's going to be a full 5 mapper, but I'm probably going to have to agree with my good buddy Dan Ogg here. I think it probably will be a 3-1 going the way of PSG Quest. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a extended break here on the channel to be able to get ourselves ready for that full best of 5. So in about just under 2 hours, we're going to be coming back here for a full best of 5 between PSG Quest and Team Falcon to see which team from the MENA region will be able to go to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. So we'll see you guys then.
Season through, 'cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
Monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
'Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain.
is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my word, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Trying not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying age in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh.
So stick around. Yes, I
Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, Da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
I saw you riding on the train today, and I tried to figure out a way to stay close. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, again and again. Hey, I heard you like me in a different way. No way. There's nothing in the world that makes me stay away. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, again, again and again. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, again, again. I wanna see you again. I wanna be your friend. I wanna see you again, 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 again.
All the time I wasted on something. Growing up, I dreamed just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what a chew. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh,
Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass sie stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs. Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt. Ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 8 und 8, das ist so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristas. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Weinstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, küsst den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall. Schrimps und Limette, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei, Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover, Americans, unsterblich, Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider, Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Was die Leute denken, wenn sie uns reden hören, Open Water, Seychellen, Hochseeangeln, Segeltörn, du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde, Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen, ich bin dein bestes Pferd im Stall. Sind am Drippen, trinken Daiquiris aus nem Bergkristall.
climbed a mountain to get to you. I called the preacher to get to you. I walked through fire, I set myself to get to you. Straight through hell. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, but I'm never gonna stop till I get you. Never gonna stop. Yeah, I'm never gonna stop. Yeah, till I get you.
Could never be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. Shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy. Pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from.
The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I
Lanes in my way, they might have to get murked. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you can stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you can stay. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
try. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line. Cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes by their money to force a change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire
the king, I'm the king.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been asking me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best to get this to stuttering, tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a mind, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, and that's we gon' keep running it back, 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 running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in, never take a loss in the sport. Boy, I'm top 10, giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us, and now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now, but if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, and that's we gon' keep running it back, 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 running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max, and then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, we raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, and that's we gon' keep running it back, 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 running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this, my designer flow, hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold, I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this, tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this, like, I'm at the top and that's literal, I'm making money, it's digital, they watch how I step in, it's pivotal, they wanna be me and it's pitiful, I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me, there's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees, way too cold, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest, Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it, My flow got a code, sick as the illest, I know that I'm great and they about to witness me, going in, I went way up, about to go again, You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend, cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end, cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now, You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down, no, I keep it straight, every line is so intentional, this is your moment to let it go, you know that I'm into them way too cold, You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded, Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I thought on the roof of smoking guns. I can't bear all this mess around me. All this mess around me makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this mess around me. All this mess around me makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this mess around me. All this mess around me makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me. All this mess around me makes me feel If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping in Fendi, pat on my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s and 20s. Stay fat, lot of them. Rags, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit him with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got me so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind, creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me to take no razor toast to the goat, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best. starting to break. I know not when you were stopped like me there to go away. I'll never forget you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the final time here to the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur MENA region closed qualifiers. It is the grand final between PSG Quest as well as Team Falcons. And Dan, you've been by my side for the last 3 days, and we've been able to see these 6 teams be dwindled down into 2 here in MENA, and now we get to figure out which team will be the first MENA qualifier to one of these major events for ESL 1, and it is going to be in Kuala Lumpur as well. PSG Quest, or is it going to be Team Falcons? That's the real question here in this best of 5.
Yeah, for sure, and it's honestly, it's the 2 teams that we were expecting to be able to get to this stage, wasn't it? And well, what better way to finish everything up, right? A best of 5 previously. This is the only series these 2 teams played against each other in that winners bracket final. Best of 3, went all 3 games. Everything else has been a 2-0. So I think this one probably not going to be a 3-0. Maybe could be a 3-2, but you and I were both kind of favoring a 3-1 in favor of Quest. They looked really crisp.
Yeah, they definitely did, and it felt like they kind of just had a few of the numbers of what Team Falcons had in that previous best of 3, but they still had plenty of time for them to learn. That was all yesterday, and now they've had an extra best of 3 underneath their belt. So it looks like we are well underway with the draft of game number 1. So it is a good time for us to jump into this best of 5 here. Danog, Team Falcons, and Quest. They're going to be going head to head here, and these bands are, I'd imagine, probably going to be pretty similar over the last couple of days. I think a big thing for PSG Quest was I think the Conquer was probably one of the standout heroes that Team Falcons have been utilizing quite a lot over their last couple of series.
Yeah, I think they're not worried about letting the DK through, that's for sure, but definitely I think it's worthwhile getting rid of the Conquer. It's just so versatile, can play it in multiple roles. Yes, it's been Omar playing it the vast majority of the time that Falcons have been allowed to get it, but, you know, it's it just provides a crazy amount of utility in a lot of these fights without hindering on damage, and that's a big reason why Quest have gone and gotten rid of it. Good pick for them.
Yeah, and now Falcons, they're the ones with the first pick this time around. They're also on Radiant as well, so we've been seeing a bit of a resurgence of the Radiants, and teams are still favouring for that second pick here. It was Team Falcons who had the original priority in this game number 1, so that means that they're going to be able to decide about what they wanted to go for, and they wanted to go for Radiant, so it was a interesting start for them. They get given the choice now. Bristleback, Spirit Breaker. Okay, yep, that was the other hero that was kind of left available for them to think about, was the old Space Cow. And last game, Crit, he was a big fat juicy boy. It wasn't a very straightforward victory for Team Falcons in that game number 2 in their previous series, but they're still able to get the dub.
That's what happens though when you get an AA and he's able to land a lot of his spells. He can put a bit of a stop to a lot of the plans that you have, especially if you go these, you know, Bloodstone builders, these hard builders, all that sort of stuff. So you got to make sure that you're addressing that. But I mean, it's just so busted. You can play it like Snaking's no stranger to it either. I think this is totally fine to pick up at this stage.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility early on. You can really kind of put it on any lane that you want to. You can try and throw it in the off lane for Amar. Doesn't really feel like an Amar hero, but you definitely probably could. And also Malrina as well should certainly be able to play that in the mid lane. But wait and see to see where this hero is going to drop out, about whether or not he's going to be played in what role. Another hero that has not been banned so far, that has shown a little bit of profit for both of these 2 teams, is the Nature's Prophet. There we go. So we'll see if it gets banned this time around. I think the global presence is a big thing for a lot of these heroes in this patch right now, and I think he really kind of fits the mold for how both these 2 teams like to play.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing holding me back from that, yes, I know there's a ridiculous amount of farm on the map, but can a Nature's Prophet and a Spirit Breaker duo work? Or are they taking too much farm away from the actual cores that they're playing around this game? That's my main concern. So I could see it working. Like you mentioned, the global presence, insanely good. I do like them where to ban as well. Again, that flexibility, got to make sure that's there. And, you know, we've been talking up Quest a whole lot, but I do want to give props to Falcons. One big thing that I've seen that I've been particularly impressed with is the willingness of both Crit and Snaking to play greedy as well as selfless roles, right? Like we saw Crit play the Vengeful Spirit in that game where Snaking was playing the Nature's Prophet and he was picking up the vast majority of the farm. And then you also saw a game where, you know, Crit goes the Spirit Breaker or the Dark Willow and he gets a Midas and he's the one that wants to be scaling into the later stages. So I'm happy to see that they're willing to, you know, throw around the love a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign of a duo where you have both players that can do both of those roles. Usually it is kind of one or the other, and that does mean that you've got this kind of preordained knowledge as a team going into a draft where you're like, oh, Crit likes playing greedy, so if there is a greedier support that we see, most likely going to be Crit that's picking up, and you can kind of, you know, nullify some of those answers, so... Good way of thinking it. I think Quest right now are kind of tossing up about whether or not, about whether or not they want to keep the Treant in or if they want to get rid of something along the lines of like a Bristleback. Just because that has been something that Falcon picked up in that game where it was Spirit Breaker and the Bristleback. There still is the AA in the pool, but AA Grimstroke are two very supporty supports, I think is the best way for me to put it.
Squishy backliners.
Yeah. So
Nature's Prophet, less so. You know, he actually wants to TP into the thick of things. Yes, can be a little bit risky if you're not on point with where exactly you're looking to make a lot of these moves, but Cowrie played an absolute beast of a Nature's Prophet in the series against Falcons previously.
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of brawling. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast-paced game for both these two teams. I'd imagine the level 1 shenanigans is going to be at an all-time high once again between Quest as well as Falcons, because last time they went head-to-head, it was basically every single time they would 5-man smoke into each other in the exact same spot. To be fair, it was for the Treant wards, but it is still something that it could be on the table for both these two teams. Now, what Quest want to have as their answer to this Enchantress plus Luna lane, very, very strong lane. You do know what it's going to look like here, so maybe you can start picking some of your offlaners and try and put yourself in a better position. How are we feeling about the Centaur right now? I think that's probably the best pick that we can have here for Quest.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm also considering the potential of, well, I wasn't expecting a Bristleback, but by all means, I think this is something that they're super capable of playing on Malik. Of course, TA2000 can do it as well. I was really leaning down the line of something that's a little bit more like, I don't hate the Underlord just because you are able to be that presence to potentially slow down the game a little bit, not just the Spirit Breaker route with the Pit of Malice. You've also got the percent damage, good for the later stages, and also it means that, you know, the supports can potentially transition into being legitimate cores, right? Like, you get a Grimstroke with an Aghanim Scepter, he's going to have a great time against a Luna, right? You get that Dark Portrait, and suddenly you turn all that strength back against Team Falcons. The thing I want to commend about Team Falcons, though, is that they've picked this Luna in combination with the Enchantress. I think if not for the Ench, they might have Darkseered, because that is a really good matchup against the Luna, but you can't run that against the Ench. The Ion Shell is just a non-factor.
Yeah, and same with the Surge as well, right? You just get that offensive purge coming in from the Enchantress, and Darkseer feels very, very bad. So they will just go for the Bristleback. There was another word that I was going to use, but I'm not quite sure if it's stream friendly, so we'll leave it be. Yeah, that's the word. But Nagasaki is the response. So we saw this from TA2000 in the previous series. It was the one game that they lost, but I will say in that series, I think they also, or in that game rather, with TA2000, it kind of felt like it was Nagasaran or nothing in that kind of draft. Whereas this time around, they have the Bristleback, they have the Nature's Prophet heroes that can kind of scale and do their own stuff, and it does put a little bit more emphasis back on the Team Falcons that they have to kind of deal with this Nagasaran and Bristleback. But they're just going to go back to their staple in the Lena.
And get his Lena.
Yeah.
It's a little bit too many for mine. I mean, it's not right-click Lena these days, right? It's spell damage Lena, so back in the day, Lena Luna was just a ridiculous combination because you just came online so easily, right? You've got all of that attack damage, you've got all of that attack speed from the Fiery Soul, and then you've even got the Luna Blessing to be able to buff that up as well. So, you know, maybe they do go for some sort of, like, mild aura-ish build with the Enchantress coming through with something, like whether it be a creep or, you know, just a pipe or something like that. But you know, definitely this Lena can do a little bit of sieging as well.
Yeah, definitely with the amount of attack range that she can have. Maybe you might be looking towards that Silver Edge route at least for the Lena, just to try and deal with the Bristleback. But we've already seen how hardcore Malrine is when it comes to this Lena, and he does take over games very, very fast. And even if he doesn't get off to an insane start like he had, you know, in that game that he played yesterday, where he was like 9-0-2 or whatever it was for the first like 10 minutes, he still is able to get towards that mid game, and as soon as he gets a couple of those items, he knows how to make those rotations and when he is and is not powerful. So
yeah, for sure. I'm just kind of considering, like, again, it's sort of the similar issue that I was talking about with, you know, with the Spirit Breaker and the Nature's Prophet. Can they be supports together? But you got to say, Bristle, Naga, they take a lot of farm as well, whether it be stacks or just pushing out on the map. I suppose the plus side is that the Naga Siren can take farm away from the more dangerous places by just sending those illusions, pushing out creep waves, and making a lot of these movements from Falcons a little bit more obvious, right? Like, you really want to be... Enchantress can scale into the later stages, but in my eyes, it is still one of the best early game heroes at being able to open up the map.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can alleviate some of those issues they may run into when it comes to farm distribution. Some greedy little goblins, but I'm sure there's going to be enough gold left on the map. So a couple more of these mid bands are going the way from Team Falcons to try and alleviate some of the pressure. There are a few of the noob heroes that are still floating around here. Would like to see somebody with a little bit more of this hardcore lockdown for them, because they are lacking a little bit of it. They do have some pseudo lockdown in like the Sprout and the Goo, right, with a lot of slows and the ensnare, but they don't have just that straightforward catch, get some of these heroes down and be able to put the Lina into the ground, where I think that's really what you need to do here for Quest, is make sure that Lina doesn't make all this space for the Luna to sit back and farm.
Yeah, exactly. All of that reposition as well from the Stampede, very effective. Ravage, very effective as well. I'm wondering if they go something like if they're really wanting to go all in on the early game, maybe you can dazzle against the Naga Siren. It's not too bad. It also just means that you can group up and ball down a lane. You've got, well, I suppose you would only really have the Spirit Breaker and maybe the Enchantress to go ahead of you, so maybe it's a little bit too squish. But, I mean, I'm just struggling to think of what other... A Brewmaster, maybe, just to be able to have a little bit more team fight.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see a Panda. You're gonna go for the Legion Commander, okay. So it also brings the Bristle back to be able to face in front of you in Quest. They instantly go for the Earth Spirit. I love this from them. They've got a lot of tanky heroes. It is a hero that can really just kind of initiate the fight for them. They've got the Rolling Boulder. He gets very tanky with the Blade Mail as well as the BKB. Gets on top of the Lina, can kick her out of position. This was a very... telegraphed pick, I think, from Quest. Not telegraphed. It was well thought out, I think, is the best way to put it. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, no matter what the last pick was going to be from Amar. And Quest, they've got themselves in a position now where I really like their draft. I definitely think that Team Falcons have a lot of pace that they can play with, and these heroes can pull out of control very, very quickly. So it is really on a lot of these early skirmishes, which was kind of some determining factors from that previous best of 3 as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really like... It's not really meta these days, but I love the Legion Commander pick here, right? Not just for the laning stage, plenty of magic damage to deal with all the Naga illusions with the overwhelming odds, but you've also got the ability to turn Bristleback towards you, and really what's the best answer to a Bristleback is just blow him up before he's able to A, turn his back, or B, get the Bloodstone off. So they don't exactly have any defensive supports right now in terms of, like, you know, a Shadow Demon or something along those lines. So Malrine, he should still be in line to have a pretty good laning stage. Of course, you've got Noob on his Earth Spirit that's going to be able to get up into his face, but, you know, you just make that quick rotation, Laguna Blade, Dragon Slave, with a duel onto the Bristleback. I'm expecting Malik to have a little bit of a rougher time than he might have been expecting this game.
Yeah, I don't think this is a free Bristleback game by any means, and it's going to be a little rougher for them to play it. My one issue with the Legion Commander, though, is sometimes you really can get stagnated on the hero, especially if you don't run into a lot of these duel kills early on. It can really feel like that you are kind of just walking around, just going in, getting the duel, and hoping that the rest of your team kind of carries you through the team fight. But I guess the converse is true as well, right? Where it's like, if he does start to pull out of control, gets a lot of these duels early, then that can continue to snowball into even more kills. So we'll have to see if Amar's able to have a good little start. Once again here up against PSG Quest. But this is a full best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Winner of this series is the team from MENA that will qualify into ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and that will be big shout for both of these two teams as well. Obviously, a lot of these players have been very well storied across the entirety of Dota 2 so far, with you know, Quest and all these other players. There's TI winners, there's TI attendees, there's major winners, there's all that kind of stuff that is going on in this server right now. But them being able to represent MENA and represent this region is going to be big for them at such a big tournament at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, without saying like which team you think is going to win, is there any team that you kind of like want to win? Because part of me really wants to see Melreen on LAN. You know, he hasn't had that big opportunity to be able to, you know, compete against the best of the best in that sort of LAN setting too many times. So I'm really looking forward to that possibility if Falcons are able to get the W, and what better way to do it than his Lena. But of course, Quest, this roster has been incredibly impressive as well, ever since getting Malik back in. Again, just a reminder, this is the last team to take a series off of Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, I think for both these two teams, they have some storied past, and it really will have a good storyline no matter where we do end up. So I'm excited to see whoever makes it towards there. I think it'll be good to see what this Team Falcons roster will be able to do if they get that LAN experience nice and early on in their career. Like if you come into a qualifier like this, you're like a superstar team, you win it out, you beat a team like PSG Quest in a full best of 5, you go in towards a LAN, and that's when you can able to utilize a lot of the experience that comes in from, you know, the likes of like Crit, Amar, Skidder, you know, Snaking, all these players. Yeah, exactly. To be able to put a lot of that experience into a player like Malreen and see what he looks like on LAN as well will be very exciting. And then obviously Quest being able to represent their region and be able to pick up their socks from a pretty disappointing TI and a pretty disappointing end to the year in their official capacity would be a nice start to see if they do well at Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, for sure. We will have to wait and see, though. It's just game 1 of potentially 5 games, and it really could go either way. One thing that I'm really looking for is, I don't think they're necessarily set in stone with what the item build is going to be on Amar, whether it be straight into the Blink Dagger or if it's going to be that more conservative Blade Mail first. I think it's really going to depend probably on how some of the other lanes go. I think you know, if things are snowballing out of control, by all means, get into the Blink Dagger, make sure that you can get that quick pick off, open up the map even further. But if not, there's no harm in just being able to sit back, farm a little bit more, have a little bit of extra safety against, you know that there's going to be frequent rotations coming from the likes of an Earth Spirit, a Grimstroke, a Nature's Prophet. So just having that little bit of extra survivability isn't the worst either.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all kind of play it by ear and see how it does pan out. Should have a pretty okay time in this lane. You know, Kaori is really just going to sit here and throw these auto attacks in, and as soon as you have those moments of courage levels up here for Amar, and it's obviously with overwhelming odds, it's going to be hard for TA2000 to just abuse the illusions. So it's be a pretty good lane early on for Amar, and see whether or not that transitions into early net worth. Having a check in towards the bottom side, Luna has been one of those heroes that has been a little bit of a counter to some of these scarier off-lane heroes like the Timbersaw and the Bristleback, just because she is one of those composite kind of heroes that can deal a lot of physical damage but also a lot of magical damage early on to try and find them at their weak points, but it's about whether or not they can utilize that to take him down.
I mean, even just the Enchantress as well, right? Like, you get a Vanguard, that's not going to provide you too much safety.
And that's where it makes it a lot harder, right? Because you're like, oh, do I get an early cloak? Do I, you know, just go Vanguard plus a few braces? It really does kind of change the way that you need to play. Whereas if you're playing against, you know, most of the time an agi carry that's mainly just physical damage, you get the Vanguard and you feel unstoppable. You feel like an unkillable god, right? But
exactly, and even just smaller things as well. Like this Enchantress pick is good for a number of different reasons. I talked about, you know, picking it together with the Luna, why it was good against a potential Darkseer counter, but also, you know, I know you were mentioning the likes of maybe a Centaur being able to come out in combination together with the Grimstroke, but even just denying that Inkswell combination as well, right? You can get rid of that with the Enchant as well. So, you know, it's a really clever pick coming through here from Falcons.
Yeah, it seems like they've really... Yeah, it seems like they've really gone back to the lab. And I'd imagine, you know, when you look at games like this, it has been...
Forced to TP all the way back to base. He got TP'd in onto, and I think he got kicked back underneath the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, he got rolled on after a few of those creeps goes down, and as soon as the roll's gone, they know that there's not all too many stuns, so they're able to walk away. And just kind of circling back to my point for Team Falcons, like, this is probably the team that you're preparing for if you're preparing for any team, right? You go into a closed qualifier, a lot of the time you're focusing on yourself rather than other teams, just because that's the nature of these qualifiers. But if you're looking at this MENA region, it is basically PSG Quest as well as Team Falcon who are going to be the top 2 teams by a large margin.
Yeah.
Kaori.
And,
one bash and he's dead. I don't think they even need the bash. They will be able to get the Sprout going up, but Kaori is just going to get chased down. First blood going the way here of Crit. Doesn't need the bashes, it seems.
Probably doesn't need all of that net worth either. He finished that previous series number 3 on net worth on his position 4 Spirit Breaker, and well, he's not stopping the charge. He's just keeping in onto TA2000, making sure that he doesn't feel safe to get any kind of last hits in this lane. Mid lane, pretty stagnant, right? Level 5 v level 4. Noob's about to head on to his own level 5. But Malrine, as expected, he's just built up a nice little bit of a lead already.
Yeah, he always has to be careful, though, about the potential of a roll and a kick underneath the tower coming in from Noob, but the fact that he's really starting to out-level this Earth Spirit is the scary part. As soon as that Laguna Blade comes up, it's going to be very, very scary for Noob to be able to stay in this lane. One Light Strike Array and a Laguna Blade, that is kind of all she wrote. Amar, he's got a lot of damage in that top lane, didn't get that extra proc from the Moment of Courage, so he will walk away scot-free for now.
Charge mid.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage. Noob's is dead. I think he's going to roll away, so he will be invulnerable for a little bit, but it looks like crit. Ooh, okay. I was going to say, is crit going to fully commit
so
for
much
it?
experience, though, right? Wave basically fully denied by Malrine there.
And this is where it starts getting rough, right? You've always got the gank ability coming in from the Spirit Breaker. Yeah, you can do the same thing with an Nature's Prophet, but Malrine's got so much extra burst damage that it's going to be hard for the Earth Spirit to try and stick on top of her.
Crit's going to hang around as well. He just got a Blood Grenade delivered. He's probably going to put down a nice deep Observer Ward. You've got Snaking that, with the nighttime vision, has patrolled all the way behind the tower. And you've got that Siege Creep that's going to be hitting in onto this tower as well. So good TP coming through from the Grimstroke, but well, not if it means he's just going to instantly die. Yeah, ends up cancelling it. And this is going to be a lot of damage hitting into the tower. Clever boulder smash there by Noob, just to try and get the tower as... the creep wave as low as possible, so that creep wave... and the siege creep in particular goes down as quickly as he can.
Yeah, he's trying his best to at least try and hold on towards this tier 1 tower, but it's going to be very hard with 3 heroes running directly towards him. How tanky
they haven't
these...
been able to do anything to the cores in the side lanes as well while all this is happening.
Yeah, that's the worst part, right? It's just, you can just see how annoying this Enchantress is with how tanky that her creep has been, that it's able to walk in and tank that tier 1 tower. So the Earth Spirit loses his tower at 6 minutes into the game, so this just kind of completely unlocks Malrine. And he's able to just do whatever he wants here in this mid lane. They're going to try and go for something to happen here. Noob, I'm not quite sure about this. Light Tracker will come in. Kaori's going to try and get the fight going. Noob, though, with the Magnetize, will go down, but there's a double damage rune that's going to be more than enough.
Maybe
and Kaori goes down, and Marlene will be able to easily walk away. Oh no, it was an interesting go there from Noob. I thought maybe with the level 6 it was going to be enough damage, but it just was not. Now Snaking will go down to Malik in the jungle.
Does it really matter? Probably not. I mean, he was just off the mark slightly with one of the rolling boulders there, so wasn't able to get the kill as a result of that.
Is Amar going to get chased down by a Alpha Wolf?
He can just go underneath the tower and he'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. He's got the Ink Scroll as well, so it's going to be alright for now. I thought I was like, oh, maybe a few of those extra crits from the Wolf Pack, that could have been scary, but it wasn't enough to take down Omar. So, yeah, Malrine off to a red-hot start once again. Already has the Arcane Boots, 1,200 gold towards these
He's almost
boosted
doubled
travel.
the Earth Spirit's net worth, man. It's a 4k net worth lead this early on.
He's almost doubled his CS as well, and the fact that he gets that double kill in the mid lane, that was kind of, you just cross off that mid lane and say it's an absolute wash now. Let's see what Noob can do on these side lanes.
Charge bottom.
Yeah, Malik's dead. LSA there as well. They've got the Laguna Blade. They're just going to zap down the Bristleback, and fortunately Malik was a little bit too far away. Now Amar, he's the one that they're going to try and set their attention towards here for PSG Quest, and there's a lot of burst damage comes in there from the overwhelming odds with 4 heroes around and multiple illusions, but wasn't enough to get the kill on a Kaori.
Not quite. Oh, okay, no, it's Trans. I saw Gloves of Haste coming up to Noob, and I'm like, not the Midas, bro. Not the Midas.
That would have been an interesting start to this series with TA2000 already hitting the Midas button.
Of course he is.
My boy TA2000, he's the GOAT. Anything he wants to do, he can do it.
True. Well, they're just yoinking away some of these. Well, I think it was just one stack actually on the hard camp that they were able to yoink away. And now still using that nighttime to full effect. They haven't revealed at all. Very brief reveal there with the Warpine Raider. Malik, very smartly though, just sticking inside of the tree line. They get a brief glimpse of him.
Is it going to be enough, though? They want to go directly here onto Marine, and they will do the damage to take down the Lena. So in combination with the Inkswell and the Magnetize, this was a little bit too much to chew for the side of Team Falcons.
It's just one of those instances where you really needed the Bristleback to be facing you, right? If he does, then you're going to be happy enough to pop the Laguna Blade, and that really goes to show why Amar is so important to this lineup. That's what a Bristleback is capable of, and they're very quickly capable of making a lot of these rotations to be able to even things out.
Yeah. And now, again, Noob just being really active. This is what I like to see from somebody who didn't have the greatest of laning phases. He knows that he just needs to be active, right? He just needs to start unlocking some of these other cores and really starting to shut down some of these aggressive movements, and he's done a good job so far. Kaori was one that was getting charged there by Crit, but they will get away, and once he builds up this Blade Mail as well, Noob's going to be a bit of a nuisance in these team fights. Like, you can't really throw out a lot of this uncontrollable damage, things like overwhelming odds, eclipse, there's a lot of damage coming in from the Dragon Slave and the LSAs, so Noob and this Blade Mail can be a bit of a thorn in this side once he picks it up.
Yeah, for sure, and he's basically got it right now, just coming out to him on the Courier, so he's putting some decent pressure on this tower. He's been left solo up on this top lane, and he's certainly keeping up in net worth. Yeah, he's doing a good job so far.
So, matching the Blade Mails. So he will be another scary boy in these next couple of team fights. Noob and Crit are just going to stare lovingly at each other across the river here, because Crit does have a shield rune, so he has literally 1 billion HP.
So stupid.
Yes.
So stupid.
It's like looking back at things like Repair Kit and Poor Man's Shield. You're like, why would shield
don't
rune
remind
a
me.
thing?
High ground's already hard enough to take. Imagine if Repair Kit was still in the game.
It would be 70-minute games minimum. Noob gonna come in now with the Inkswell, but the Blade Mail turns back around. Amar wants to try and come in, but that's a lot of damage. Laguna Blade, he still wins the duel though. So Noob gets that extra bit of damage to start out the game here. They're gonna come in with the Soul Bind. Amar wants to try and keep these people all in together. And a beautiful double sprout as well from Kaori, but I think with Skinner here, it's going to be too hard for Amar to get away. That's a double kill there for the Lena. So Noob.
Still though, during all of this, the net worth lead was 4k. It's shrunk down to 1 in all of this time. A lot of it on the back of just a lot of space being made for TA2000. Able to just continue farming, not even needing to level up that Song of the Siren. And yeah, getting some dual damage on Earth Spirit. It's an Earth Spirit. You're not exactly right-clicking that much, but you'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, once he starts getting to these later stages, when he has like BKB plus maybe a heart, he's gonna do a lot of right-click damage. So I mean, these dual wins, they need to start coming towards the Legion Commander. Every bit of dual victory that you give away to somebody else is the worst-case scenario. So Noob is now being charged. Oh, he is so dead. There is just too much magic damage. Yeah, the Blade Mail is going to do a lot. Will get a kick away. Gets the Rolling Boulder as well, and now into the Inkswell. He's A-OK, but I think with the Dragon Slave, that might be able to take him down. No, he's still alive. Just means now that the duel will come in and take down Kaori. So the first bit of duel damage going the way of Amar.
I'm still surprised that Noob ends up living as a result of that. Even gets a healing salve given over to him from the trusty shovel, so it still has that full duration, not down to half.
Yep. I think that was Raindrops was the reason why he didn't die to the Dragon Slave. So I thought they certainly had enough to kill him, right? Like, I was shocked and appalled that he didn't go down.
There was 4 heroes around him, man.
And it's only going to get worse. Like, it is only going to get worse. He's got the heart queued up, but he's got the Hand of Midas. I feel like Noob just goes, alright, what are the items of the patch? Yes, Blade Mount, checked off. Okay, heart, yeah. Hand of Midas. Okay, I'm just going to build all of them on every hero and see how we go.
I mean, you can't go wrong building these things, basically. Like, that is the meta. And that is, like, they don't exactly have the biggest counters either for a lot of this stuff. I mean, we talk about what they need to do on Falcons to be able to continue to scale. Elsie, if she's not getting those dual kills, ends up falling behind pretty damn quickly. So the best way to avoid that, A, use Earth Spirit in his really good strength game to be able to, just with the Midas, get a lot of levels early on. Or B, go for the heart, and it means that basically if you get dueled, you're probably not dying.
Yeah, it's going to be a tanky boy. So we'll see if he can hold out for long enough. I think the biggest thing for me is having a quick look in with Malik. He's almost got the Aghanim Scepter at this point, and we talked about Amar having such a strong game on the Bristleback in the previous series. Malik's having a pretty good start to his as well. He's about, what, 800 gold away from finishing off that Aghanim Scepter, and we can see how much burst damage that does. Kaori. Oh, he's trying to be a sneaky boy.
Cheeky.
He's got a nice ward here.
Leeching XP.
Yeah.
Imagine if the glaives just started bouncing onto him in the fog. He's like, no.
I was gonna say, I was like, imagine if the glaives do bounce and then Skidder just goes, oh, he's like, there's somebody here. That's an actual jump scare as a carry player. You're just farming ancients. You're probably looking on the opposite side of the map. You're talking to some player about some item timings that you want to hit, and then next thing you know, you see a glaive bounce into the trees.
What?
Why are the trees walking? Why are they moving?
Well, here we go. There's that Blink Dagger that we're talking about, in time with the level 10 as well for Amar, so they are going to be looking for a smoke as quickly as possible. Melreen just getting back, filling up on the mana. He's got, of course, the Boots of Travel to be able to make a play with. Smokes, though. Snaking's got one. That's it.
But snaking
is...
is...
like, we need to be smoking, and just gets delivered on the courier from Crit.
So this is a big timing now for Team Falcons. Who do they find? So it looks like Kaori is the one on the list.
Yeah. They know they've got vision there, though, so they're going to back off.
Maybe it is worth just for the dual damage. Try and get Amar to a better stance of that dual victory status. Noob, though. Oh, they break the smoke, so they know that something's happening. That was a weird blink there from Amar. Doesn't get and find anybody. They've clicked the haste rune as well from Noob. They want to fight this to Quest.
I mean, Malik's here. He's got his level 12. He's got his Bristleback available.
Yep, they found Amar by himself. They don't see him because it's nighttime. So Melreen will be able to pick off Kaori on the side, and that means that they will just be able to get away scot-free. And PSG Quest don't connect on anybody just yet. Oh, it's snaking. The worst possible hero for you to run into is just an Enchantress. You hate to see that. That's like the puppy special, right? Like, you're just walking around as an Enchantress, just do-do-do-do, and then you're like, oh, I break a 5-man smoke. Cool. Thanks, guys. You don't want to kill me. See ya.
Catch you later, buddy. And you mentioned the nighttime being a factor. Obviously, he was still just sitting back and farming on Skidder at the time, but that's another advantage that they've got on Falcons, right? They've got that Lunar Blessing for the increased night vision. You've even got Spirit Breaker, who's probably going to go the +4 armor, but if he wanted to, he can go +500 night vision as well, just to be able to open up the map. And if you were wanting to go a bit more down that ganking route, maybe Falcons are just going to be playing this on, like, you know, a pendulum. You know, during the daytime, we're farming. During the nighttime, we're ganking.
Yeah, Crit becomes the all-seeing space cowl of the night. Being able to have like an extra 1k plus, yeah, with a Midas. It's rolling out to him right now. Midas check on Mr. Earth Spirit. He's going to be finishing up Heart first, so he went for the Vitality booster. Thought maybe it might be time to pit stop for the Reaver, but didn't want to be the greedy boy. So again, it is just Farm City for both these two carries. Skidder is starting to eke out a small lead up against the Naga Siren, who does have the Manta style moving in towards her own heart, whereas Skidder has the Manta as well as the Mask of Madness, so he's always going to farm just a little bit faster than the Naga Siren.
Oh, he's even got the Specialist's Array on Skidder as well, so even faster farming going to be coming through for the Luna. I don't know why this item is still in the game. It's just way too strong for any kind of range carry. Even supports, honestly. It just picks up your farming speed a ridiculous amount.
So another smoke once again here from Team Falcons. Looking to see if they can catch some of these members farming. They really want to try and catch out tier 2000. Maybe they can catch Noob in rotation as well. Catch these heroes before they have those next set of items, before they start getting extremely tanky, because Malik's at the point now. Shard, Aghanim Scepter done, so it is maximum damage time for the Bristleback.
Again, it's all about you being the ones to get the jump, though. And in terms of the vision game, it's probably Falcons with a very slight lead right now. Basically, only around the mid lane do they have any sort of information on Quest, which is pretty understandable. You want to see if there's a Spirit Breaker charging from bottom to top or top to bottom. But the information that they're getting from Snaking's ward inside of the Dire Triangle probably gives them the better options as to, you know, where exactly can we look to make a few of these ganks happen.
Yeah, I think they can definitely, safely say that the top side of the map is exactly where Quest want to be, and they will get confirmation that at least tier 2000 will be up to the top side. So they know that the real Naga Siren is there as well. Alright, early Roche on the tables here. Going to be able to do it nice and easily with the viscous nasal goo. And TA2000 with a Riptide as well, so negative 24 armor is currently on Roshan, so he has 6 armor, so he's just going to get punched for 1 billion. Who are they going to give it to? They're going to give it to Malik, so it seems like they want to just start charging towards a lot of these tier 1 towers here.
Now, I'm not really doing my job as the analyst here, but I'm not actually sure how this sort of interaction works. With Grimstroke, he's got the Aghanim Shard, so the Inkswell now, you know, does that healing, does more damage, provides a strong dispel, but it says, upon expiration, the target will receive a strong dispel. So I'm just wondering what the interaction's going to be like with Snaking if he uses his enchant onto that. If it's going to be like, you know, a Dark Willow, Cursed Crown sort of interaction, where it just immediately pops with the Aghanim Shard if you just even dispel it. I kind of get the feeling that it will, and it'll provide a strong dispel, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, you know, I would say go with your gut on that one, and it seems logic dictates if that's the way some of the other ones work, then I'd imagine this is probably the way that works, but I know sometimes...
Ready to yoink away the enemy Tormentor as well. Look at Malik.
Yeah. He can do it. He's getting charged at, though. Wants to just keep getting these goos.
If he gets low enough, the team's going to be like, well, you can maybe join at the very last second. And yeah, he's going to back off in time.
I was going to say, did they get the...
being provided, though, by the Observer Ward in mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think they got a little bit of vision of crit, so it looks like that mid ward, as you did say. But Malik's going to try it again. So he's going to start building up the odd goo stacks here, and then he will be able to pop the Aghanims. Oh, I thought he missed it. Oh. I was going to say, I wasn't quite sure if he actually had the direction facing to get the quills onto the Tormentor, but they get the steal, and Noob gets the shard. So what even is a Grit Shard? Oh, okay, Geo Grip Allies. Okay.
Not bad for something like, you know, just getting out of range of a Luna, making sure that, you know, if there's a Light Strike Array combination, maybe you just juke someone out of it. Not the worst.
Grip and kick at a duel.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad, not bad. So... see if it does pan out, and now he's going to be able to kill his own Tormentor as well, so it's wonderful that Bristleback can just do this, guys. Very cool, very awesome, totally top tier,
Very
and
fair.
totally not unfair at all. Kind of unfair to Kaori, that his mid laner and his position 1 player get the shard before he does, on the Nature's Prophet, but...
I mean, he's got it queued up, but honestly, what's the point? You know, in like 10 or so minutes, you're going to get one for yourself. I think you can just look to go a little bit greedier, you know, maybe the Solar Crest for the team, not just to, you know, buff up whatever target they're going up onto, but, you know, Solar Crest on the Legion Commander or the Luna, it really hinders a lot of the right-click damage that they're going to be doing.
Yeah, that's very true. We'll see if he wants to...
The team fight is a lot stronger, though, on Quest now, as a result of that, right? The song healing for 5% every second for 8 seconds is real significant.
Oh, Malrine just gets away from Malik on the Bristleback, and yeah, as you said, I think that's going to be a little underrated part, and it's going to be not something that you're going to be thinking about as well if you're Team Falcon, right? Because like usually you're not thinking of a Nagasaren having an Aghanim Shard at all at this point in the game, or even most of the game anyway. So it's really big that Malik was able to steal both of those Tormentors, gets a lot of this extra gold going their way.
He's using the Shadow Blade at the moment, not wanting to blink in just yet.
They still have the Aegis.
He's got to make sure that if he does duel, that it's turned towards Malrine. Otherwise, Malik is not dying.
It looks like they think against it for now, so he will just pop the Bloodstone and just start throwing out all those little quills in the goo. So there will be another fight that's going to be happening in an awkward part of the river, because Prince is going to go through the entirety of Quest. Charges directly there onto the Bristleback. Gets a lot of these goo stacks going forward here onto the Spirit Breaker, and unfortunately he's just going to have no way of getting away from the Naga. And Malik will just continue his rampage across Team Falcon so far. The Aghanim Spit and the Aghanim Stab. It's too much for them to deal with. Malik gets the double kill, and this game felt like a League of Legends game for a very long time here, Matt, but we finally turned back into Dota mode with some kills happening at the 20-minute mark.
About time, to be honest, you know. There's a reason that is a bad game. But we've got Boots of Travel coming out very shortly for the Bristleback as well. And it even just goes back down to, are they going to be able to get anything here? It might be a Mar that's gone a little bit too deep.
Did he just auto-attack out of Invis? Or did his Invis run out? Because I was looking at him and I was like, oh yeah, okay, he's just doing some scouting. And then I look over and I'm like, wait, hold up, he's out of invis. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Go off.
attack.
Anyways, he lost his life, and that's the only facts that we have right now.
Just the 10 dual damage so far, really not what you're wanting. And I mean, you can see what we were talking about the entire time, right? You compare offlaners. You've got a bristleback that's got about 5k more net worth than the Legion Commander, just because, I mean, what are you meant to do if you're not getting dual kills? I'm a little surprised that there hasn't been more connection coming through between Melrine and Amar.
Yeah, it really has felt like they're just kind of stagnated, right? Like they got this blink dagger, they got the shadow blade. They went for one smoke, and it only connected on the Kaori, and I'm not even sure if they got the dual win out of that. I think they had a dual win in some other part of the map. So it really has kind of stagnated now for Team Falcon, and they just haven't been able to get those connections with a lot of their heroes, and it's just gotten to the point where now Noob has the Heart of Tarask, so he has almost 3,000 HP with a Blade Mill. Malik is basically out of control with this Bloodstone and the Aghanim Scepter build, so these tanky cores that are really starting to become hard to kill, and same with the Naga Siren now that she has the Aghanim Shard. If the duel doesn't go out onto the Naga, Song of the Siren's going to come out, and they're just going to get that 5% max HP heal onto these massively tanky cores, and you're never killing anybody inside of that duel, even if they all get through the Song of the Siren with BKBs.
Yeah, it's exactly the point I was about to raise, right? You've already got 2 hearts on 2 of your cores. Bristleback can pretty happily get one next if he really wants to, but again, he's just doubling down on, I want to get on top of Lena, I want to get on top of Luna, make sure that they don't have that safe lane.
And speaking of, Lena has found out Kaori, but then the rest of Quest, they hit the Power Rangers button and they will rainbow TP towards the top side of the map. Noob will miss that rolling boulder, but Snaking, fortunately, isn't going to be too far away. They want to try and go in and win this fight, but as we see the Song of the Siren, look at how much HP he is healing. The kick away as well, the Song of the Siren is doing too much work for this team fight. Look at the heal from Malik as well. He just gets stunned and there's nothing they can do. Amar will be able to TP away. They don't have the damage to take down the Legion Commander. But 5% max HP heal per second, doesn't matter what you got. They are healing all too much, and with no AA on the field, it looked all too simple for Quest.
They dealt so much damage. There was 7.2k damage done by the Luna in that fight, but it's just not enough. It's actually ridiculous how much they're able to provide there. And, well, this really starts to give a bit of an issue now for Falcons, right? You're not getting dual kills, you're not getting solo pickoffs outside of... I mean, Malrine was able to get one, but it was just onto Kaori, so it doesn't even really matter that much.
It's definitely not worth if you lose the Lena and the Luna, right? Like, there's just too much net worth that you just swung the way of Quest, and now they're the ones that are finally in the lead when it comes to that net worth, and they are starting to rock and roll. We are getting towards the pointy end of this game here, Matt, and they are starting to get the stranglehold. They still do have a few more objectives to be able to claim. A lot of Tier 2 towers, all of the Tier 2 towers, if I'm being correct. So there's still plenty of time left in this game. Exactly, another Roshan.
Quick one.
Ooh, yeah, okay. 10 seconds after the potential spawn time.
Quick blink there by Malrine to be able to get on out.
Do you still give the Aegis to the Bristleback at this point if you Quest, or did you try and give it to maybe Noob? I don't know if either of them are dying. Like that's the question. Is they both almost have 3,000 HP, and if things ever get bad and they've got Song of the Siren, like that's too much HP to get through.
Yeah, but second Roshan is for high ground and it's for opening up, and really Earth Spirit isn't doing too much right clicks onto a Tier 3 tower. You need the Bristleback with the Warpath stacks to be able to do that.
Alright. So, Malik, your Aegis awaits. I think they want to try and get some kills first. They at least see the illusions here from the Luna. They will know that the Bristleback is in the area because those illusions and the crit wave will instantly die. Snaking.
They just don't see anyone on the map right now. That's why they're playing so tightly clumped together on Falcons. They're still waiting for that jump that Amar's able to get, but again, he needs to be playing with someone else on his team. He doesn't have the damage, he doesn't have the scaling to be able to pick off anyone. Maybe even, I mean, Kaori probably dies, but almost anyone else live.
They found Malrine in the top lane. They saw him off this ward on the high ground. They just don't have the connection to be able to catch out the Lena. He's gonna have to wait 16 seconds. Oh, the scan. Oh, it's the Radiant scan.
Yeah, there we go, they know. Ooh! Oh, what?
The quick fingers.
What
This
kind
guy's
of
hacking, check him PC. Malrine, he's been found. Malik, he's on top of him. He knows exactly where he is. They don't have where's some of the TP. Ooh, he was in the right direction, but Noob wasn't close enough.
God damn, presence of mind there. Malrine is bonkers.
that was a butt pucker on that one. That was like a...
It's a clench, full clench.
Yeah, that was full send on that one. Want to play with fire? Yeah, Malrine, you're playing with fire there, brother. That is full show. But with that, we'll just open up Roche. So, quest. We're going to secure the next objective. Will be Roshan number 2. Cheese? Probably Noob? Yeah, it looks like Noob has opened up a slot.
I'd give
for
that
it.
one to Noob. Looks like they want to give it to TA. And I guess it makes sense, right? There is still a little bit of a wind-up to be able to cast Song of the Sirens, so if you're really in trouble, just pop the cheese and then Song, but otherwise, you just have to think about, going high ground now, right? Malik, he's level 20, so he's got that extra quill stack damage, and now with the Aegis, he's going to be the one on the front lines getting dueled. But if he gets dueled, he's going to have a second life, and you've got another 50 seconds, so just keep the back turned, keep hitting that tower, and you'll be A-okay.
Looks like they are going to try and attempt something here against Malik, who is just dealing with the creep waves as TA2000 is in the top lane, just taking down these tier 2 towers. I guess they are happy with putting Malik on the front line, even if he doesn't have any homies around, considering they still do have the TP scrolls available. So now it's just, it really has felt like that it is all quest, all across the map now, and the question is, what's a Team Falcon look like when their defense has to come in? Do you still just try and duel the Bristleback? Is that kind of the answer here for Team Falcon as they go higher and you want to try and duel the Bristle and blow him up in that first life, and then hopefully the next couple of seconds of the team fight goes your way?
For Falcons, it's almost getting to the point where you need to duel the Grimstroke, because he's close to getting the Aghanim Scepter, and you're already having a rough time getting through the damage. Imagine if you've got a Dark Portrait Luna clone coming back at you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Much seems like this. Pick him off as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of issues that PSG quests are really posing towards Team Falcons right now, and so far across the qualifier, it really has felt like the PSG have really had the number of Team Falcons in a lot of these series. Malik, he just blinks in. He's inside of the base. This guy's an absolute madman, and he has done absolutely nothing with that Aghanim's back turn. But look at all the healing that he has with the Bloodstone, so he's going to be okay.
How is that balanced?
That was bonkers that he got down to like 100 HP, then healed back up like 500 HP with a single quill spray.
As soon as that was happening, I just had my eyes on Amar. He was off on the other side of the map. They might finally get a dual kill here over onto Cowrie. You're going to need to make a choice. Looks like they're going to claim it, but will it be for nothing in return?
Yeah, he's going to lose his life here, so is an extra 28 dual damage worth you losing your life for 50 seconds?
Out of the base, I guess. Melrine? Oof.
Oh.
Daddy Tormentor doing way too much. Even Skinner, with everything being popped, isn't going to be able to do it. Just be a Bristleback and be able to take it solo, XD.
Yeah, I mean, just be a Bristleback, bro. It's not that hard. This is pretty simple. Just turn your back, forward. Doesn't everybody have these these quills on their back? And yeah, well, he's just gonna walk in with the help of some buddies, and he's just gonna kill everything. I feel like
everyone has a shard, so it's more about just denying it away from Falcons.
Oh yeah, that's true. Everybody does have their shards, so it's a lot of golden experience as well. So I think that's a pretty decent play. I think the thing for me that makes Bristleback taking the Tormentor so broken is the fact that he gets the DR because he's not facing the Tormentor. Whereas I think it should just like the Tormentor damage should like be internal. Yeah, it should be like
internal bleeding.
It should be omnidirectional for the Bristleback, where it's like it doesn't matter where he is technically facing because the damage will always come from in front of him.
You go to the doctor for Tormentor exposure, it's like the test results aren't looking good.
It's all internal. Malik, you're gonna have to get it amputated. We're gonna have to do an extraction.
Yeah.
We have a tormented soul. That's some real anime profile pick stuff right there.
From the game after this next patch comes out. Brent's getting caught out here.
Yeah, Malik has a Yule Scepter, so he just walked in and he Yulesed up Mr. Crit, who has to BKB and run himself away. So he will live, but a BKB charge had to be used that time around. So they are still holding out here, our Team Falcons. And to be fair, they don't have much left on this Aegis, and they haven't really tickled the high ground. They've done a little bit of damage to this tier 3 top, but that is about it. So, Quest aren't really seemingly in a hurry to end this game.
Radiant's bottom tower is
You are playing with an Naga Siren, right? And now you're about to take the last tier 2 tower of the game, so where exactly can you look to move around? They haven't been able to group up and ball down and really play around the strength of a Luna draft
Radiant's
either.
bottom tower has fallen.
That's the scary part. He's just not being able to get the kills early on. Snaking gets hit by the Silver Edge. They will have the ensnare coming in from the Nagasara. Get directly on top with a lot of this magical damage. And now with Malik on the low ground with the bristleback turn. I also hate the fact that Collapse made the one level bristleback meta. Because it's like you just proc more bristles. That's stupid. That's like it's like the Sand King Ag
clever,
thing.
though. That's one of the most next level things I've ever heard. You know?
Some real
Like when it
nerd
first
stuff.
happened, we were like, "Wow, what an absolute genius god!" But now we're like, "Man, why'd you have to do that?"
Yeah. It's like the game shouldn't be broken in this way. That was just a pure oversight with the way that the game gets
Amar's got BKB. You're pushing high ground without the Aegis.
Oh.
He's got to die, but you need the Lena to be able to kill him.
And now they get the Song of the Siren off, so I don't think they've really got enough damage here from Amari. He's taunted, but with the cheese, he comes out full HP. It does not matter. And Team Falcon, they have thrown everything into the wind, and unfortunately, it came blown back into their face. They at least still have the BKB ready for Skidder, but
They got a Dark Portrait illusion just whacking away at the base.
yeah, that's the worst part. They at least don't have creeps just yet here inside of the base to quest. So you have to be very, very careful for the next couple of seconds while this backdoor is still up, but they're just going to charge through it. And they say, we don't care, we've got a Luna, we can bounce these blades around and do a lot more damage than what you guys can just standing here. So eventually the creeps will be able to come back in and be able to finish this up for the side of Quest. Mark's going to go in with the bristleback. Doesn't get it done. Now with the Silver Edge goes up into the air, we'll be able to have that big epi as he comes back down. Look at the damage, they get it done. 90 seconds with no Malik. They have lost a lane of frags, but this is where you need Quest to just hit that go away button. They want to try and get him towards the backside. Beautiful angle there from Crick. Connects there onto Omar. They want to try and get the kill here onto Kaori. They'll get the duel, so it's an extra bit of duel damage here for Omar. And it is now finally some signs of life for Team Falcon, but they lose the lane of Rax out of it.
Finally some signs of life, finally some damage starting to be built up. It still did result in a buyback being expended by the Lena as well. I was wondering who was going to be the one that actually went and bought that Silver Edge, right? Because Amar's been holding on to just a Shadow Blade for quite some time, and that's not really what you want, right? You want the full Silver Edge, or you want an item that's probably going to enable you to be just that little bit tankier on the front lines. How many times have we seen him, duel or, get the enemy gets the duel damage, or he just dies immediately after? Like, he's going to a 4-staff next. I wonder if that's going to be just down the route of anticipating that a Lincoln Sphere is coming on someone on Quest side, just so that he can always guarantee that he's going to get a duel off.
Yeah, but still, even if you're preempting a Lincoln Chili, you just go Halberd, right?
Powerful. Like, they won a team fight inside their own base, and they're still able to potentially take a tier 3 tower off the back of this. The double damage helps, the drums aura helps for sure, but it's still kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, they are eviscerating this tier 3 tower. They're going to walk forward. That's a Hex down there onto Skidder, but they at least get the full Dispel. So they get away. So that was potentially a bad set of scenarios for the side of Team Falcon, but they walk away and they get a lot of damage onto a tier 3 tower. So next time, could be a Lanarax.
Man, I know I love the Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke when you're going into a Luna, but you just have to be so good with your micro. And Omar has been. Like, as soon as you use that Dark Portrait, you got to get the Dark Portrait the hell out of there, because those glaives just basically instantly kill it if you don't. Like, that's what happened in that past engagement there, and so you're going to need to combo it together with some sort of stun, just so that you do have the ability to get it away, because 350% extra damage taken, don't get me wrong, like, Skidder is a very, very beefy boy at this stage, so any sort of Dark Portrait illusion is going to be instantly demolished if he isn't right on point there.
Yeah, and that's going to be the next couple of engagements. It's going to be about how Omar's able to utilize that Dark Portrait, but the next couple of engagements are probably going to be determined by this Aegis, and Skidder is going to walk in. He's going to have these Mantra illusions. He's going to be able to just leave here, and they're just not responding. And I'm gonna have to use a glyph here, so you're getting a lot of information if you are Team Falcons. This is a beautiful play by them, just understanding that there's no real right for them to be able to be in the top side of the map, so let's just try and take some objectives, and look at the damage that they're doing here to the Raxes.
Well, that's a nice way to be able to do it. Just use the Dark Portrait onto a Lunar Illusion instead.
Now, they're walking in, they want to get these fights going. Look at how much damage they're setting in towards the Earth Spirit. Do they have the healing? It's not going to be enough to save his life, but they at least get the trade there onto Amara. Now, Crit wants to try and walk away. TA2000 claims yet another. Skidder wants to try and get the TP away. Do they have the damage? They've got a lot, but not enough. So they will lose out on 2 heroes for the side of Team Falcons. They lose out on Noob. But they get the kills that they need here. You look at Skidder, what an annoying little bugger. He still just sends his illusion up onto the high ground, deals a little bit of unhealable damage onto the range Rax. But Malik, what are you doing inside of the base, brother? This is probably not the best place for you to be, especially with the pure damage that comes in from snaking.
He's got the Enchanted
That's
Quiver
just
as
a
well.
free Aegis. He still has a BKB to play around with. Look at that damage that comes in from the Laguna Blade, but he's still a tanky boy. So
Stone available as well, so he should be a-okay.
Yeah, he also does have a potential for the Refresher Shard. They do have the Dark Portrait once again here onto Luna, but as you said, 350% extra damage onto that illusion means that it just gets eviscerated by the glaives. And now Quest, they have to respect the high gun. It is very hard for them to, as we've said many a time, hard for them to go high ground.
Children help.
Especially without the Aegis. Yeah, true. On TA or maybe Malik? No, what do you
he's
mean?
going
A
for the
hero that has...
Wind Waker next, it seems, on Malik. Yeah, it's good to be able to save from the duel. I kind of want to see the AC first. Like, you're the one that's going to be getting gone on. The Wind Waker doesn't really provide you any extra layer of protection, so just get a little bit of extra armor. Why not?
Yeah, I would be happy to agree with that, but we'll see either way. He's got a lot of gold in the back pocket, so Malik, this game could be over before he even does need it.
The couriers were pathing as well, so they know that they're playing around this general sort of area.
Oh. TA2000, he's found out snaking. They get directly here onto the Enchantress and they just blow her up. So snaking's not going to be a part of this fight for the next couple of seconds. They've found out one of the creatures.
Even just using the Silver Edge there gets rid of the untouchable. They realize that snaking's a legitimate threat, despite being last on net worth. This Enchantress, if you leave her alone, can just ball out of control.
Well, you can see how much damage that he did towards Malik, right? The impetus shots just got rained across from across the map. And it was more than enough here. Kaori, dirty little boy in the background here, just drops some obs and sentries to be able to give him that extra bit of vision because they want to see where Malrine is. This is where it starts getting spicy because if they get in towards the better part of that base and Malik just turns his backs and starts spitting those quills.
They're just about ready to go.
Nice and low early on.
Look at this. He's got the cheese moved in. He's still got the shield rune. He got given the cheese over by someone, so he wants to be able to make that sort of dive.
Is it going to be able to provide them enough space to be able to make this fight happen? West will continue to just keep pushing in these waves. And will continue to just keep chipping down. You can just see the issues they had trying to push the high gun. They at least claim that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. I love this smoke coming in from Team Falcons though. Just kind of getting themselves onto the front foot. They can do a lot of work with these lunar illusions to keep these lanes pushed out. If they catch some of these members of Quest lacking as they're starting to retreat
so
here.
much.
Noob gets caught out. The duel goes forward. Do they have the damage to try and take down this Earth Spirit? They have a lot of healing. It's 5%. Look at how much life he gets back, man. Noob is full HP, and now with the Song of the Siren, they want to go in towards the background. Crit is going to try and take down the Grimstroke. They do not have this Dark Pocket. Skidder, though, oh so low. Malik was trying to stand there and just try and throw out these quills. Skidder has to go away. He's so low here on the Luna. Walks away while the Eclipse is going on with the BKB, and Malik is just standing tall and walking in as his Bristleback. They will lose snaking on the sidelines, but Malik is going to walk in, and Noob goes forward, gets rid of Skidder. They will not have their carry for Team Falcons. Malik will have to just continue to try and find more of these Team Falcon members. But he isn't able to connect. There are Malrine who will just have to walk away, and Quest, they will pounce at the opportunity of keeping their Earth Spirit alive, and now they will make Team Falcons pay for it.
I'm pretty sure that was a Yule's dodge as well of the Laguna Blade, so Malik is just playing like an absolute beast, using that Yule Scepter, not needing to level it up, to being the full Wind Waker, and yeah, they're in the base. They're just keeping the pressure up.
Alright, Noob, that was a little bit awkward there. He put himself into the stone form, but now TA2000's in such an awkward spot. It's so hard for them to try and take down this Naga Siren, but they get it done. So there's no Naga Siren for 90 seconds. Kaori will go down as well. You can just see these buybacks and how much they want to try and utilize them here for Team Falcons. They want to try and stay away from this Bristleback. He's got so much lifesteal thanks to that 25 talent, but in front of him is Malreed, and the Laguna Blade will claim the next kill. So Quest, they get repelled once again. They do at least claim another lane of racks, Matt.
And they've got the buybacks, you know, so this Luna shouldn't be able to just completely freely end the game right now. It's still a scary prospect to be in. All it takes is one lost fight. We can see that the win probability keeps bouncing up and down, up and down. It's still in favor of Quest right now, about 74%. But, well, Skitter's about to reach his own level 25 as well.
You've got to remember, Skitter did buy back in that previous fight. They want to go in for a fight here. Noob goes forward, gets dueled up. They have to get these buybacks going. How much damage can they do? Amar goes down. Noob goes down as well, but he's got the buyback, as we said. There's buyback here for Amar if he wants to try and get into it. They're going to use the Eclipse, but no BKB for Skitter. No life and no buyback. That is 1 minute and 20, or I mean 2 minutes on the sidelines now for the carry of Team Falcons, and they are looking to try and get Crit as well. The Yules goes up into the air. Do they have the damage? Can he find him? No, he doesn't have him with the Spitball. And Crit will just try and buy a bit of space. He does have a charge to at least try and get himself to some other part of the map. What's the best place for him to try and go? It's just going to try and take this Crit wave. Malik's there, and he gets the kill, so Spirit Breaker will just buy it back into this fight.
That's one way to get back to base, though. Just buy back.
Yeah.
Instantly get there.
That's the fastest way.
Here we go. They've got a minute and a half to be able to close this game out. They still do have the duel. They've got the level 25 as well on the Lena, so all of that pure damage is going to be putting in so much work. I just don't think they have the sustain to be able to truly make it happen.
And let's see what the idea is. They want to try and put the pressure on the tier 4 towers. They could have potentially tried to take a whole line of racks, but they want to try and end this game while Skitter is still not available for another minute. Crit. Beautiful charge through, does a lot of damage, at least now with the reel in. It doesn't really do all too much onto that Spirit Breaker. Once again, goes in the stone form, does Noob. They're going to get the Soul Bind, they're going to get the Dark Portraits. It's only really onto the Spirit Breaker and the Enchantress, so these Dark Portraits aren't going to be that great. But now with the Ancient mode, there's going to be a lot of these trees. They want to try and fight, but they want to try and stop this fight. TA2000 gets the duel in, the Guna Blade, it's a lot of damage, and now Malreen gets back inside of the fountain, but look at this HP on the Ancient. They need to try and keep this going, need to try and keep it alive. Malik's there with the punches, and Quest will get the first game victory here in this grand final best of 5. They had to work for it though, Matt, and it got to a point where eventually they were able to close out the game, and oh my god, what a good game for Quest to be able to finish that one out. Team Falcons, they made them fight for it, but it was in the end, it was Quest to come out on top.
Yeah, we saw even with how far behind that Falcons were, just a couple of one-team fights, and it really showed that they were able to just ball down a lane. Once again, Malreen 10, 3, and 4. He didn't really step a foot wrong too many times. I sound like a bit of a broken record. He did end up on 190 duel damage, but I really needed to see a little bit more connection coming through. And this is what happens when you've got two players that haven't had too much experience playing alongside each other. Whereas Quest, it really felt like they were on the same page at every step of the way. You know, right at the 20-minute mark, they're all there, ready to take both the enemy Tormentor and theirs. It really reacting to the fact that they did get a Naga Siren with the Aghanim Shard meant that it was an instant Song of the Siren pop as soon as there was that duel coming through. And yeah, they just didn't have that same level of scale and snowball that they were wanting on Falcons. Quest taking game one, and it was convincing passion, but it felt a lot closer than it actually was.
Yeah, definitely feel like it was extremely back and forth between a lot of these fights, whereas, you know, maybe if we look back at the data, it was probably a little bit more Quest favored than we had hoped. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, it's only game one of a full best of 5 here. Winner of this will qualify all the way to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. So we're going to take a break here. We're going to see if Team Falcons can bounce back in game number 2. So join us in the next couple of minutes.
I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy, I'm that guy, I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can make it where I'm from.
Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain dripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can make it where I'm from.
The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. But I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost.
Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk.
Welcome back, Dota fans. ESL and Kuala Lumpur closed qualifier in the MENA region is almost at its conclusion. We're in the grand finals already here between PSG Quest as well as Team Falcons. So far, PSG Quest, they've got the 1-0 on the board so far. Daniel, it was a pretty close affair in that game number one, so I'm expecting a lot more fireworks going into these next couple of games. And I think so far, with the drafting style, I think I really probably want to see a little bit more of that cohesion coming in from a lot of these players coming in from Team Falcons. I think that is probably the determining factor between both these two teams. It's just that small bit of kind of player cohesion is going a little to the wayside for Team Falcons.
Yeah, you can have the net worth lead, but unless you do something with it, then that's not really going to amount to anything, right? They were going up against a draft that they knew was going to hit this ridiculously strong point. You know, you've got a Naga Siren, enough said. You've got a Bristleback who, you know, had a pretty good start, to be honest, on Malik, and it just kept balling more and more and more from there. So we will have to see if they do try and change anything else up. I still didn't mind the Spirit Breaker. I thought Crit was totally fine in that game. He played, you know, just a standard Spirit Breaker game. A little bit greedy, but that's kind of what you have to do in that sort of situation. But yeah, just a little bit more connection from the cores, in my eyes, is the thing that's going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, if there was just, you know, a few more of those dual kills, maybe we could have seen things going a little bit differently. But either way, Quest Esports, they were PSG Quest were able to put themselves in a good position to be able to utilize the space that were given from Team Falcons. So going into this game number two, probably going to be seeing very similar bands. Maybe the Bristleback might come a little bit more up on the priority list, considering how strong that it has looked in the previous two games that we've had here on this channel. So going to be looking towards maybe a few more of those bands. I'd imagine Weaver, yep, Weaver's going to be the next one. Maybe Conquer as well. They are first pick for Team Falcons. Yeah.
Yep. Exact same.
Yep.
Come on. Keep the ball rolling. Same. Do it. I mean, everything else is the same except for sides, right? I think that's the only thing that's changed this game.
Yep. So, Quest are Radiant and Falcon with Dyers. Yeah. So that's interesting.
5 seconds remaining.
No one's winning with Dire these days.
Yeah, it really does feel like it is a bit of the cursed side. Is it mainly just because Radiant's just, it feels nicer to like gank and play around a lot of the areas of the map, or is Dire just bad? Like, is it Radiant good, Dire bad? Like, what's really the kind of your take on it?
I mean, Radiant is good. Like, there's nothing. I think the particularly the lanes, right? That high ground ward spot is just so value. It's also such a shorter distance as well to be able to make that small camp pull happen. I think there's lots of different and better spots to be able to put an observer ward even on the low ground to be able to give vision of not only the bounty but also the ramp and also the hard camp that just is much less commonly dewarded. And you know, there's just the natural thing of, right, it feels more natural to play from bottom left to top right. You know, it's been many years that people have been playing Dota, but old habits die hard.
Yeah, they definitely do. So we'll see if it will continue throughout the entirety of ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. There is a patch that's going to be happening tomorrow.
Tomorrow
is going to be exciting.
Let's
well,
say
after
days.
the qualifiers.
We're on Australia. You know, let's say 2
true.
days. We gotta let our boys over in LA on Pacific Standard Time what are they, like 17 hours behind us? Come on.
I don't know. I'm so confused whenever I talk about time zones, and the worst part for us is whenever things get converted into like 5 or 6 time zones, they never think of Australia, because I understand
why.
LA.
They're in Seattle. I was literally just there. Okay, it is 1 a.m. I'll give myself a bit of a break, but I'm completely on board with what you're saying. 17 hours difference between us, by the way.
Yeah, it's definitely scuffed. And so what? How many more regions do we have to go? Look, we're going to finish ours today. There is
us, Eastern Europe and Western Europe, and NA and SA.
And Western Europe. Okay. So there's still plenty of Dota to be played for.
So IG and Blacklist have made it so far.
Nice.
So
let's go.
Congrats to them. IG. I mean, I know a lot of people saying, you know what, it's the KL Major, why aren't there more C teams? IG's basically a C team. You know, they've got nothing to say, they've got JT, and they've got X-Nova. So I know they're a team that I'm going to be heavily supporting just because they've got some of my favorite players in the scene.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting. Also, Liquid and Bet Boom were the first qualifiers from Eastern and Western.
Correct.
So. I mean, ESL 1KL, it's going to be stacked. Obviously, no Spirit, so no TI winners is going to be a little bit sad, but there's going to be a lot of good teams, and we're going to see what the patch is going to look like. Whereas Quest and Team Falcons, they are on Groundhog Day because nothing has changed. The only change, Lena ban and the Naga ban. So 2 heroes that were in the previous now get changed, and they also change hands of the Bristleback. So it seems like Team Falcons
I want to see Amar on a
changed
scaling
enough the
hero.
timeline.
A significant right-click threat. Give me Amar Bristleback. Give me... I mean, there's a big reason why they keep banning out his Kunkka. They keep banning out his Razor. These are these heroes that have that capability of scaling and being a threat at all stages of the game. So, good start for mine.
Yeah, it is a nice change to be able to have him be one of those off-lane threats. So, see what they want to try and pair it up with. They're just going to go with the Enchantress once again. I think that was a definite good hero that they had. I really did like their kind of support combination. I think Crit really does a good job at kind of being, I don't want to say on his lonesome, but really being kind of self-sufficient in the way that he's like moving around the map. He really is doing quite a lot of stuff where he's just pushing out a lot of these lanes and really being in the right place at the right time. So what Quest want to respond with here? Like, what do they feel like is the Bristleback answer? Do they go like forcefully having to put the Nature's Prophet into a core role so they can pick up an Ancient Apparition?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think you can just go something that naturally likes to build into the break. You can go something that you're able to kite out the Bristleback, so I wouldn't even hate something like a Centaur. I know it's into the Enchantress, and I know that you don't get that Inkswell combination, but as soon as he turns his back and starts to spray at you, just pop the Stampede and run away, you know? Seems like a pretty solid strat for mine.
Yeah. They're just going to trade hands with the Bristleback and the Luna this time around. They don't want to try and deal with that Enchantress versus Luna lane. That was pretty strong, even though that Malik had a pretty good start to the game. So I don't think it's something they really care all too much about. But as you said, Centaur, Wall Runner, Stampede is going to have a nice little combination with the heroes that they have so far. I think the biggest thing for me that is going to tip this game one way or another is really going to be that mid lane, right? Like, I think once again, there was a...
Can I say something before it potentially happens? I want to see a Darkseer right now, and I want to see Darkseer Spirit Breaker, Bristleback 1, into a Centaur that has very limited armor, and I feel like both of those lanes will go incredibly well for them.
Okay. Then I called it. That could be a good change. Really be able to pick up the tempo. It does kind of put them on a little bit of a timing as well, though, right? With the position 1 Bristleback, but...
It does, but a Darkseer just getting Ags turns that around, right? Like, you just use Luna's strength against her.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. I wouldn't hate to see it. I definitely feel like it will fit the bill. I mean, you've got two great Iron Shell carriers in the Bristleback and the Spirit Breaker. You've got the Enchantress that can really kind of enable a lot of these other movements around the map as well. So, good aura ability to be able to keep this Bristleback and the Spirit Breaker nice and tanky. They go for the Spectre though, so they go for a little bit of a different route here. So it seems like they are going to keep Amara on that Bristleback. What is...
It was right
the
in
question
my mind,
is...
you know? That's what...
Yeah, I mean, it made sense. As long as your delusions make sense to you, Matt, then that's perfectly okay.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying them for. What do you mean the thousands of viewers? I don't care. It's all for me and maybe you.
As long as it keeps you out of the mental ward, then I'm happy, mate.
Just visiting hours only.
Only through holidays.
Mm-hmm,
School holidays. Alright, questions. Mid laners, what are the bands? What are we thinking? Pango?
Pango's a possibility. I mean, I kind of feel like Melreen might pick up Puck. I just want to see them have something that's able to quickly shove out lanes and deal decent enough damage in the early-ish game. We saw what happened with Falcons in game number 1, right? They took tier 1 tower at 6 minutes, and that's because Alina is able to nuke the waves, and you've got 2 really good rotators. So, good ban by Quest to be able to make sure that that doesn't happen. And you've also, like, you're not lacking for damage if you go someone like a Puck, right? You've got a Bristle and a Spectre. Late game, you're good. You just needed someone that was going to give you a lot of team fights. So I'm really liking these 2 bans from Quest.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they kind of fit the same bill, right? They're heroes that are able to spam out the wave, and they've also got that good team fight control and can kind of scale if they get off to a good start. So there are some Melreen classics as well. I believe he's Grandmaster tier on all 3 of them. So... see what the final ban is going to be here from Team Falcons. What do they really need here for Quest? Definitely feel like they need someone who can kind of link up with the Centaur Warrunner to provide a bit of that extra damage early on.
Who was the last pick overall? It's Quest. I was thinking maybe you could get away with something like a Necro and just have 3 really giga scaling cores. It's good against the Centaur. But you don't know what your matchup in mid is going to be, which is a little bit of a concern for mine.
Yeah, you could kind of get countered very quickly. See what they're thinking. You know, I'm still trying to rack my brain about what Quest want to try and go for here. And I think the same is true for Team Falcons right now. They're like, what do we really get rid of? It's the next kind of hero that's on the chopping block.
I wonder if they go like
kind of down the
Quap
list.
for Melreen, just to be able to give him like... excuse me, like you pop the Stampede and then you just get the perfect Sonic Wave to actually stop all of that increased damage, right? Because it does that little bit of a pushback. I'm actually going to ban it.
And they got Bat Rider themselves. Okay. So they've got themselves a little bit of that extra pick off. The Bat Rider and the Spirit Breaker combination does provide them quite a lot. Stampede, though, does nullify that.
This game,
yeah.
He is just going to get dived over and over and over and over again. And, like, not even just by the Bat Rider and the Spirit Breaker and the Enchantress, but by Spectre as well. So, like, there is just going to be people on him at all times in this early stage.
Does he pick Earth Spirit again?
I think he picks whatever's just going to live for as long as possible, so maybe that is Earth Spirit. But you're not exactly the greatest at being able to keep the waves pushed out as well to discourage those sorts of deep dives. I mean, you do have the Nature's Prophet to be able to TP in. You will eventually have the Centaur hitting his level 6, which is going to help you out. So it really, for me, is just surviving the laning phase and not being massively behind in net worth.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the reason why I was thinking Earth Spirit, right? Because you've always got the kick, you've got Rolling Boulder to be able to get yourself away. You can start to secure some last hits with the kick as well, so... it's going to be hard being a melee hero, though, into the Bat Rider. Is there any other, like, ranged hero that you can really kind of think of? Storm Spirit feels bad, pre-level 6. No, I mean, it is a potential. I don't know how Slark goes against the rest of his heroes. Great Silver Edge builder.
Yep.
But don't know if it solves the issues that they have here for Quest. Do need some heroes to start to link up together and deal some damage. Just trying to...
Mid-Omni? I don't know.
Yeah. That sounds hype. That sounds pog.
Something new.
Yeah. Exciting. Does he just pick like Snapfire?
You're kind of screwed if people get on top of you, though. That's the downside.
Yeah, true. What's the hero? OD? No, that sounds bad.
Not super feeling it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Noob's entirely sure either. And you also kind of need someone to frontline for you. You can't let Centaur do everything. You need someone else to be able to stand in front of that Luna, because you're going to have a lot of attention going your way. Okay.
Okay.
It is a stun. It is somewhat, you know, sustainable. There is some burst damage potential, of course. I suppose you can go for like a Silver Edge on an Earth Shaker. It's not out of the question.
Yeah, not out of the question. But the question is, does he just get turbo dumpstered by Malrine and charged by crit permanently? That's my real question here. Is Noob gonna actually have a game? He will be able to last it with things like Enchant Totem and at least try and stop a lot of that diving with Fissure, but I'm so concerned for Noob to just get constantly ran at for like the first 5 minutes of this game and him just be like 0-3 or 0-4 and just turn into a support Earthshaker, and then you're kind of scratching your head like we have 3 supports and nobody's really scaling all too well and allowing TA2000 to hit creeps.
Well, I wonder how much of that goes into, you know, the discussions now in the pregame, right? Are they going to be talking about, all right, let's make sure that these side lanes are just like in a super conservative position, like we're going to prioritize just making sure that Malik and TA2000 are able to stand solo away from their supports for as long as possible in case they need to make a rotation towards that mid lane, because you know that it's probably going to be happening, right? Like they're going to be diving you. You've got a Spirit Breaker, they'll be doing it, right? So the the Nature's Prophet for sure is going to be able to help out. Who knows? Maybe Kaori's going to make some rotations towards the off lane as well to be able to combine together with the double stun coming through from Malik and Omar, so that you actually get some kills and then you can make the rotation towards mid before the supports do.
Yeah, that's true. Be a little proactive rather than reactive would be a good way to be able to mitigate the losses that you've got there. But I'm really liking the draft that we've got so far here for Team Falcons. I did like the drafts in the previous game. I felt like that was much more down to execution, and that's where I think PSG Quest really came out on top. Whereas this time around, it definitely does feel like they've just got a lot more options now for Team Falcons to be able to even up this series. Pardon me. In this best of five,
it comes down to the style as well that we were talking about, right? Like, I'm seeing on the pre-game screen, Malrine the Selfless, because he gave a compendium away, but he's going to need to play some Selfless Dota this time around. You know, this is... I want to see him on Scaling Cores. I don't want to see him on some, you know, 4-staff Dragon Knight. That's really not where I'm seeing things for him. And of course, Skitter on the Spectre, enough said. Man knows how to play a mean Spectre, so... Malrine, another one of these heroes that he has leveled up to Grandmaster. So, are there any heroes that Malrine doesn't have Grandmaster? That's probably the better question.
Well, yeah, but when I loaded in, it was a Grandmaster, and unfortunately for Snaking, he is not the master of his own destiny because he will lose his life as quickly as he gained it. And yeah, like I tabbed into Dota, and I was like, oh boy, that's another Grandmaster tier. It's like, do you ever not play these mid heroes, Malrine? Like, how big is this hero pool? Is it a hero ocean?
Man plays a lot of Dots.
Man does play a lot of
30
Dots.
seconds to battle.
He's not like me with my 1400 Wyvern games or whatever it is.
I mean, unfortunately, not like everybody else. They are not hero spammers. I mean, I'm a hero spammer, but I also don't have like 1,000 games of Wraith King. I only have like 250.
I actually got it wrong. It's 1,600 Wyvern games.
Oh my god, you disgusting animal. Stop.
I was
Get
wrong.
some help.
I was wrong by the amount of Wraith King games that you played.
Yeah. I mean, I like spreading my love across my Dota heroes. I like the idea of having everybody like a minimum silver. I think that's like one of my, I don't want to say achievements, but it definitely feels good being able to have the all chatting voice lines with Dota Plus, not being able to like you load up here and it's like, ah shit, I'm bronze, and then it's like you just have the laugh emote and you're like, nobody can hear that except for my teammates.
That's when you just buy your good friend Danog's voice line and then you spam that one.
True, or I could buy my own voice line, Danog.
You could.
Yeah.
Can you still do that?
I don't know if you can. Either way, buy Danog's voice line. I don't know. You can't do that anymore.
You can't.
Well, don't do that. Buy our stickers. Buy both of our stickers. How about that?
Sure.
They're on the Steam market. Do that.
I'll do it. Cuckoo did me a solid. He bought mine on his stream to like 8,000 people. Good man.
Damn. That's based. Good God.
I think these lanes are... No, I don't want to say they're going to be a bit of a snooze fest, but up until, you know, that 6-minute mark, that's when things are really going to start kicking off. You know, rotating around the power runes, making sure that you're playing around that first siege creep wave. That's going to be the biggest deal that they're having to worry about for both sides.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? It really does feel like the first couple of minutes are going to be very important for everyone. So we'll see how these side lane rotations do work out. We'll see who's going to make the rotations first. Looks like early on here, Malik's going to go forward onto Skitter. They get the extra sun there with the Inkswell and Omar. Stroke of fate. So see you later to the Spectre. So that's a nice little addition for them to be able to have there.
I do like the fact that Omar has gone and blocked up his own hard camp as well, making sure that Snaking isn't able to get another one of those annoying mana burn creeps to be able to just keep in that lane, not just for, of course, the mana burn, but also the mana regeneration to enable Skitter to get a lot of these dagger spams off whenever it's off cooldown.
Mm-hmm.
He'll still be playing with the Hill Troll Priest, so not the worst, but certainly could be a lot more annoying if you wanted to be.
Yeah, it could be the what's the ghost lady called?
Just Ghost.
Ghost, yeah. That's the annoying one. Too much from a little creepy. Speaking of too much, Noob, doing a lot out of this mid lane. 9 and 6 versus the 7 and 4 of Malrain. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit more emphasis on the later levels to be able to take down the Earthshaker, but I think Noob's been doing a fantastic job in this mid lane to be able to mitigate the damage that this Batrider is doing to him.
Also like the fact that Malik is just going for this first item Vanguard. No boots, no bracer, nothing like that. Just straight into the Vanguard, making sure that even, again, if Omar is forced to make that rotation towards the mid lane, that Malik is probably going to be fine. Like, Enchantress, yes, scary in the laning stage. Not so much the Spectre.
Yeah, that's true. It is kind of like the weak with the strong for the first couple of minutes. I mean, once Malik does, I was going to say, pick up the Vanguard, he's not going to be worried about either of them, and he's already picked it up early on here, and now it means that this is going to be a bit of a rough lane. And we've seen over the multiple games that we've covered of Team Falcon so far, I think the one fact that I've been seeing quite a lot is they do kind of leave Skitter on an island, and Omar, he's been left alone, but he does a lot of damage back towards Kaori. He'd already popped the stick as well, so that extra bit of damage from Omar. Able to get the kill there on Kaori. But back to my point, they have left Skitter on an island for a decent amount of these games, especially early on. So, probably not what you want to do with the Spectre this game.
But this is the time that you can potentially look to make one of those rotations, right? Like, Malik has a very juicy creep wave that he has the potential to just drag right next to the tower. Even just making sure that it's as close as possible as they actually get a return kill on the bottom side with TA2000 and Kaori just TPing in, getting that bonus damage again, 36 bonus damage from level 1 teleport. It's kind of stupid, but you know what? They keep letting them pick it.
Yep, they just allow this Nature's Prophet to be able to be picked on the field, and he just kind of walks in and does the whatever he would like when it comes to roaming around the map. I mean, I guess the same is kind of true for a Spirit Breaker, right? Like, the fact that he does 1 billion damage at, like, level 9 is kind of annoying. I guess Nature's does it from level 1, and Omar makes a rotation towards the bottom side here. Nice little charge there going to a 2000. They don't have the extra bit of HP to try and keep this Luna alive, but maybe they can turn it back around and get some of these kills, but Omar doesn't have the damage on the Grimstroke, and Amar will be able to take him down with a triple ring strat. Says, see you later, and thanks for the extra kill.
Even gets the courier on the way out as well, so nicely done there.
Radiant's middle tower
The Falcons to be able to give him a little bit of a rougher start here on TA2000. He's got a bunch of denies off in that lane, but certainly in terms of net worth, it is still the Bristleback in the lead.
Yeah, Bristle's definitely having a very fun time so far.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
So, we will continue this game as we have been, with the offlaners kind of doing their own things, really being able to take over a lot of these safe laners.
Snakin's doing a great job in mid, by the way, just making sure he had the Mud Golem creep there just for the maximum amount of tower tankability. Then as soon as the next creep wave arrived, he made it sure to enchant one of those creeps, just one fewer creep to be able to have to kill. And look at what it means for the tier 1 tower, right? Just with that 5-minute siege creep, it's already down to about a third HP, so this is all on the back of just one position 5 making that rotation. Nicely done by Snake.
Yeah, and he even did it in game number 1 as well, right? Just puts a lot of pressure on these tier 1 towers, so means it can unlock Malrine nice and early. You see a charge towards the bottom side as TA2000. That's a lot of damage already. 3 goose stacks, but they will get the Inkswell. That extra bit of move speed for TA2000 buys him the space that he needs to get away.
He's also got the full power treads coming through to him as well, so should be able to build up some of his own stacks to start getting closer and closer towards that that Morbid Mask for himself, so that he can just stick in the jungle, farm, and you know that with a Nature's Prophet, you've got plenty of heroes that are able to take farm across the map and do the
Plenty of times for them to be able to get the farm, and plenty of times for them to try and dive out onto Skidder with the Inkswell. That's enough damage for Malik to claim another kill. 2 levels in the double edge, so he's looking to try and get that magic damage abuse going in. And speaking of abuse, it's Noob that's copying it in this mid lane. Nice TP rotation here from Kaori to just kind of cut that off. They almost got the kill back onto Marlene. Will at least alleviate the pressure onto their Earthshaker. Was that an Echo Slam? Yeah, that was an Echo Slam, so Malrine almost goes down on the Batrider on into tier 1.
You know what, sometimes it's worth popping the, yeah. He's going to be able to yoink this one away, looks like he will.
Oh, that's so sad.
TP once again, unfortunately. So he'll need to wait around until that charge comes off cooldown, or who knows, maybe he just walks underneath a tier 2. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, he's just playing around, he's just goofing and gaffing a little bit. Him and Omar are just going to, you know, trade some blows. Crit may lose his life for this, but he always does have the charge. Now,
or does he?
Phantom's Embrace is here. He should be able to chase him down. Okay, Omar just gets the kill. So a little bit of extra gold going the way of the Grimstroke. It's nothing to scoff at.
He got the wisdom, it's fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Gotta say it, Noob has done a fantastic job in this mid lane. He's, what, 800 net worth ahead of the Batrider at this point? Plenty more denies, up to 22 relative to the 10 for the Batrider. That's a little expected, right? Earthshaker, just insane amount of right-click damage versus a Batrider who barely has anything. But, still, just in terms of his ability to manipulate it so that he's not losing his own life, he's not losing his tower. Snaking did a good job, but wasn't enough to be able to really open up this map for the Batrider to be able to make plays.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's he not only survived against the Batrider, but he also kept the Batrider here because he kept his tower alive. So Malrine isn't able to then put that pressure back on a TA2000, who's now had a little bit of pressure alleviated from Kim on the Luna. We'll have this full Mask Commanders coming out to Kim now, and Amar is just going to be sniffing towards the bottom side with the well wishes. Where he wants
caught
to
out here by a sticky nade farm. Once again,
Stampede,
just
though.
perfect use of the Stampede by Malrine. Sorry, by Malik.
So they do at least haunt back up towards the top side of the map. They were charging through on crit, but he did not want to try and complete it because Noob does have that Echo Slam at the ready. A dive. He's starting to get set up here from Malrine. He does have the shield rune, so it's going to be very hard for them to try and catch out this Batrider, especially with the Firefly completely nullifying what the Nature's Prophet wants to do. Nobody's gone down in the last couple of minutes as well. It seems like there was just a few fights that were going kind of back and forth. And now everybody's trying to be very trepidatious about where they are moving around the map, making sure that they're not giving away all too much, especially if you're Team Falcons, right? You know, if you start overextending a little bit too much, this game can really start to fall out of control if your Batrider just isn't able to get these pickoffs. But Amar is having a fantastic time in this bottom lane. And speaking of Amar, they go towards the bottom side. They Echo Slam him out. They get the Inkswell. They get the stun with the extra fissure as well. Amar, he's walking away. He's doing a lot of damage here with the Quill Spray, but it's not going to be enough. They take down the pesky Bristleback, and they take a lot of gold out of his pockets as well.
This is with a lot of protection being given over to that sort of area as well, right? In order to make that happen, They needed to use the TPs, both with the Nature's Prophet ability, as well as Shaker just TPing down inside the tree line. But in terms of the vision that Falcons have committed inside of the Radiant jungle, like, look at the coverage, right? They have one in the lane, they have one in the jungle, they have one covering the power rune, as well as any other sorts of rotations, so they know if there's any sort of just straight-up movement towards the bottom side, but TP gets around all of that.
Yeah, it was in a kind of the best position as well. And speaking of a lot of this movement, Malik goes in, stampedes away. He's just got a Reaver. Malik is such a Reaver enjoyer. He is a man after my own heart. He just went Vanguard Reaver.
Why not?
That's like the most Giga Chad move.
Yeah, Retaliate, Double Edge, they're both based off of your strength, right? So you may as well just rush it.
That's so based. He has no armor, but building into the phase boots next is, you know, it's just going to be a luxury at that point. So, we're at a point now where heroes are starting to get tanky. The game is starting to fall back to an even state of farming. The Luna, once again, will be able to just continue to farm up, whereas Skidder has that Blade Mail available, so can get into these fights and build towards that Radiance, and that's when things start to get a little spicy, because these heroes do scale really well for the side of Team Falcons. But where do the connections come from, though, Matt? That's the question. They've got the boots travel up now on Malrine. Snaking looks like he's trying to find TA2000.
No Urn on Skidder either, so it's not like they're going to be scaling off the back of that. I don't think anyone has an Urn right now, as they make a bit of a dive here onto TA2000 on the bottom side, and that's where the movement is going to be coming from. The Blade Mail, I mean, not even needed by Skidder to be able to get the killing blow on TA2000 at the very end there. But I'm a little worried if no one is going to be going down this route of, you know, an Urn eventually into that Spirit Vessel, because again, you're going up against Malik, the Reaver Enjoyer. Something is going to need to do some percentage damage against him.
Yeah, and we'll see where it will come from, but you can see how powerful the Stampede has been. He has a heart at 12 minutes.
Well, isn't that nice?
He just went straight heart. That's extremely pog. You love seeing people be able to rush these late game items early on. 7.2k net worth for the Centaur. That has to be a record, right? 12-minute heart.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's still like a 2 armor Centaur, so he has to be a little bit careful with exactly how deep he's diving.
Yeah, but I mean, at 13 minutes into the game, having 2600 HP, he has double the HP of a Bat Rider. Like, you probably take that, even if you are only a 2 armor hero. Like Bat Rider, what? He's got 7 armor, so it's not that much difference.
And I don't think you're really worried about Bat Rider right clicks, at least for this very early stage.
True. Very, very true. All it will take is a little bit of this extra time, and Malik will then have probably phase. As you said, Echo Salami and Noob will say thank you to that. So Blink Heart available at 13 minutes for the side of PSG Quest. They are hitting these item timings at the perfect times here, Matt.
I love that they're just saying, look, just play around Malik. Play around their Centaur. Yeah. Like, what are they going to do? Kill him? No. We're just going to use him to be able to take out all of these tier 1 towers. What are they going to do about it?
Look how little damage snaking does.
Yep.
I mean, to be
they
fair,
don't have a Spirit Breaker, they don't have a Bat Rider to be able to punish this. Just rally behind me, boys.
Especially with the Blink Dagger up now onto Noob as well. They are just sitting behind the Centaur Wall Runner. Doing a lot of damage to the tier 1 tower. They've already taken quite a lot of this space on the top side of the map. TA2000, I'd imagine, is probably just going to sit back and farm until he really kind of needs to be a part of this game, right? You know, if he can farm BKB as well as Manta, well, they're still getting these kills across the map. Team Falcon are going to be put further and further behind.
By the time he takes this this Ancient Stack, another one will have spawned, so doesn't even need to reveal himself out on the map all too often. And you know that this is what you're afraid of, right? Showing on lanes. How many times have we seen, like, a Spectre, a mid laner with Boots of Travel, and something like a Spirit Breaker or a Nature's Prophet just be able to instantly rotate and kill whatever hero shows on the lane? Well, the best answer to that is, well, don't show on the lane. Looks like Carry didn't get the memo. At least he knows that they've got vision up there now. But yeah, the only one basically showing on lane right now is Malik, right? Because again, what are they going to do? They're not going to be able to kill him.
Yeah, and that's just a nice little lesson to the ladies and gentlemen out there in the Dota sphere. If you're watching, don't show on lanes if you can easily get killed. You know, it's especially if you're a position 1 carry. If you don't feel safe, you don't have to show yourself, but there's offlane brothers out there. It is time for us to rise up and carry these position 1 little crybabies to a victory by just being the Giga Chads on the lane. Much like Malik. Just build the heart first, Forehead. It's easy.
Didn't even go the phase boots. He's like, you know what? I'm rushing the plate mail instead.
To me, looking at this would look like a Sir Actions like Centaur guide. That's what it looks like to me. Rush heart into plate mail. How do you die? HP and armor. And unfortunately for Mr. Malrine, he would like to hear those tips about how not to die because he's died again on the Bat Rider. 0, 2, and 2. Hasn't been able to connect much. Yes, he's got the bits of travel, but they just haven't been able to get these kills. They're looking towards TA2000. A lot of damage comes in thanks to the Blade Mail, so this is a rotation they want to try and get and work out here for Quest. They come in, blink in as well onto Noob. They want to try and deal the damage here to Amar. How much damage can they do? It's very hard for them to take down this pesky little Enchantress Malik. Very, very tanky with his heart as well as the plate mail, but they want to leave this Bristleback alone.
They nearly got that Ogre Bruiser, Ogre Smash, what is it, 2.4 seconds charge up, and, well, it does deal percent damage, so against the Centaur it feels kind of okay, but so hard to be able to actually get that one off there. I like the adjustment, though, from Falcons, right? They know that, you know what, this Luna is literally never showing in lane. She has to be farming in where she feels safest, and that's either very left-hand side of the map or very bottom of the map, and so they make the rotation, they get the kill, and they get away without giving up any heroes in return.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is they get away scot-free. If they'd lost maybe 1 or 2 heroes there, you might start, scrunching your nose up a little bit at it, but Team Falcon did a really, really good job at being able to keep themselves away, keep themselves out of harm's way. So, again, very, very slow affair, and speaking of slow affairs, fortunately for Kaori, he's trying to speed the game up by getting some vision down, but he gets caught out and he gets killed for the first time.
He knows
by
they've got vision at least.
Malrine.
Like, yeah. You know that the enemy team only has a finite number of observer wards, right? They know they've got one there on the Twin Gate. They know they've got one on the high ground next to the top tier 2 tower. So that does give a lot of information and space for TA2000 to be able to say, you know what, they probably don't have one, for example, on the high ground to the left-hand side of the tier 1 of our tier 1 tower top, right? I can stay here in this area. I can safely farm. I can maybe even go beyond the tier 1 tower and be able to take up a couple of these extra camps on the Falcon side of the map. You never know.
And that just means that it's all about farming efficiency for TA2000. Going to be moving in towards the Aghanim Shard. They did get a kill there on the crit on the top side, and Kaori again just being deep in enemy territory. Just trying to get some information, just trying to get some vision down. Seeing if the damage they can get done onto the snaking, but that was a nice little use of the Tumbler's Toy to be able to get away. They don't have the damage, but the rend will be enough to be able to take down the Enchantress.
What did... I mean, when Enchantress got that haste rune, it sounded like she said feet. I was like, what? Maybe it was fleet feet or something like that.
Yeah, I'd imagine it says fleet feet.
I don't know, man. It was a little sus.
That's some Rule 34 stuff. Enchantress feet haste rune.
No, none of that.
It's out there, man. It's out there.
Wait, what's Rule 35? No idea.
I don't know. Google it.
Don't Google it. Don't Google
it. Please don't chat. I know you guys are gonna do it. Please don't. I do not want to be responsible.
All right. Side Noob showing in the lane once more.
They know he doesn't have Echo Slam as well, so they're gonna try and TP away here. But they do see that Malrine is in the area. Firefly is enough, but the Stampede's such a strong ability, so they will get their mid laner away. Crit. Is he going to commit for this? Malik is in the area. Same with TA2000. Crit on a completely different page. I'd say he's in a completely different book. At that point, he was that far away from his team. I thought he was going to cancel the charge, but maybe he just didn't get the orders.
Yeah, I suppose they were all in onto just taking out that Nature's Prophet. Kaori ends up using up the lasso as well from Malrine, so he's going to be happy enough to be able to at least be part of a kill. Just his 4th kill involvement of this 20-minute game so far, but certainly not wanting to use too many of those flaming lassos onto just a support.
Oh, Noob's in trouble. They need the damage, and they get it done there thanks to an impetus shot. So Skidder, with his trusted picked up Radiance, is now able to deal the damage, and it seems like this has been the go button for Team Falcons. Omar is the next one on the chopping block, and Ags picked up as well for Amar. And that will just be another kill that they get. It was a support and a mid laner, so very, very happy for Team Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe it's even around that that Siege Creep timing, right? You've got a nice little group of heroes that you could potentially look to play around this bottom side with 15 seconds away from the Shadow Step on Skitter, so he doesn't even necessarily need to be involved in hitting the tower itself. He can just instantly join in any time that he wants to.
Yep, you can just sit back, you can hit the creeps, you can farm up with his Radiance, and as soon as they need this global presence from the Spectre, he presses the button and he goes. So we'll see what Quest are going to be able to do here, because I feel like this lead is starting to slip out of their hands. They've hit some big item timings for their cores, right, for Team Falcon. They've got the Aghanim Scepter now on Amar. They've got the Radiance up onto the Spectre. She's getting close. She's finished that Yasha up, so she's going to start becoming a threat really, really soon. And Amar just walks in, simply takes the Tormentor. They get the Planar Pocket to crit, so that's going to be nice for him.
And what just happened, though? I swear, like, prior to that Tormentor being taken, Falcons had a 2k net worth lead, and then it instantly shrunk to being in Quest's favor. Was there some giga stack or something like that? I mean, Malik is still clearly keeping himself well ahead in terms of net worth, but TA2000 doing it as well. Has he almost got a butterfly completed too?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he was very, very close. He just needs the Eagle Song to finish it off. So another 300 gold, and he'll have a butterfly. So he's a big boy. They haven't really been able to scorch ahead just yet when it comes to the net worth. So we will see how these next couple of engagements go, right? Because it feels like both teams are just like, all right, we're going to hit creeps until we feel like we've hit critical mass, and then we're going to start banging heads together and see who comes out on top, and that's going to determine how this game's going to go.
No real humongous
Malik,
item
he's
timings,
smoked
but a
up as
shield
well.
rune.
We're going to go forward, going on to Amar is a bit rough, and Omar's in the back. The Soulbind goes down there, so they will at least keep Skitter as well as Malrine together. They found out Noob. Oh, the Echo Slam just wasn't there in time to be able to get the cancel on the charge, and Crit will be able to stay on top of the Earthshaker. And they lose two big heroes for the side of Quest, so that was a fight that they wanted to take for the side of Team Falcons.
Not even the greatest amount of overall damage, right? Most of it was on the Bat Rider, getting that charge through, of course, on Crit. Already level 13 as well, so he's doing A-okay in terms of his level scaling on this Spirit Breaker, almost ahead of Noob, the enemy mid. So, yeah, doing a good job so far on Falcons to be able to at least bring us to a potential fourth game, but it still, at the end of the day, is only a 1k net worth lead. It's going to go their way.
Yep, so they get the Aegis of the Immortal now into the pocket of Amar. And seems like the shoe's on the other foot here in this game number 2. The question is for Quest is they hold all this net worth at the start, but they just weren't able to connect on a lot of these heroes to be able to get a lot of these key kills. They weren't able to get kills on Amar, they weren't able to get kills on the Skitter. And now these two heroes are starting to ball out of control. Bloodstone finally completed here for the Bristleback as well, so what do they have in the way of, you know, regen mitigation? They don't really have anything. There's no Spirit Vessel, there's no real other percent-based damages for them to try and take down this Bristleback, and can they kill everybody else before Amar kills them?
Wouldn't hate a Shiva's Guard or something like that if Malik wanted to pick that up, just to be able to have that little bit of regen reduction coming through their way. Feels like it had synergized fairly well with probably the biggest weakness that a Centaur has in just surviving through right clicks, and honestly even just the Bristle, right? Quill Spray, physical damage still. But this is what we were wanting, right? Look at the net worth charts. Top of the Dire net worth, it's Amar, playing on one of these truly scaling cores. He's probably, if you had a look at it, he would be #1 in terms of damage dealt so far this game. And this is really where I feel like they have the greatest potential for success, if they just set up Amar to effectively be, you know, a secondary core. If it means sacrificing Malrine's game a little bit, so be it. Because, you know, that from the off lane, it feels like you can be so much more effective than from the mid these days.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that's just the way that these lanes do work out. Skitter, though, wants to go in and see if he can get Omar, but isn't able to connect on the extra damage needed to take down the Grimstroke. So they get the Stampede out, at least from Malik, so maybe they want to try and get a fight going their way for Team Falcon.
They get a tier 2 as well, or at least they will very shortly. With Amar positioning himself with this Aegis behind the tier 2 tower down bottom.
Yep, he claims that kill, and they claim crit in the top lane. There was an
He
Echo
wasn't
Slam
really out of
being used
position
as well.
He was next to a tier 2 tower, so you can't really fault crit all that much, and like you mentioned, popping the Echo Slam forward as well.
Yeah, it seems like they're just using quite a lot to try and get the kill there on the crit. Omar goes forward, and unfortunately he gets caught out. The Soulbind will go down there. At least will avoid the stun, and now Skidder comes in. That is a kill onto the Grimstroke. And everybody else just has to disengage. At what point does the Luna feel like that she can actually fight? I feel like there's seen so many games across this MENA qualifier where it feels like these carry players just get to the point where they're just farming creeps, and then something happens where it's like an off laner or a mid laner really just starts to ball out of control, then the safe laner is just permanently in I'm farming another item syndrome, and it never feels like they're ever able to come online. Kaori wants to try and hit some creeps for himself. He will get lassoed up and get killed as well as you're on the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's not necessarily on TA 2000 just yet, because I still feel like they do need that Silver Edge carrier, right? Like, he's, of course, got the... Well, he had the Satanic queued up, but now he's got the Silver Edge as the only item. And I feel like that kind of is the go time coming through for them, right? You've got the Bristleback, you've got the Snaking kill, potentially, as well. That feels nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, Bristle... Spectre, they need to be dealt with. The person that I'm honestly looking at for the next little bit, he hasn't died a single time, but only 2-0 and 5 on Malik so far. I really feel like he needs to be the one kind of setting the pace, playing a lot more aggressively.
That's what he's doing right now. They're getting very aggressive here on the Skidder. Do they have the damage? The auto attacks are there in time. They take down the Spectre. Finally, they're getting on the aggressive here for Quest. They want to kill Crit. They do get it done, but now with Amar, with this Aegis, very scary Bristleback. They need to try and leave him be. He's going to come forward on a
Malik's
TA
just
2000.
such a great bodyguard as well, right? Like, you've just got that stun on a relatively low cooldown. You've got the Stampede, like we just saw, to be able to slightly reposition themselves. And again, like, what happens? What's the worst that happens? You know, if you go in, they may be able to have a few people there to be able to start to turn things around onto you, but it's going to take so long for them to be able to actually kill you.
Yeah, and you can see now already, even with the Bristleback here, it is very hard for them to try and take down this Centaur. He just pops the Lotus Orb and goes in towards the base. So Malik will live, gets away from Amar, who only has 20
you
seconds
just see
left
how
on
much
his
more
Aegis.
effective that is, right? Like, it just feels so much stronger, that sort of attempt.
Oh, just feels so bad to be Omar like this game. Like, same with Kaori, right? It's just like you show for half a second, Bristleback is close to you, and Skidder just TPs on you, and you're just dead, right? Like,
and Malreen's got bots as well.
Yeah,
and
so
crit charges you. So it's like, yeah,
where
not
you
an enviable
supposed to be,
game,
right? Like, where's
pretty
where's
much
your
like
happy
you
place?
need to be as far away from objectives as possible, so that like where Kaori is now is really good, right? Like, he's not necessarily protecting too much, but at least he's going to force people to back up and not take objectives on your end by being up on this side of the map. You can see he instantly gets pinged out as soon as he puts that sprout down into the lane, but he's done his job in cutting the wave, right? And if they are going to commit onto him, it's just a position 5. Your cores are going to be farming. You're going to have your Silver Edge very shortly on TA 2000, so this is the sort of gameplay that I like. You know, just understanding and using your head rather than just going for some cookie cutter, oh, I'll just farm here sort of strat.
Yeah, and he finishes up the Aghanim Scepter as well to boot, so you can have that little bit of extra control in these fights, a little bit of extra damage. So
Silver
we'll
Edge is up.
See if that pushes them over the edge. As you said, Silver Edge at the ready now for TA 2000. You saw the amount of damage they put on the Skidder, so they're not lacking damage to kill the Spectre. I think their issue is the Bristleback, and now with the Silver Edge, this definitely could be something that they want to try and get done. I really like how proactive Quest are. They hit that item timing, and now they're going. They're looking to try and find someone. They want to try and play towards their vision. And you can see that Skidder got found on that ward. He will TP away. He could get wrapped on, though. That's the real spooky part of this game. BKB up onto Amar. Malreen has his own BKB as well as the gem. Kaori, fortunately, is found out and killed. So they will not have a Nature's Prophet to play for in this fight for another 40 seconds. But
it happens
at least
sometimes,
the Shadow Step is down.
Yep. But Snaking's Observer Ward scouts out the exact position that Quest are playing around right now, so they know that they're hanging around this top area of the map. The thing is, they know Roshan has the potential of respawning in a minute, so they're probably going to start prepping a lot of their own vision to be able to play around that bottom side, but I'm sure they're very well aware that Malrine has a gem, so he suddenly becomes priority number 1. Vision around second Roche is so vital.
Yep. Very, very strong
smoke?
place to
No,
play
never
around.
mind. It's just a silver edge for TA. Malik? Omar's there on his own.
He was standing there. I thought he was going to throw out some more of these spells, but Amar just walks in with the BKB. Beautiful Aghanim Sether there from the Nature's Prophet. Just keeps everybody at bay. So Amar uses the BKB for naught. So no BKB on the Bristleback. Another smoke will come
Stampede,
through
though,
here.
is a big deal.
That is true. They do have a Lincoln Sphere now onto Noob, though. Do they have a Shadow Step? They don't have Shadow Step for another 15 seconds. So if there's a fight to break out, it better break out now if you're Quest.
They've got the high ground.
They're going to go in. This is going to be a massive Echo Slam. They found everybody. Snaking's dead. The Enchantress goes down, instantly buys back. They want to come in for Malrine. The Echo Slam does a lot of damage, but it gets returned completely. But it's TA2000 who just tears through the members of Team Falcon, and that will be a triple kill for the Luna. And now they're looking for more here on the Snaking. The break goes in, and he is dead for a second time. And you can just see, as soon as that fight broke out, there was just like, I think there was like 5 seconds left on Shadow Step. But as soon as Shadow Step came off cooldown, everybody was already dead. Like, Malrine was already dead. So you could just see this Skidder hit the eject button, didn't want to have a bar of it.
Again, it feels like ever since Malik flicked that switch and said, you know what, I'm done with being passive. 2-0-5, 20-odd minutes in, it's not enough.
Oh, that was scary. Sorry, that really freaked me out.
No, the Tormentor, it's a very scary thing, I understand.
I was like, Noob, you played so well, don't die to a Tormentor, no.
Yeah. But you just see, like, he went for that dive with his team inside of the Ancients camp, right? Where they were able to get the previous kill onto Skinner. That time around, just presence of mind to know that's where they're going to be looking to play. Around the Roche Pit, if they don't have control over this high ground, they're probably playing around the only other element of high ground that there is, which is around that Lotus Pool. Just makes that blind jump, gets the initial initiation, and then, it just chokes them up into this small spot where TA2000 is just able to go bananas. He's got a DD as well, man.
Oof. It's spicy time. He's starting to hit. They're starting to hit hard. There was a fight without Skidder, though, so we'll see what this fight is going to be like with the Spectre. They should be well aware that this is a fake. Maybe you should be aware that Spectre could be in the area. They're looking towards Roche, as you said.
Longest possible respawn, so they're going to be kicking Gaben that is the case for them.
Crit. He's charging bottom, so they know that the Spirit Breaker is around here. Malix is going to lose his smoke. They want to try and go forward. Oh, the Echo was just a little bit too early there from Noob. His finger's too fast, so they don't get the Echo Slam kill there onto the Spirit Breaker. They're going to try and go in onto Amar. Stampede buys enough space. Now with Malrine in the back, this Grimstroke is going to go down. TA2000 extremely low, wants to try and deal the damage. Amar's is going to stand there. DD Rune is not going to be enough. They're just shredding him apart.
He bought
and
back.
The Luna will go down. They're just going to buy back. They want to get these fights going. Noob, though, wants to get on top of some of these heroes. Doesn't have the damage. It's a double kill for the Bristleback.
Omar just
Team
back.
Falcons are just going in and they're tearing Quest apart. Now in the Silver Edge, TA2000 goes back in on towards the Spectre. Disarm goes down though. There's no BKB. Double Who Stomp from Malik. It's a lot of damage and it's a lot of kills that they get as well. Double kill now for the Luna, but with the buyback coming in from Skinner is enough to keep them into this game. And as you said, that is a dieback on 3 of the heroes. And Noob needs to get the hell out of Dodge. Otherwise, this game is over.
Yeah, you have to wonder how much of that difference did come down to just that Echo Slam, right? He wasn't able to get it onto crit, meant that he was able to just continue the harass, another additional stun throughout all of that. Without a BKB and without a Satanic, you actually just can't stand and man fight against this Blade Mail that the Spectre has. It just felt like, even with the Aghanim Shard, TA2000 just did a lot of his own damage to himself.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy now that I'm looking back at these items. There's no BKBs in the cause for the side of Quest, and speaking of the cause of Quest, Noob's been found out, and the Earthshaker will go down as well. Another dieback for the side of PSG Quest. They absolutely threw everything at the wall. Unfortunately for them, nothing stuck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
the BKB is what's queued up next for TA, but might be too little, too late. You're already having your high ground invaded, no buybacks available. Mid lane, that's going to be going down pretty shortly too. Tier 2 tower just about to be susceptible to being destroyed. 35-minute time as well, so you've got that double siege creep wave. Everything is just coming up Falcons right now.
Yep, everything's looking real good for the Falcons to be able to even out this series. They have a 10k net worth lead, Aegis, Cheese, high ground is being sieged. Exactly, it's just so much going their way. So many of these items. I do like this kind of change in the build coming in from Skidder, as you said, full Abyssal Blade. It's not something we usually see, but having that extra bit of lockdown for this team is also important. And one laner racks down, it's probably going to be two with the fact that Noob's not going to be up for almost another 40 seconds.
I mean, it really feels like they're just so frustrated at the Stampede being used as this full-on get-out-of-jail-free card, right? If you use the Abyssal Blade, even if the Stampede is popped, one person is going to be isolated. So Malik has been playing so well so far this game, but even he, I don't think, can be able to find that key to unlock all of this for them. I mean, the double hoof stomp is the only reason that they were even able to get some sort of turnaround there. I thought TA2000 would just die back for absolutely nothing.
They have got the Flaming Lasso now onto the aforementioned Malik. He does at least get the Lotus Orb to go down there on the Skidder. He will stampede himself away, so a lot of that damage is now for naught. And it's very hard to kill Malik with the amount of... Yeah, I was going to say, with the amount of armor that he has and the amount of HP that he has, all the debuffs in the world don't seem to matter.
He's got Hitcher right as well. Is he just going to be dragging TA2000 around these fights?
Maybe?
I mean, they have AoE damage though, right? Bristleback is still going to kill you.
Same with Radiance.
SB is probably going to kill you. Radiance is going to kill you. Firefly's going to kill you.
Yeah, it doesn't seem the greatest, does it? Maybe it's just to trying to save Omar, right? Like, they go in, they initiate on Omar, he blinks in, Hitcher rides him, and he just says, "Come with me, buddy."
Sure, let's go with that.
That's the only thing that I can think of, because it's not like you know you're mitigating like things like a duel or anything like that. It is this kind of single target lockdown.
I mean, it does give you just a little bit of extra repositioning where you don't need to rely on the Stampede. You know, it gives you that. How many seconds of Stampede is it?
8 seconds.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty damn significant, isn't it?
Yeah. Workhorse. Or work no play. Centaur War Runner coming at you with another grind set.
Okay.
It's getting very late here in Australia, ladies and gentlemen. It's also getting very hot in the studio right now. So I'm starting to sweat bullets and melt the 3 brain cells I have remaining.
Oh, you got a third?
Yeah, I found one this morning.
Oh.
I plugged it in. It was the right chipset, so that was great. But I think it's a little old, from 2005, I think it was. There's a lot of Linkin Park songs in my brain right now.
Oh, I've been using the old Spotify on repeat. Linkin Park #1 for me.
I expect nothing different from you.
All right. That was my high
number
school
one.
years, okay?
my number one is actually Machine Gun Kelly. That's my number one. That's my dirty little secret, yeah.
TA just gets out before he gets caught out there by Crit.
Getting close to the BKB as well.
Didn't actually pop there though, so didn't know that he was generally around that sort of vicinity. Alright, well, so what's coming up next for Quest? Like, what is... I mean, it still feels like we're just waiting for a BKB for TA2000. And thankfully for Quest fans, he's only 200 gold away from being able to pick it up. Noob, yeah, the Octarine Core, probably not going to change too much of anything. The Hitcher Ride, about, what, 700 gold away? I mean, it feels like right now it's just somehow try and dodge out all of these gank attempts, wait out the Aegis, and get your next items. And honestly, the fact that they...
Oh, that was a beautifully executed gank going on to Noob there. He will Echo Slam to try and buy himself some space, so he actually will live.
Well,
they still have the charge coming forward. He gets the leap. Oh, that was some extra mechanics coming in there from Noob. That's a man that knows Earthshaker and Spirit Breaker interactions.
Just get the hell out of there. Stay away for as much as possible. Also just seeing, there's nothing really specifically targeted, right, that the Planar Pocket's going to be able to protect against. I think he's just using it for that self-magic resistance. Probably if there is any kind of Eclipse being popped, expect to see Crit use that planar pocket in that sort of situation.
Yeah, I guess it'll only be like Sprout, Phantom's Embrace.
Yeah.
And that's like kind of it.
Double edge, I guess.
Double edge, yeah. Oh. Could be a fight here on the higher ground.
They've got the Watcher.
Mars is going to walk
Oh,
in. They've
he's
got the
caught.
Silver Edge break, the damage, and he's dead. 100 seconds on the sideline, no Bristleback. He's got no buyback for 2,000 gold. Snaking, he's the next one. That was a nice little boot back there by the Flame Break. There is enough space for them to be able to get away here from the side of Quest, but they leave Snaking behind. Amar, he felt strong, he felt good, and he just got clapped back.
He did. I mean, it's kind of understandable, right? They had the Watcher, they had the high ground vision, they knew that they were in the general vicinity, and he thought that his team was behind him, but he just kind of got left on an island. It was a really nice stun coming out from Noob just to ensure that, you know, Silver Edge or not, he was just facing them during all of it.
Yeah, it was just so much damage, and he just got eviscerated. There's nothing he could even do. He couldn't pop the BKB, couldn't pop the Wind Waker.
All these treants as well, protecting the siege creeps.
Yeah, they're going to get a lane of racks here. There's no Bristleback.
Oh.
It's a lot of damage. How much do they want to stand here and fight, though? That's the real question. They're going to use the Glyph. TA2000 has the BKB, but it's about keeping him healthy. There's a lot of damage that comes in there from snaking, so that buyback has been useful so far. So they won't lose the full lane. They'll lose a lot of HP to it, but they're not going to lose the lane of racks.
And they don't have Glyph. You know, if somehow the next, let's say 3-4 minutes goes incredibly well for Quest, then, you know, what happens with Aluna if she's able to get up inside the base? Still has the full duration BKB, almost has the level 25, and about 1350 away from a Satanic as well. So couldn't stand a man fight previously, but I get the feeling that that's just about to change.
Yep, Satanic BKB, they are the two items that you need to just stand and deliver. We're just getting a lot of items on, you know, Kaori. We're getting to a point now that Malik has literally everything. He's got 6.1k gold. I think he's really thinking about this Hitch a Ride, as it's probably not going to be the answer. I would love the Shivas. I think that's something that would really be able to alleviate a whole lot of this pressure and just kind of put them in a much better spot, meaning that, you know, the Spectre doesn't have all this auto attack damage. He doesn't have all that attack speed. You get that extra bit of HP regen removal.
It was a quick Roche respawn as well, and Kaori knows it's on the Radiant side, so you want to try and make the most of this little timing, but I mean, that's the downside of being down these super creeps, right? It means that you've constantly got creeps pushing into your base. Satanic, I believe, is just now finished up from TA2000 as well, but he wants his level 25 before the fight happens if he can afford it.
Maybe with this whole creep wave, he should be close. Oh, no, he's still a ways away. How far is he off? Like 300 experience? Yeah, sub 300 experience. 227 experience.
Yes, that's Satanic. They're huddling around the vision. They know that they probably have an estimate that the Roche is going on. Oh, everything's popping. They can get out. Oh, Malik went in, one went out.
Ooh. Everyone's getting spicy. Crit is top. Same with Skitter. Skitter can join the fight instantaneously. Crit, though, has to charge through everybody. It's where they want to be. They want to be on the other side of the map. They want to try and make sure that they are not getting directly quilled in from Amar. They're going to try and go in. Malik wants to go up onto the higher ground. Oh, that's a beautiful Yule Scepter. Now Amar's going to come in. They want to try and get away from this Bristleback. He's popped that BKB. Stampede's being used. Good disengage here from Quest. They want to have this fight on their own kind of terms now. Malrine comes in. Skinner to the backside. Is going to take down Omar. Omar's going to have no way back into this fight. He will have the buyback, though, as TA2000 getting completely kited around. And now with Crit coming in for the charge. Wants to try and take down Malrine, but it's another one of these flaming lassos. TA2000 standing and fighting. How much damage does he have? It's a lot. Takes down Crit. So they will not have Malrine for 90 seconds here, and the buyback comes in from Noob as well. The Earthshaker wants to get these fisticuffs going. And they've got 5 remaining left here for Quest as well.
Ended up going for the Lunar Blessing damage, so these right clicks are really starting to rack up. 10 seconds to be able to take this Roche, and will they be able to do it? Maybe they'll start to time some of the stuns just towards the very end there, so they get him before he starts walking top.
Oh yeah, this is definitely done in time.
Just enough.
They get the Ag's Blessing now on the Luna, so the Eclipse has been able to throw on probably Malik at this point. I mean, you can just throw it in an area as well.
Blessing damage though, right? Not the Eclipse mini stun. So it's understandable. They've got 4 BKBs on Falcons, so it might just be a completely useless level 25 talent. May as well just go something that A, helps your farm, B, helps you push, and C, makes that right click even more impactful with the Satanic, of course, lifesteal coming through.
TA2000, the cojones on this, man. It's Divine Rapier time. He's got it in the quick fight. There is the full hitcher ride being completed as well here from Malik. They want to go forward. Goes in with the who stop. Look at the damage that they're doing here. Got about half HP
nice,
on the snaking. As you said, it's a full buyback now from Crit. They need to be careful. You have the Aegis of the Immortal as well as the cheese to be able to play around with, but
I think
make sure that they
backing
don't
off
give it up.
entirely, not wanting to go up onto that high ground, not against a Bat Rider.
Especially because he has 2 Flaming Lassos, right? It's going to be very scary if you put yourself in a bad position, especially for TA2000, who doesn't have the Aegis of the Immortal. So, this game, Matt, every game that has this kind of teetering back and forth where teams are playing insane in a lot of these team fights really gets me up in the morning, you know, for Dota 2. And it's starting to feel like one of those games where it basically can mean one team fight, one small little slip up, one player not having buyback can mean a win or a loss. Who's gonna
even just giving Omar the cheese just to give him a little bit of extra survivability. He's got the ninja gear to be able to, you know, at least have that initial positioning, make sure he's not the target of a lot of these Spirit Breaker charges.
TA2000, they're gonna walk in, take that tier 3 tower.
But
they did have...
They're only willing to reveal for a split second, right? Not wanting to leave them susceptible to that drag back from the Bat Rider. Any Lincolns on Quest side? Just the one. No, they've got 2 actually. Cowrie's been able to pick one up as well.
They understand that the Flaming Lasso can be an issue. They also have a Lotus Orb as well, which can be, you know, kind of like the pseudo Lincolns, right? Where it just gets reflected back onto the Bat Rider. So they have ways of mitigating some of this damage. They want to try and play around a lot of their vision. Do Team Falcon playing on these high grounds, but they're not going to give it up that easily. Quest. They have to go back and deal with their creep waves, though. So they don't have all the free time in the world across the river. Visitation rights have been revoked for now across the river for Radiant Zone.
Look at this annoying little rat style. They forced to TP a few people back, but yeah, well, there was backdoor protection kicked in anyway, so they weren't going to be able to do all that much.
That's where things start to get a little spicy, right? With the backdoor from the Nature's Prophet.
4.8k HP on the Sentinel Roll Runner, going for the overwhelming blink as well. It's pretty nice.
River Enjoyer, Stat Enjoyer, anything that has strength written on it, Malik will buy it. Yep, Strength Enjoyer.
Enjoying.
He's gonna have so much HP when he double edges people, right? Like he's got a double edge, especially if he gets like a double edge with the Soulbind. Yeah. Oof, big juicy boy. He's gonna be thick.
They'd love to be able to get the level 20 up for Omar as well. Get him onto his level 20, get that extra 3 hits to kill the Phantom. Means that, you know, the Bristleback might be able to get one use of the Bristleback itself off. But you know, once that BKB's been used, he's probably not going to have the freedom to just freely cast it straight away after.
Yeah, just mitigating him for a little bit. TA2000 being a sneaky little boy with the smoke and the glaives, the moon glaives, being able to kill a whole crew without revealing himself.
Going the Aghanim Scepter as well on Skidder. So wanting to have that haunt at his disposal. They tried to get a little bit cheeky with some of these movements of the Lunar Illusions to keep the mid lane pushed in. Again, it's super creeps that they're having to come up against. I'm honestly a little surprised that Skidder hasn't made his team have a priority in taking the Tormentor, or B, just bought the Shard for himself. It's really good these days on the Spectre. Just extra 100% reflection on that dispersion. Just time that together with when the Eclipse is used or when TA2000 is just right-clicking like a beast.
Oh, this is spicy.
They maybe get away. Lotus is on him. Ends up bouncing him away. It's just as the Aegis gets reclaimed as well.
I was going to say that could have been some hashtag timing right there. If they catch them as they're doing the Tormentor and the Aegis is being reclaimed, that could have been some dire straits for Quest, but they don't hit the timing just yet. 2 Falcons, and this game is slowing down to a crawl. Both teams understand
they know Skitter's here. They're all moving towards Skitter. He only reveals for a split second on the lane. But this ward placed up on the high ground when they were previously making that big push down the mid lane is still giving a lot of information with where exactly the Falcons carry is looking to play. He's once again underneath the vision. And there's 3 heroes under a smoke as well, of course. NP can join in at any time.
Yeah, they're going on the aggressive here. They find out Skitter, this would be massive. They don't get the vision of him. If you catch out the Spectre, then you don't have to worry about this Shadow Step. You don't have to worry about this Ag's Haunt. So, both teams just ships in the night, walking away from each other, not really being able to deal with it. I think they are just kind of waiting for this Ag Scepter. Means that Skitter can, even though that Omar's is going to be able to hide away with you know, the Smoke of Deceit, means that with the Ag's Haunt, Skitter will be able to get onto him no matter what.
And he has gone and bought out for that Aghanim, so it means that he doesn't have buyback for the next 260 gold. Still no Aghanim shard as well for Skitter. Maybe just the lane pushing in on the bottom side, dissuading them from doing it. Also, they should know though that they've got 1.5 minutes until there's a potential Roche respawn, right? So you've got time to be able to open up the map. You've got time to be able to take this and make your Spectre just so much more strong.
Yeah, just giving yourself that 100% damage reflection.
Cowrie.
Ooh, he gets away. That was the actual Haunt. That's 180 second cooldown.
Yep. Better to use it now, I suppose, than when Roche is up.
Oh, he bought the Ag's Blessing.
Yep.
So we went the whole 9 yards for it. I thought that maybe it might be time for Blade Mail to go bye-bye. But...
or just boots.
Yeah. But...
you're able to just instantly get on top of people in 2 different ways, why not?
Yeah.
And they finally do end up taking, and it goes to Mallory, of course it does.
You're talking about this shard going onto the Spectre, and it's almost destined to go somewhere else.
The March of the Treants, down top lane, down mid lane, just trying to be as annoying as possible. More Treants being summoned, pretty rarely that people do that at the level 15 mark. Just considering how much more damage that you get provided, and armor, from going the +4 teleportation stacks.
Kind of understanding his role, I think, is Kaori, right? Just being like, I need to be the nuisance. I need to be the guy who makes some space, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to make space with his boys. Come back to ultimate.
Medium duration Roche respawn timer as well, so should be spawning probably on the top side. Slight favor to Falcons, with that being the case. Actually going to be maybe a bit of a pincer move happening here. It depends if people are going to show on the lane. I think they might have seen a Quill Spray.
They definitely would have seen one now.
And they'll see the Courier for sure. So both teams know where they're positioning. And it's going to rely on, do they have TPs? Everyone has TP on Quest. And they're going to need to use it to get back to the base.
I was going to say, you just start pushing inside of the base now, right? And it's all about the question that you start to pose towards Quest is, we're going to start hitting your base. What's the answer for you? And they will just have to TP back. They're going to be able to deal with these creep waves as well. So they have been able to at least pull Quest back inside of the base for now. But this game's slowing down to an absolute crawl here.
So full refresher on TA2000 as well. So double Eclipse, double BKB, double Satanic.
Oh, Echo Slam, I heard it. He goes out directly onto Malrine. He gets oh so low. Do they have the extra damage? The Soulbind goes down. It's the Illusions. The Illusions. Do they have the damage? The right clicks. It's there in time. They take down the Bat Rider. Kaori with the vision to be able to get that Lucent Beam down as well from TA2000. And the right clicks gets it done from the man in the trees.
He's got the Silver Edge as well, so they're almost close to having a 3rd Silver Edge on the team. With Earthshaker just wanting to make sure he's saving for that buyback, realizing how vital this Roshan attempt is going to be. Malik once again being the one on the front line. TA as well.
They have to be careful. They don't want to try and overcommit here onto snaking. They are going to try and buy out some of this buyback. They are still keeping an eye on Roshan, who has just respawned. Haunt goes in. Now they want to get directly into the background. They don't have this Echo Slam. Skidder goes directly in onto the Grimstrike. He has the cheese, doesn't get it done. Has the full buyback as well. TA2000, he's getting caught out. But look at the damage now with the Eclipse. It's a double lasso. It goes in onto TA2000. He has to refresh it. The Satanic turns back around. BKB double time. And he's doing so much damage back now with the Luna. TA2000 is standing tall with the Eclipse as well, and Team Falcon, they just don't have the HP to stand in front of this Luna at the late game stage of 55 minutes, and they will not be able to stand in front of her again with Noob just doing all the work at the fissure. He's going to hitch a ride, he's going to bring Crit down back into the fountain, and TA2000 is still so low. A lot of these buybacks are going to make these fights a bit spicy. They still have buyback for TA2000 as well as Malik as well. They're going to look to try and kill him off. He goes down, he just gets deleted by the Silver Edge, and once again snaking and the boys are trying to keep this fight rolling. The fish is not enough to keep Kaori alive, so both of the supports by Quest are dead without any buyback, and everybody from the side of Falcons have fought into this fight.
He's got workhorse for himself.
Will eventually go down, but he has the buyback here, Daredog. That's the special thing, is he has buyback, but neither do the supports on Quest.
He's going to actually buy back entirely. You know, he's got that. He's bought out. He's got the BKB for himself. Bought the Aghanim's Blessing. They need to just to be able to keep these lanes pushed out, though. You know, eventually 2 diebacks going the way of Quest, and that means that Falcons, they're going to have this 4th Roshan going in their favor. Another use of the Refresher Shard going to be incredibly impactful. You would have to say it. Probably giving that one over to Skidder. Yeah, absolutely. Just to be able to use Haunt twice in a single team fight. Wait for those. Well, he's actually already popped it. He wants the Haunt immediately.
Yeah, wants to try and fight. So they're going to use the Shadow Step here to get back into base. So Skidder wants to try and close this game out with 60 seconds left available. He sold the Refresher Orb, did TA2000. He has a Rapier. This is all or nothing at 56 minutes into the game. You've got 1 lane of racks left available. What can you do with all calls available for Quest?
I kind of feel like you give it up. You know, like, you have a lineup that's capable, if you win a team fight, if the enemy team doesn't have buybacks, that you can just run it down and end the game, mega creeps or not. So you give this one up, you put the faith in your team to be able to win a team fight off the back of a Divine Rapier, and wait for someone to make a misstep.
The only person in the game with buyback that is not on cooldown is TA2000. Everybody else used it in that previous fight. There was 9 buybacks used. TA2000 lived through it all. Now has the Divine Rapier and still buyback.
Now, I'm not sure if our lovely observer has it, but I do have Dota Plus. Have a guess at what the win probability is.
I was just going to press the 65% for Team Falcon.
82, surprisingly, but I honestly agree a little bit more with your guess of 65. Yes, they've got mega creeps. Yes, they're favored. Yes, they've got HS and late game bristleback and everything else. But man, Divine Rapier with no buybacks and a Luna that is just able to just push down those lanes is a scary, scary thing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing
they
for
have
me,
any
right?
vision,
Is there no buybacks?
That's the downside. Yeah.
Yeah, they just don't have good ways of getting any of their vision down, and the fact there is no buybacks for Team Falcon, it's a little spooky.
And somehow
Yeah,
Snake King's Observer Ward inside the base has been able to survive up until now. Omar just de-warding it at this point.
Well, it's felt like for the better part of, you know, maybe like 10-15 minutes, the Quest haven't actually been inside of their base. They've only really been inside of their base to respond to creep waves, and been doing a good job at being proactive across the map.
I mean, again, it could just be another one of these situations where, yeah, you can afford to just, you know, be Quest, play Quest gaming, and push the game out to 100 minutes, or they could just wait out this this Aegis that's got 2 minutes 40 left on it. You know, you've probably got about a minute and a half where there's not going to be any buybacks available, and use that time to be able to make a push happen.
Yeah, there is definitely going to be a pretty big window where Aegis is going to be down and there's going to be no buybacks. So Quest, they can hold their ground. They can get a second Rapier on TA2000 because that's what he's queued up. And if he has buyback and a backup Rapier, like, who getting a Rapier on Team Falcon really matters? Like, nobody, right? Except maybe the Enchantress, I think, would be the only person who'd be like, okay, now Snake King has a Rapier, then things look pretty dire. But Outside of that, dropping the rapier is probably not going to be too bad for TA2000 as long as he has something to kind of replace that spot. Which I think that he does. No, he doesn't have anything left available. I thought he had like maybe his boots on his career or something, but...
Nah. It's just purely a backup.
So...
Oof. I mean, this is what we were expecting, right? Best of 5, grand finals, 2 clear best teams in the region. For now, we don't know what Nigma have to give us, but, well, we will have to see how this one closes out in the, well, almost at tier 5 items as well, man.
Yeah. I was going to say, we're getting close to 60 minutes, so tier 5 items. Are there any that are going to break the game? Mirror Shield, I think, would be kind of game-breaking for Quest. Giant's Ring's going to be pretty strong for Malik.
For sure.
Ex Machina.
Like he needed more strength.
Yeah. Ex Machina, maybe like an Apex. Fallen Sky's really good. Force Boots. I guess they're all kind of good. What about Arcanist Armor? How do you feel about Arcanist Armor? Is it good?
I think it is. I think you gotta not pop it at the very start of a lot of these team fights, right? And very few games get to 60 plus minutes, so a lot of people just forget that they have a neutral item like the Arcanist's Armor, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, something like that, just be able to reflect a lot of this uncontrollable damage like Luna does, for example, could be a really big deal.
Yeah, so... Still have a little bit of time until we have these tier 5 items available. I really wish that there was some like UI thing that showed you the options that they had.
Yeah.
And what they chose, because I think that would be very... I don't want to say like...
Maybe that's coming in the patch.
Maybe. For tiers like 1 to 4, I think that's like kind of like irrelevant. But like for tier 5 at least, I think that definitely should be like, these were the options and this is what they chose. Maybe even like tier 4, I think would be pretty cool to look at. But all the other ones are like, I feel like they're very straightforward. Like tier 1 neutral items, most heroes are going to get the same tier 1 item every single time. Same with like tier 2s and tier 3s. So it's not really much variety.
Man, Snaking's nearly level 25 as well, and he'll have plus 6.5% impetus damage. Pretty significant too.
Oof. 26.5% distance damage. And if he gets the rapier, that's big damage.
Okay, we found the target that we want to get the rapier.
We just want to see him lob an impetus from 95% of the map. See if you can.
I kind of want to see someone get a nullifier on Quest as well. Like, no one really has the slots or the money to be able to do it, but it's really important against this double Wind Waker. Like, it's becoming a significant deal. Even just crit, right? Like, his BKB's down to 6 seconds. He doesn't have an Aghanim Scepter, so he's not going to have that piercing debuff immunity aspect of his charge. Malik has to be a little careful, though. Remember,
going in on towards the Centaur, but they at least will pop out the Stampede. They come in,
refresh.
They do at least get one catch. They get the second refresh. They're going to get the kill here on the Centaur. There is no Centaur for 125 seconds. That's probably the game, it seems. Oh, that's
Divine
rough.
Rapier
Malik's
is
had
the great
such a good
equalizer.
game.
You never know.
That is true.
And I wonder if they're going to realize this and just wait out. Yep, Crit's making stacks, making sure that those Ancients that are more likely to be able to give those tier 5 items are built up before they go for that game-ending push, and a double damage on the top side of the river as well. Are they going to be lucky? There's the one. What is Skidder going to choose here?
They also got one on Amar. Echo Slam goes in directly onto Amar. How much damage do they have? They've got more than enough. Look at the damage that TA2000 does. BKBs and Divine Rapiers are galore. And now Skidder's going to go in towards the backline, but Quest, they're just going to try and dip out of here. They want to try and have these fights going all too bad. Giant's Ring for the Spectre has been choice number 1. Amar, he's dead, so he's probably going to, or should, give his tier 5 item to somebody who can actually utilize it.
There's 5 anyway, it's fine.
Oh, I really like what TA2000's just done. You buy a Hand of Midas, you go and secure a tier 5 item.
And you sell it?
Yep, and then you sell it. So then you Midas it. Ooh, okay, what's he gonna get? Oh, Mirror Shield. Okay.
Pretty decent, honestly.
Yep.
Prevents the, well, reflects the Haunt back, reflects the Lasso, reflects the charge. Although, could that be used against you with the charge, right? Just make him move super out of position.
That's true. You do have control over it. You can, like, stop moving.
Yeah, sure. But, like, all it takes is a second or two.
Yeah, of you just not paying attention, right? And, you know, the Luna's just going...
Yeah, pretty much. Just
Okay.
autopilot. I mean, cruise control.
Snaking did it. You got the Arcanist armor.
Let's go.
Alright. See how much damage it does towards the end of the game.
20% magic resist aura is pretty damn good too.
Yeah. Very, very strong. Skidder will get the Giant's Ring. We're going to have the Seer
Second mirror
Stone
shield
on Malrin. We're going to have the Arcanist armor and another Giant's Ring for Crital.
Come on, just give me the Giant's Ring. Come on, Malik. Give me the big centaur.
Surely he goes for it, right?
Come on. The only reason he's taking so long to choose is that it's not an option.
Come on, buddy. You can do it, Malik.
This is where those full discussions end up going on. Still, 3 people still yet to make a choice with what exactly they go for. Come on, just choose.
Please, please, God. Remove me from my sorrow.
Well, with all this indecision, we're basically going to have everyone with their buybacks back up pretty shortly, with the exception of Malik, considering that he's, what, 1,200 gold away from his, so that might be the only limiting factor.
He's also Malrin, who's about 300 gold away from his, but that's basically a bounty route.
There we go. Ex Machina. He chooses for himself.
So he wants double BKB.
Another Blink, another Lotus. Phase Boots? I don't know.
maybe he didn't get Giant's Ring. See, this is where the UI element would be very important.
Double Book of Shadows as well, so whoever gets gone on to, just put him into the Shadow Realm.
Yep. Would have been nice to see Kaori go back to the Rat Dota of past and be able to get a Book of the Dead. I would have loved to have seen that. He just like TPs in towards a range tracks like every so often, drops a Book of the Dead, gets out of there.
I'm sorry, when I said Shadow Realm, I just keep thinking of that picture of Ralph that you always send me.
That's my favorite reaction meme to anything.
Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh fans will know.
Well, we've cracked over the hour-long mark here, and nobody
Which
is...
means our sanity is also cracked at this point. Going into the Arcane Blink, actually, on the Centaur, so they're still lacking a little bit of that regen reduction coming through. Honestly, at this stage, I feel like you kind of need to 100 to 0 the likes of Amar, right? You can't take a longer team fight. It's gotten late enough that enough people have built up Wind Wakers. There's no nullifier to be able to deal with them yet on Quest. So, like, what do you even do against this? Do you just rely on TA 2000 to get the perfect team fight, to land the perfect Aghanim Scepter Eclipse onto people?
Maybe.
Maybe it's even just waiting for level 30 for the Luna as well, right? Get your level 30, get that little bit of mini stuns coming through. Do they have any Ex Machinas on Falcons? I don't think they do, right? So
no,
you'll have Book of Shadows to be able to protect people from the Eclipse, but certainly not something like the Ex Machina to pop a second BKB, for example.
Yeah.
And
they do have a refresher on Malrin, though, so he will have 2 BKBs.
Skidder on this Giant Spectre just reminds me of Ag's Labyrinth. The minigames from there.
Bring it back. Come on, Valve.
I hope so.
Yeah, that was a goated game mode. I've been hearing good things of the Warcraft game mode. That somebody has made recently. Might have to give it a crack.
Is it Grubby approved?
I remember watching a clip of Grubby dying to the bots. So I don't know what that says about the bots or what that says about Grubby after playing, you know, a couple thousand hours of Dota. It is very funny because I do watch him play Warcraft 3, and he still is a beast. But Dota slowed him down. I will say that. No, it's definitely the League. We can blame it on his League of Legends. That's what's true.
Yeah.
So, 25 on Grimstrokes coming up. What do you go for? Inkball Radius? Probably right. 150 on that. Feels good.
Sure. I mean, I think if you haven't gone the Stroke of Fate cast range, you basically doubled down on just being a continuous support.
Yeah.
The time for scaling is Ogre. I mean, I really wouldn't hate to see the old Dark Portrait. I mean, having Radiance... Yep. No, he actually doesn't have Radiance anymore on the Spectre, so scratch that. It would be a horrible choice.
Don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Sells the Blade Mail as well.
So he's got full Butterfly coming out now on Skitter. So Rapier doesn't give True Strike any mo.
No mo?
No mo. No mo.
Sad they took that away. That was the Rapier patch though, which I think was a cool kind of patch.
It was exciting, if nothing else.
Yeah, it was very exciting. It was like 25 minutes and you just have someone buy a Rapier and you're like, what the fuck is going on? You're like, why is my carry buying a Rapier third item?
Don't worry, bro, they got a PA, it's fine. I'll kill him.
And then he gets one shot anyways, and you're like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm. Looks like all both teams were doing was waiting for every single person to have that buyback available, and, well, the last person was TA2000. He's got it available for himself now. And, of course, Mega Creeps means that Creeps are just all pushing into the base. The ones to make the first move looks like they are going to be Falcons. I'm hearing a Firefly come through.
It was Malrant on the side. Looking to see if he can catch out some of these members. They go in. Malik goes into the backside. They do have the Haunt out. They go directly on top of Omar. Does have the buyback though. Now they're going to come in with the first bit of the Eclipse. Look at the damage that he's doing here on TA2000. They want to try and take down Skinner. They don't get the damage. They don't get the first life on the Aegis of the Immortal. Malik
they just
getting caught out once again. That's another Flaming Lasso, and he will go down as well. Another one of these buybacks is going to have to be used. And as you said, they already got the first Aegis of the Immortal. The first life goes down. TA2000 goes back inside of the base. He wants to try and win this fight.
They soak up everything.
No. You hate to see it when it comes to the second Eclipse. So it's not the damage that you would like. They got, what, 2 buybacks out of that. That is an absolute success if you are Team Falcon.
All it cost you is the Aegis. You're able to get a full retreat off, and, well, the name of the game is now pretty simple. Just rinse, reset, wait for your big ultimates, and honestly, most of them are back available with the exception of that Spectre Haunt.
Yep. That's all they got to wait for, right? It's as you said, just reset, go again. What are they really going to be able to do about it? You know, Malik, there's no save for him. Grimstroke does have the Aghanim Shard, but using the Inkspell offensively means they don't have that strong dispel to be able to get him out of that Flaming Lasso.
So now the win probability is basically the same as what it used to be, but I'm a little bit more now leaning towards the Falcons side, right? Like, I was saying it was probably like a 65% chance to win. Now it's 81, and I would probably say it's like, excuse me, actually 95 around this point. You know, just having the lack of 2 buybacks, having the ability to just wait out all of your abilities, and the fact that there is Mega Creeps means that, I mean, the way to answer this sort of thing is to be able to get aggressive, right, while they're waiting for their big spells to be able to come off cooldown, but you just can't do that. Mega Creeps means that you're always on the back foot, you're always having to do something to be able to defend, and it just feels like it's going to be a little bit too much.
Yeah, it is very defeating when, you know, a fight like this happens and it's ultra late game and you have to use a buyback, right? Because you know that this next fight you're not going to have it, and you have to play a different kind of way. You have to be a little bit more conservative, and somebody like Malik who likes to be jumping in and getting these fights done, if he gets caught out once again, there's not really much they're going to be able to turn back around. But I mean, maybe without the Aegis, Skitter isn't going to be such a nuisance in these fights, because you can just see how much damage the TA2000 does, right? Like, he just kind of walks in and absolutely eviscerates them with the Divine Rapier. Is it time for him to just say, screw my buyback, and just get... I mean, kind of need to keep everything. I was going to say, is it like time for just saying, screw the buyback, I need a second Rapier?
Yeah, I think the buyback is still pretty important. I think you got to make sure that you're waiting for it. I mean, I'm a little surprised that Kaori's been able to keep this Observer Ward up on the top side up until now. You know, he made a global TP up there, placed it down, and Ma was farming relatively close by with the gem, and he basically checked every single high ground spot except for that one. So they've got a little bit of vision available. Maybe if someone else just goes too far away from the rest of the team. I mean, everyone has a Boots of Travel, though, or a Charge, or, you know, Haunt slash Shadow Step, so it's not like they can even look to isolate anyone in that way.
It's going to be very hard for them to isolate any of these members. So now up the higher ground they go. To Team Falcon, they go in the back. Oh no, they've got the Batrider, they're pulling inside of the base. The Aeon Disc, it's big though. To be able to save out Malrin for now. They will get the Book of Shadows to be able to keep him untargetable outside of the game for now. They have to be careful of their tier 4s. They're going to go forward. The first Eclipse goes down.
They soak everything.
The A2000 has this refresher orb to be able to utilize. He wants to pop his BKB. He wants to try and utilize the maximum amount of this refresher orb, but they just eviscerate the Nature's Prophet. He goes down, and they use the BKB, and they will just dip out once again here from Team Falcon. They have a refresher orb.
Still available. Yeah, they're going to need to protect this tower. Tier 4 is just about to go down. Not quite, though.
14 life. That's going to go down in the next set of engagements. They're getting close to having some of these buybacks back again. So maybe they might be able to hold off for Omar to have his back. But you can just see how quickly they kill these heroes. And all it takes is for Team Falcon to kind of hit that button.
You can tell that Melrin had a bit of an oh shit moment there, though. Getting the lasso onto one of those targets with the mirror shield is a big no-go sort of situation. So needs to make sure that he's basically using it onto Grim, Nature's Prophet, or the Centaur.
Yeah. If he didn't have that Aeon Disc, and maybe if he got pulled all the way into the fountain, we could have seen Malrin being one of the guys who had to buy back into this fight, but holds on to it. Is now level 30 as well. How close are we to all... So, almost everybody for the side of Team Falcon is level 30. All three of the cores are level 30. Crit's getting close to his. No level 30s for the side of Quest, though. Omar's still hoping and praying that he at least gets to level 25 this game.
It's just so frustrating having, like, these constant creeps that are always going to be a factor. Like, even if you had one lane of super creeps, right? The Tormentor nearly ended up killing them. Yeah, it's not worth it at this stage.
No, it's not. It's a little bit of gold. Maybe they just wanted to try and farm towards that buyback, but that was... that was spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. With the rapier, I think that's what was the scary part.
Yep.
Rapier crits.
Another charge attempted there into the mirror shield.
Let's see if we could pull Noob out, but isn't able to get him outside of the base for now. Who's going to go back and farm? He's going to build his own refresher orb. Again, they're just walking up onto the guys of smoke.
I mean, they give him the Lincoln's block though. Doesn't have anything else to be able to cast in onto them. It's the Shaker. I'm sure he's pinging it again, saying, I can't jump him. I will die.
Yep. There's no way to go forward. Now the Mirror Shield. They're going to pop it out. Aeon Disc now goes in onto Marlon. They have it onto the Luna. Can they lock her down? But it's a massive Echo Slam. There's all 5 heroes stuck inside of that. TA2000, he's dead. He's got the Refresher. He has the Satanic. He doesn't have the life, though. The Rapier's on the ground. They've done enough damage for Team Falcon to be able to take down one. It is Malik that's able to get the kill. And with the Rapier on the ground, they will be able to claim it back once again here for TA2000. But they have no Centaur for 110 seconds, Matt.
Man, how much damage did that Echo actually do? Like, it felt like it was one of the biggest ones that we've seen the entire game, but looking back at the fight recap, it's barely tickling. Like, 2,000 damage is, it's a lot, but in the grand scheme of things in a 75-minute game, not so much.
Yeah, maybe it was a lot of big FPs. Oh, beautiful lasso directly on a TA2000. This looks like it could be it. The Satanic, he's turning back around with the Rapiers as well. He gets flicked over to the other side of this fissure. TA2000 wants to try and stand and hold his ground with his Rapier and the Butterfly. It's not going to be enough. Snake King goes into the air and they take down the pesky Luna. Finally, at 75 minutes, you see the cores go down. They almost get it done here off Noob. He wants to try and take down Malik. He does have his own buyback, though. The Earthshaker out into the sidelines isn't going to be enough, and Quest will call it quits. 75 minutes into this game here, Danog. That was an absolute marathon in this game number 2 of this full best of 5, and we are going to be going all the way to 4 minimum. And it's going to be a very, very long series, no matter which way that you cut it. Because this grand final has given us everything so far.
You know, it wouldn't be Quest Dota, and it wouldn't be, let's call it a little bit of Tundra Dota with both Skitter and Snake King on the Falcons side if it wasn't a super, super long game. So, And like you said, it was back and forth. It really felt like it was either team's game, but just some of those timings around the bristleback, which honestly, it's feeling a little bit like the hero of the series so far, giving one of these scaling offlaners to Amar. Seems like it might be one of the difference makers. Exceptional early game coming out from Malik, just not enough to be able to get it done for Quest. But now we effectively turn it into a best of 3, right? You need to win 2 more games to be able to stamp your ticket over to the Kuala Lumpur event. $1 million on the line if they do make it there, but they've still got a little bit of the journey, both of those teams. So we've got a bit of a short break before we get to that point, and we'll be back in probably, 8 to 10 minutes? So get yourself a snack. I know we need one, and we will be back very shortly.
I saw you riding on the train today.
just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. Ooh, what a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. Ooh, I wanna choose. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body anerkannte Saft. 8 und 8, das ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur. Die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Hope you guys took that time off to be able to relax and reset going into game number 3, because that was an absolute marathon of game number 2, and I know there's going to be a lot of Dota ahead of us for this best of 5, and I'm very excited for us to be able to come towards the inevitable conclusion of this ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur close qualifier for the MENA region and see which one is going to be our first representative going over to Kuala Lumpur here in the MENA region. Danog, that's a big game to be able to play in game 2 of a best of 5 for one of these two teams. I think this third match, even though it's not going to decide the result necessarily, I think it can really kind of determine the mentality of both of these two teams. You know, if Quest let that 70-minute game break them, then things could go downhill from here, and kind of conversely for the side of Team Falcons, if they, you know, they're like, oh, we had to struggle for a 75-minute win, that's all we're going to get in this series kind of deal.
Quest were born in the 75-minute Dota. This is nothing that's strange to them. Same sort of thing, honestly, with Skitter and Snaking, right? They are very happy to take the games late. It just comes down to minute execution at the end of the day. And honestly, it kind of felt like the difference might have even been on the supports at the very end of the day. Like, you had two legitimate late game heroes in the Spirit Breaker and the Enchantress that are able to dish out a solid amount of damage in those later stages of the game. And you just compare that to a Grimstroke who, once the Radiance went away from the Spectre, didn't quite have as much value from getting the Dark Portrait. You essentially become an Inkswell bot. There isn't even anything that the Soulbind is like mega effectful with on your team. Like, if you had a Doom, maybe it's different, but you know, not quite so much this time around. So I think the big difference is going to be the lack of Bristleback moving forward, or it's going to be the team that has second pick banning it out every single time. I think it's honestly, considering how it's been playing so far, if you've got first pick, just pick it.
Yeah. Really does feel like that it's just been that strong of a hero that the entirety of the
Razor
series.
slipped through.
Okay. Also Spirit Breaker. So I think that's the question here, is that Quest has given Falcons is, do you guys want Razor or Spirit Breaker? Do you want to ban the other?
They want Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
For sure.
Does this mean that Quest will pick Razor?
No, I don't think so. I think they're saying, you know what, we've got one ban left, let's just do it then.
Yeah.
I mean, Just the banning of the Shadow Demon tells you all you need to know, right? So it's like this is a Spirit Breaker that's coming out first. It's just a question of what other hero do we want to ban out.
Did they get rid of the Grim?
Nah.
Seems like coming into this, considering that Falcons had the choice. Yeah, I was going to say, did they get rid of the Grim? They go Spirit Breaker here, so what's the response from Quest? It has been Grim 2 times in a row. Did they just go like Tree?
Tree, Willow, what else? I mean, even the Prophet isn't horrible. You just got to make sure you're ending the game before it gets too concerning, right? Like, you can't let the Spirit Breaker scale, or you need to directly address him. So, play fast Dota, or pick counters. And Shadow Demon, in my opinion, the biggest counter has been removed, of course, by Falcons. They have first pick. They're the ones that are going to be able to decide all of this. But, yeah, I still kind of wanted to see a Jakiro come through. I think it's totally fine. This is okay, too. You know, giving a little bit of that flexibility between 1 and 4. But, I don't know. I do like me some Jakiro.
Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a lot of those heroes that are going to be, you know, just on the fringe of can still deal with some of the meta heroes, but people are just going to forget they exist, right? I think there's just so many heroes in Dota that, especially when you're a competitive player, your mind kind of narrows a little bit on a small pool of about like 30 to 50 heroes instead of the entire pool of heroes. So that's why we do see teams kind of gravitate towards the same kind of couple of handfuls throughout the entirety of a meta. So right now it is the Muerta in response. The Deadshot can be a nice little deterrent for the Spirit Breaker if you're able to hit it. So good Muerta player can deal with that.
Which Omar is.
Yes, very much so. So what's an extra ban here from Falcons?
I mean, maybe a Clockwork? Like, you don't have the scaling, but it deals amazingly well with a Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
And it's a good lane partner together with the Muerta. It's just a question of, you know, do you want to reveal that this is probably a position 1 Muerta this early on? Because if you go on a Clockwork, it means that Muerta's probably not a position 4, right? And, you know, maybe they're not going to go Clock now because they're thinking, you know what, well, let's keep things open for us and, you know, we can reveal the Clock later. They're not going to ban it.
Well, they get rid of the Panda. It's an interesting ban.
Toss up the Bear, Dispel Magic for the Bulldoze.
Yeah, true. It also is pretty good at dealing with some of these kind of hardcore agi carries as well, along the lines of like the Luna, I think has been something that these teams are gravitating towards. It is 0 from 2 so far. I think that's going to stop these teams from playing it. I like this response with the Enchantress as well, coming in from Quest, just being like, that has been an annoying hero for Snaking to be able to pick in these last couple of games. Let's get rid of it, and let's just try and play our own game without having to deal with this pesky hero that's breaking all of our smokes.
I think the last time Cowrie played it against Falcons, though, he went like 0-14 or something like that. It wasn't pretty. He definitely started 0-7 after like 12 minutes. So he is a very sacrificial player of the Enchantress. It's not even chain feeding, right? It's just that he always offers his body up as opposed to a core. And, you know, it can look like feeding, but it's pretty decent.
So it's all about the tactical information gathering with your body, not an observer ward.
Gather information with your body. Got it.
Don't do it literally in real life. Do it in Dota 2. Well, what about this second pick? What are they going to go for?
Of course.
Okay. They do actually go for the Razor. So they do want to pick it up here for Team Falcons.
So what do you do to counter this now? Like, is it another Centaur that's going to be coming out here? Centaur Muerta is a really strong lane. You can still have the Enchantress as that position 5. You've got the Stampede to be able to disengage from the static link. You might also choose to go like one of the more direct counters to the Razor in like a Bloodseeker, but it's not super meta right now, so you'd have to wait and see.
Maybe for the Pugner as the response, trying to take down that Enchantress and trying to make sure that Muerta isn't just having the free time.
At least we're seeing something different, you know? I like seeing the Pugner, I like seeing the Razor come out. The Spirit Breaker's getting a little bit tiresome, but you know what? If it's that busted, you gotta pick it first, because you know the enemy team is going to if you let it through.
Yeah, exactly. You have to make sure that you're getting what's broken first. So
I remember watching that Boxy documentary from that Liquid put out, and he was always, whining and moaning about getting Tusk picked for him about 50 million times at TI11. I wonder if Crit's going to start feeling that way about Spirit Breaker, or if it's just fun, take your hands off the keyboard once you make the charge happen.
I'm sure there's a magnitude of fun that you can have in Spirit Breaker. So Crit's probably just chilling. He's also like a Dark Will or Earth Spirit specialist, so he seems like he's more than happy to pilot some heroes.
I mean, you're just like, you're rolling the dice with every single right click as well with that Spirit Breaker, right? Which is always some form of entertaining. 17%.
7% at a time, all the time. What do Quest go for here? I think they're going to have to try and reveal the hand just a little bit about where this Muerta is going.
Fine.
Yeah?
Feels fine enough to me. I don't think you're revealing all that much by picking it up at this stage of the game. I mean, you're going to need to reveal something about one of the lanes, and I think a Muerta lane is totally fine. Willow,
Go for the Dark Willow, so they're revealing this Muerta is at least a core. Well, I guess Dark Willow could be a carry as well.
But I mean, these are 3 ranged heroes that I feel like, Razor, Spirit Breaker are happy enough to run at.
Ooh.
So I'm a little concerned about that aspect.
I don't know how I'm feeling about this axe into a Razor.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the thing is, you're not really relying on right clicks to be able to get a lot of the damage done, right? You get a blade mail, you get the procs of the counter helix coming through. I feel like that's enough to be able to take out the Razor. The thing is, like, where is the follow-up damage going to come from? Razor gets a pretty early BKB, and Dark Willow, Enchantress, Muerta, they're really not going to be able to do too much at all against that.
Yep. They do have a Spectre as a response, so they're making this axe pick a little better here for Team Falcons, but there's a good performance from Skidder in that game, so can't step away from it all too much here for this game number 3.
10 seconds remaining.
Battle of the mid lane is coming next, huh?
5 seconds.
So what are they both lacking? Lacking a little bit of tower push, probably, for Quest. I mean, I guess you can, depending on how the lane goes, have Axe playing behind the tower, cutting waves, just picking up his own net worth in that way, and let the creeps do a lot of the work. You've, of course, got Cowrie on his Enchantress that's going to be able to do a similar sort of thing. But yeah, it feels like a lot that Axe has to do this game, right? He needs to have a good time in the lane, you've got to be a control for the Razor, you've got to push lanes, and you've got a front line. So, like, how is Malik going to be able to accomplish all of that? You're really going to need Noob to start to pick up some of the slack there. I mean, is it going to be a Pango last pick overall?
I was going to say, I think maybe a little bit of that extra frontline initiation for Noob can really kind of put them on the front foot to try and get them into these fights and alleviate a bit of the pressure. I like this puck ban once again here from Quest. I think that's what Falcons really need. They just need a little bit of this AoE teamfight control, right? Like, they just need some hero to be able to lock them down so the Razor can get that static link going, so the Spectre can try and keep on top of people and try and peel people off of the Poignant.
It's good to know that they have the potential to say, you know what, Malrine, be like the second core for this game. Like, traditional 1-2. But it really feels to me like the recipe for success, at least against Quest. It might be different against other teams, is that you got to let Amar be the one to be the true core, and then just play that Space Maker for Malrine. We saw him do it with the Bat Rider last game. We've seen him do it as Puck plenty of different times. So I think that's really going to be the key for them, and you can see their Bat Riders being banned out. So basically, the question that I have on my mind is, what core can you look to play in that mid lane that does open the map up a whole lot more, that does make initiations, that does make space for you to be able to farm a whole lot with?
Yeah, that's the question. Some good bans so far already here from Quest that will be able to answer that question in some vein. Is it something along the lines of like an Earth Spirit for themselves, try and have that little bit of extra magic damage against the Muerta that doesn't allow her to just kind of have a free time? They're going to go for a Dazzle ban. I mean, that was something that Noob really did kind of pick up and kind of dominate. So this is where Team Falcon's probably going to be looking towards a melee hero. Earthshaker?
Yeah, I mean, if you are going to go this Earth Spirit or Earthshaker, then something like a Dazzle ban is pretty necessary, right? Otherwise, you're just going to get completely bullied out of the lane. You and I were watching Attacker get that done to him by, I believe it was Noob that did it, right? Like, he just gave him absolutely no lane at all to be able to play with. Granted, it was a mid-Sand King, but, it was still very rough to watch.
Yeah, completely bodied him in that mid lane. So nice band there coming in from Team Falcons. And what a quest to respond with here.
Just give me the Pango. I want to see the Pango. I mean, it's one of those heroes that doesn't necessarily get blocked off by the Fisher. It's going to provide a little bit of a disruption to the Pugna life drain. It's going to be able to, prior to Razor getting the BKB, allow you to be able to get away from the static link. Another stun for the Breaker. And it's a noob specialty as well, so it really ticks off a lot of the boxes, and more importantly, takes a lot of weight off of Malik for what he needs to do this game, right? He's still the main initiator, he's still the one that's going to be making a lot of these pickoffs happen, at least once he's got, the Blink Dagger for himself, but, you know, it means that Noob isn't going to be rushing into any items that are going to gimp his scaling potential all that much.
Exactly, so... Good well-rounded drafts from both these two teams. There's a lot of quick pick-off for them. They've got ways of initiating fights from long range, Blink Axe. They've got the Future coming in from the Earthshaker of Marine as well. They've got a little bit of team fight, a little bit of AoE control. So I'm liking how this game number 3 is going to look here. We have seen Spectre versus the Muerta in previous games, but that was where Team Falcons, they had the Spectre themselves versus the Muerta, and that was up against a team was a little bit on a different level when it comes to Quest Esports. So, or PSG Quest, pardon me. So we'll see what this is going to look like. I'm keen to see what the Amar Razor is going to do this game. Going to see how powerful he's going to be, considering every team so far has, been banning against it. It is Amar, so you are going to have to respect his Razor, but I want to really see the reason behind a lot of these bans and really be able to take this series by the scruff of the neck. And maybe we both might be wrong, and this could potentially be a Team Falcons going up 2-1 in this series so far.
Good. I'm also, you mentioned you're interested to see what Amar does. I'm interested to see what Snaking does, because for all intents and purposes, I'm not really seeing the synergy with this Pugna, right? Maybe it's just going to be, lay down another ward and, have Amar go into the middle of a team fight and just life drain him. Make sure he's able to get full value of the static link without taking a backward step. But really, the majority of the time that we've seen Snaking throughout these qualifiers, he has been the one to put a lot of that early tower pressure on, right? We saw it with the Enchantress, we've seen it with the Nature's Prophet, and now he's picked up a Pugna. No one else on that Falcons roster really gives too much in the form of tower push, especially really early on.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see how they're going to play around a lot of these different heroes and see how they're going to get this third game going after that 70-minute bonanza. Interestingly enough, Amar was spamming the level 30 voice line for Razor, and it says, "I drink your milkshake."
Yes, and then Malrine said, go 10 hours game, European smiley face.
What does "I drink your milkshake" mean?
I don't know, maybe he's like the swirliness of his body? I don't know.
That is the most obscure voice line I've ever seen. I imagine it's linked to the Arcana, because Arcanas get different voice lines, right? Is that kind of the deal, or am I tripping?
Maybe.
I think
I'm not a Razor enjoyer.
I don't know. I feel like that's been something for other cosmetics, is they have slightly different voice lines. I will say the cosmetic looks nice, looks based, looks cool.
I mean, Wraith Kings is like, I have all the sexy or something like that.
That
which
is
just
goated.
so stupid.
That is absolutely goated. And it's also the platinum voice line.
Alright, calm down.
Don't get it wrong, mate.
Actually.
Actually. I can't even remember what the Grandmaster Tier 1 is. It's something about, kneeling down, the peasants kneeling down in front of him, or being one of his subjects or some shit. I don't know. All that I know is, I now have all the sexy.
Let me have a look. Oh, it's just guys. Guys? That's all it is.
Really? That's kind of sad.
Yeah. Master tier is welcome to all my new subjects. Now let's get to know each other.
Yeah, okay.
Boring. Some people have the best, Wyvern's best voice line is a silver tier 1. It's just chill, baby. It's so good. Yeah. Just incredibly tilting. They go for a super deep dive on you, you get away, or you still die, but 4 of them die for it. It's just chill, baby. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's it's very exciting. So that voice line must be an Arcana one. Because
yeah, very exciting.
Because I checked, and it's a different level 30 voice line. That, "I drink your milkshake" is not a part of regular Razor.
Oh,
So
well, that's cool.
maybe it's like an Amar specific one. I don't know, man. I'm just still
Bring
confused
back
by
the player-specific sets, by the way. I love
Yes.
those. The No Tell
BZZ
Meepo,
Pugna.
the Arteezy, Naga Siren. Those were great. BZZ Pugna, yeah.
the Dendi also had one that was the Quap, the Dendi Quap.
Mm-hmm.
From what I remember, it was very, very nice. So, yeah, bring it back. Get some collaborations going.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine any of
What
these
are some
pro players being
iconic
able to
ones?
design
Like,
sets?
if you had to give people one hero to be able to link it together with, that regardless of patch, regardless of how meta it is, they're still going to play it.
I would say, like, Crit playing either Dark Willow or Hoodwink would be one super iconic one. I think he would be linked with one of those two heroes.
Yeah. I would say Amar's Razor is probably the one for me. Like, he's not a hero right now in this current meta, and, well, you can clearly see they're playing it in a KL qualifier match.
Yeah, and he's the only player that plays it. So we'll see what it's going to look like in this game. We're going to see what the rest of the lanes are getting up to. Malrin is doing a really, really good job in that mid lane. 11 and 6 so far, up against the 6 and 3 of Noob. Bottom side of the map, though, Malik doing axe things. 8 and 2 up against the 7 and 2 of Skidder. So everyone seems to be on their comfort heroes today, and just kind of chilling. I mean, a 70-minute game really does either force you to be super agitated or very chill in your next game. So I'd imagine this game number 3 is going to be the right kind of vibes.
I'm still going to need a few more iconic hero player
Oh,
pairings.
okay.
I'm interested to see.
Whisper Timbersaw
Yes, that's a good one.
is one. I'm just trying to think of like one from like every region that I can think
Well,
of.
for C, I would say Yopaj Ember or Savage Morphling.
Yep, I think they're two good ones. What about
Picard's
most
PA is
recent
pretty
one?
up there as well.
Yeah. What about Toronto, Tokyo, and Undying? I mean, I know it's a very new combination.
It's
but I think
too new, I think. It needs to be over multiple years, I think.
Puppy and Chen.
Yes, okay.
That's
Or
a big one.
Chen or Ench, one of the two.
Yeah. Nothing to say, Tinker.
Yes, that's definitely there.
Quinn Pangolier.
In 2023, I
Yep.
don't know about that.
That's
or
my
Quinlish,
favourite.
that's another one.
Yep. Samael Storm is another big one. I'm just like thinking of like every time Nahaz would like be like, oh my god, X player hero, whenever it got picked, and it was like Samael.
Doing these days anyway.
That is a good question. It's a Samael Storm and
Snake?
Miracle Invoker. Snake goes down.
I'm surprised. Yeah, I thought if they were going to go for that dive, there would be at least 1 point in the Berserker's Call, but even underneath the tower with the 2 points in the Battle Hunger, enough to take him down.
Yeah, I guess with the extra bonus damage coming in from Omar with like the Shadow Realm and the Brambles, I think the extra bit of chip damage that the Battle Hunger does do against a Pugner is kind of important for this lane. What about you? Well, like, can you think of any more?
I mean, I've given you a few, but let me have a think.
Alright.
For NA, I mean, Quinn isn't really NA anymore, is the thing, right? He's probably the most iconic, and you can't say Abed Storm Spirit because he's now playing on Blacklist. They've already qualified to KL as well. So, what are really the NA iconic ones? Moo Witch Doctor? I don't know.
Probably Fear playing one of his heroes, like Lycan? Fear Lycan is probably a big one. I remember that was
Saberlight Lycan was pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. But
I guess
Saberlight
RT
is
is already
definitely
based
not
on
North
that.
American. Yeah.
I mean, he plays in the region.
Yeah, but
Bulba Magnus, for
plays
sure.
in the region or comes from the region. Two different things. I don't know. What about some more support heroes?
What about from the MENA region? What heroes are we? What players are we thinking from that?
Well, I mean,
Noob
you're
Pango or
looking
Noob
at a
Snap
couple.
are kind of up there.
Yeah, I would say Noob Snap just because like we've probably given Quinn Pango, and I would say Omar Rubik is another one. Like, I mean, like if you're giving
FY
Rubik to
Rubik as
someone,
well.
yeah, but yeah. It looks like there is a
Stunned,
gank
by the
for
way,
us to
from
talk
Melry.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought the Centaur Conqueror Stomp was going to be enough from Kaori, but it wasn't.
It was not indeed. Looks like he's going to have
So-
Crit babysitting him for the next little bit.
Oh, you could also do the Weepo. That's a big one.
Oh, big wraparound though.
Yeah, they're going for a second attempt at this one, but Crit is here. Nice little
damage.
charge forward. He's able to connect onto both those supports. It's a lot of damage that goes forward. Marine, the damage. Raindrop. He's been able to save from that Shadow Realm, and now Omar is going to pay the price with it. They will come back in once again with a lot of damage coming in from Noob. Isn't able to convert on the kills, and everybody is on these blinking health bars, and Noob gets caught out. Is he
low on
slim
HP
enough?
and
No, he
mana.
isn't. Needs to go to Jenny Craig, but it's the swashbuckle that does the damage back onto the members of Team Falcon.
Only Aussies would get that reference, but it's completely understandable as well. Around the 7-minute rune timing as well. No supports ready to be able to pick it up immediately. Alreen just quickly wanting to get the last little bit of dregs of experience from that lane. He's got the Echo Slam available now, though.
Yeah, so this is where it starts getting spooky if they want to try and make that rotation once again. Noob has picked up that level 6 as well, but he's taking a stack and hasn't gotten the level in the Rolling Thunder. Snay? Ooh. I was like, you're going to be a spicy little boy. Gets D-Ward, so that's pretty hype. What's top lane been happening? There
I've
is
just been
a lot
farming.
of damage going in towards TA 2000, but he at least gets TP away, so he's okay. He's sad, but he's okay.
They'll be able to get a nice little Centaur Conqueror as well. And this is what we want to see, right? We want to see Amar playing on these great scaling heroes. He's currently second on net worth. You're setting him up with a really solid start, just going into the double Wraith Band. He ended up turning around a 2-man gank onto him into a kill going back the other way. Just relying on individual skill, right? Whereas, you know, utility heroes, you can have all of the ability to outplay as much as you can, but if there isn't the damage there to be able to follow it up, then it doesn't result in anything. It just means you're delayed death.
Exactly, and I think they're slowly getting to the point where Team Falcon are kind of understanding that Amar is against Quest, their kind of win condition a lot of the time. So they're leaning more in towards that and starting to pay dividends for them. And I mean, this is the time for it to all start to click, right, in the grand final for the
Yeah,
qualification
for sure.
spot going over to ESL and KL.
I mean, I think if you can get something like Melreen on his puck, they've been really wise on Quest and Bandit out twice now in a row in this sort of situation, where you can both fulfill that playmaking role as well as a damage role. Like, he is just so good on the puck that, you know, you kind of get the best of both worlds. Malik kind of doing what we were expecting, playing behind the tower. A lot of the damage being done onto this tier 1 down bot is a result of just the creeps being able to do that, as we see a full charge across the entire map from Crit. They want to see if they can get some reinforcements in to be able to punish the Axe, but he's got his boys playing behind him. He's at full HP, he's got the Vanguard, and he's got a Healing Lotus to play around with.
Yeah, I think they got a small glimpse of the TP in from Marine that they just were able to signal the retreat there, because it did look like they wanted to get a little bit aggressive with the supports hanging around this tier 1 tower.
They saw
So
Crit
Malik
charging
doesn't
across
bite
mid
at
as
us.
well, right? The Observer
Oh,
Lord
okay.
placed down by Omar, so even just that is enough to be able to force people to back off. Every time when you're playing against a Spirit Breaker, it's always just one more ward mid, no matter where it is.
Just get that river vision. So again, starting to slow down in this game. Both teams are just trying to get those early set of items going their way, trying to find some of these power runes, trying to find this early fight. Marine, again, gets away just for now. The power rune is going to be bottom. It is going to be a regen rune. The noob really would like this. He swashels over the Fisher. Swashels?
I love
Would that be
swashling.
the... Would that be the...
Swashbuckles.
Swashbuckles just sounds weird to me now.
Well, so do swashels. So
Yeah, that's true enough.
Alright,
Alright.
3-man smoke coming up towards the top side. Not quite yet level 6 on the support, so Omar might just be lacking a tiny bit of damage to be able to take out some of these heroes. Crit already with the phase boots, so he should be able to get out of dodge a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to try and take down Amar. got 1300 HP. Do they have the damage here? Omar's going to go in. They're going to be able to break the static link, so he doesn't get all that auto attack damage. Noob, though, wants to go back in. Do the damage onto the Razor, but they boop him down to the low ground. So Omar is able to get away from that, so they will not have the Rolling Thunder for another 70 seconds.
Tactically done by Amar, just popping the Eye of the Storm as well, just to make sure that he was going to be able to survive, and they're actually going to be the ones to get the kill onto Noob. Missed Berserker's call and runs into an Echo.
Yeah, they have a little bit of extra damage. Crit wants to go back in now with the Nether Strike, but it was the counter Helix that's able to claim the kill onto the Spirit Breaker. Malik is very, very low here on the Axe, and Skidder wants to try and claim something back in onto this Axe. Blade Mail goes down. They don't get the Berserker's call. Beautiful fissure there once again from Malrin. And they are just claiming kills left, right, and center in this mid lane.
And they're going to use any bit of time that there's just no one playing around this mid lane, snaking, getting a few of those Nether Blasts in onto the tier 1 tower. We were mentioning before, like, that is, it feels like his role in this team, right? Play that position 5 that's pretty strong in the lane, that's able to make these rotations count. And in terms of, like, you know, again, game effectiveness, not all that much, but he just needs to be the one that opens up the map by taking these towers.
Yeah, and I think he kind of is doing the same thing he did on his Enchantress, right? Just being a nuisance and taking towers early. It's what you were saying, right? It's a very similar role that he's had across a lot of these games so far, and trying to find their identity. They are still a very brand new team, our Team Falcons, so slowly finding their identity when it comes to playing these games of Dota.
I mean, there we go. He almost single-handedly just takes the top tower on his own on the little green man. Lucked out as well to be able to get the Arcane Ring, so is able to go straight into the Tranquil Boots, always be very high on the old HP front, and I mean that signals to me that soon-ish he wants to be pairing together with Amar to be able to make a lot of these plays, right? Of course, Amar, it's a great BKB game to have to go up against. It means that you're not really caring at all about the Rolling Thunder. It means you don't care at all about the Muerta, about the Dark Willow, to a lesser extent the Enchantress. It's really only Axe that's able to stop you in your tracks, and I mean you still need to be perfect, essentially, with your positioning of that Berserker's call.
Yep. And even then, Amar's still able to get off the static link, which is going to be a lot of damage that he's going to be able to return to members of your own team. Blink Dagger early pick up here from Malrin. He's had a very good start to this game so far. He's not the craziest when it comes to the net worth, but impactful net worth, I think, is the best way to put it now with the Blink Dagger available.
For sure. Looking to try and get a pick off here onto TA 2000, maybe just feeling like they've got the rhythm of where exactly he wants to be playing and farming. He's playing back and forth, he's a bit indecisive about where exactly he has the safety to be able to farm. Looks like he makes the right choice by moving down from the tier 2 tower, even just using the scan up on the high ground, trying to play a bit of guessies, but guessing wrong.
Yep, tier 2000 just avoids the gank for now. We'll wait for this crit wave to crash in towards his tier 2 tower, and then he will claim that up. So Malrin isn't able to claim a freebie with the freshly picked up Blink Dagger. Everyone will continue to farm. How close are we to this Diffusal Blade? Alright, only a couple hundred gold away here for Noob on the Pangolier, so that's going to be a big positive for them to have that Diffusal Blade as well as the Orb of Corrosion. Just kind of ups their damage a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. There's that extra swashbuckle slash range as well, so obviously more people are going to be clipped by that Diffusal. Prevent them from being able to take these extended fights.
It was a small attempt on Amar's life in the top lane. Blink Echo, see you later. Kaori gets assassinated by Marlon.
Take him out. Quick Smart. Still having the Wisdom Rune actually up on the Falcon side. Amar, if he looks down, excuse me, if he looks down a little bit, he'll be able to secure it for himself. Don't think it's the worst option. You know, he's the one that you're wanting to be rallying around for this next little bit, right? And if he's able to get that BKB and level 12 timing at a similar sort of rate, that's going to be a big amp up in terms of his effectiveness in a lot of these team fights.
He's very far ahead when it comes to the experience, right? The only one that is really kind of comparable is Malik himself, who's getting close to his own level 12. Now has Blink Blade Mail Vanguard on the way. I believe he had his courier coming out to him.
They need to immediately make a play. They're going to be able to do it. Again, it's with Noob. with the diffusal blade freshly picked up, he ends up having to break it though to be able to clear out that siege creep. So not going to be able to join in with the rest of the boys. Maybe they might even be saying, "Hey, Tier 2000, I know you still feel like you need a farm, but we need you here. We need that extra little bit of damage to be able to convert onto this." Maybe he's going to be the bait.
Yeah, it looks like they may be trying to bait towards the mid lane, right? Seeing if there's going to be any answers towards this tier 1 tower. It's only going to be Crit who's going to walk through and charge, get the kills on those creeps. So the extended duration of the smoke
timing, yeah, not doing all that much. Snaking, I mean, it might just have to be a bit of a wheel-do sort of situation.
Yeah. Thought maybe they were going to find Amar, but he was just out of vision
The
for
storm
now.
there, though, is pretty... It feels pretty nice.
Yeah, that's true. 60 seconds until that's able to be able to come back online. They don't have that extra catch without the axe to be able to catch out the Razor, who is very, very quick on his feet. So, or quick on his milkshake, whatever it's called. So, they miss out on the big kill onto Amar, but they at least get the kill there onto Snaking, who is just happily farming in that top lane.
I'm happy they changed Storm Surge, man. It used to be the most boring skill in the entire game. It was literally just get more movement speed, but now they effectively gave him his old shard inbuilt into it as well. And some people might think, wait a minute, that's busted. But the way that they countered it is they took away the level 20 talent that just gave an insane amount of movement speed that effectively had you at max speed at all stages of the game.
Well, you didn't like the Mercedes E-Class S3, whatever it was?
Not in Dota. In real life, yes. Oh, he's got the specialist array as well for the Razor. You'd love to see it.
Well, you also love to see Blink Axe Cord be able to go down here onto Snaking. Malik finds him out, gets a second Culling Blade stack, so the Axe is starting to ball a little bit here. Noob goes up onto the high ground, doesn't find out Malrin, so the Earthshaker will be able to blink away from that Pangolier.
They're just needing a little bit more regen right now on Falcons, and it feels like that's the call. Like both Amar and Melrine both walking all the way back to base just to make sure that they can get their full resources back. They can pick up the tier 2 token if they still need it, and then they immediately make a move out. Look at that, going for the Grove Bow as well on the Earthshaker, wanting that little bit of extra spell damage coming through.
Yeah, just be able to come in, get the click, get the Echo Slam, does a lot of damage, might be able to convert kills onto some of these tankier heroes. Malik gets Echo Slammed. They have the Spectre as well. They don't want to try and get caught out by the Berserker's call, but they get away from him. Spectre is kind of precisely done there. So Midases are galore for both of these two supports on the side of Falcons as well as Quest, but more importantly, almost Radiance now on Skidder. Doesn't like going the Urn, but loves going this Blade Mail Radiance build.
It clearly works for them. I mean, they're saying, you know what, we're going to give a little bit more of this space making, again, onto the back of Melrine. He finally isn't Grandmaster with a hero, only Platinum tier. What an absolute noob. But, well, looks like they might be able to get away from Noob, who is coming in to try and get a quick kill attempt onto Snaking. Poor Snake, like, he's doing his best to try and shove out these lanes, but it's just got revolving in him getting killed one too many times.
Yeah, Noob's just going to follow him here. It's going to get the Rolling Thunder. We'll be able to cancel out on the Zuck. And they get themselves another dunk as well for Malik. So, lost his life, gets another dunk. So that's kind of happy days here for the Axe. How much armor has he culled? It's only 4 armor. It's kind of crazy that 3 sacks give 4 armor.
It'll level up,
not a math whiz.
Once he puts more points into it, though. Amar. He has to be a little careful. Doesn't have the BKB, doesn't even have the Eye of the Storm available, and no Pugna either to be able to act as that zucking life force coming through. And more important thing with no Pugna is that they have no way to be able to take a lot of these towers, right? And Snaking, again, single-handedly took that top tower as they get a double call.
What a blink call. They've caught them trying to park out on the petrol servo, and Malik gets the double kill, double dunk as well. Beautiful to see. That was instantaneous from Malik, and now we are seeing Quest finally starting to get this ball rolling and really starting to open up the map for TA 2000 to continue to hit creeps.
Yep. Just standing a little bit too close there. No need for it. And I'm sure it's a hard lesson to have to learn, but it's one that they won't forget for sure.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, you're probably not expecting it, to be perfectly honest, but, sometimes you get caught holding hands with a homie in a lane and get dunked instead.
Hashtag kiss a homie, yep.
Would you like to come to the mid lane and hold hands and kiss? I think that's what the line was. Yeah, I didn't want to butcher Sheep's line, but I think that's what the quote was. I'm sorry, it's real cooked hours, guys.
It is actually, but at least the birds haven't started singing yet. Soon, but not yet.
I know it's starting to get very early in the morning here in Australia because I'm getting very hot in front of the lights and inside of my room. So
yeah.
So I'm like, the sun is starting to round around the corner and it will start to beam directly into my forehead.
They're not doing Roshan, I mean, surely not. Yeah,
I mean, they have a little bit of minus armor, but surely they just don't have the tank ability with only one level in untouchable.
Melodic, he's looking for a high priority target in TA 2000, making the full wraparound happen. Love to be able to get an Echo Slam onto these two. Smoke pops.
He's pretty tanky, but I don't think he's tanky enough. That is just an instant evaporation of TA 2000.
They ping out the fact that there was a TP used by Noob and it actually got cancelled at the very end there. So do they have any idea that Noob is farming behind this tier 1 mid? I don't think they do. So at least they don't have that full amount of information to know that he isn't still going to turn up to the next team fight. But as soon as he reveals on the lane, they'll know that they can probably make a play around this bottom side if they really want to. That's the big reason why Snake King is feeling confident enough to be able to go forward and just land a few of these Nether Blasts, right? If there's no Muerta, if there's no Pango, that's a lot of the damage that isn't quite there anymore. Malik, of course, still dangerous, and him plus the Dark Willow is going to be able to deal a lot, but not quite enough to be able to fully dissuade.
Yeah, you're probably feeling pretty comfortable to never blast the tower as long as you're not stuck inside of a crit wave, right? I think that's the big thing for Snake King.
Not the biggest right clicker is the old Pugnut, so don't end up killing yourself on the Blade Mail or the Counter Helix.
Well, either way, that gank was successful on the TA 2000. Kind of tanky on the Muerta, but isn't enough for Echo Slam plus a Spectre. Has the Radiance, has the Usher. Now is only 2,000 gold away from completing up the Manta, but it looks like Quest, they want to try and group up. They've got an Aghanim Scepter completed now on the Noob as well, so it's a lot of gold that just floats around on these heroes, and now they're going to try Roche.
Just pops to pierce the veil. Avoids all of that armor on Roshan. Just rips at a new one.
And I guess with the Pangolier, you'll be able to get those disarms, so it does mean that you can actually tank this quite a lot easier.
Gives Crest more time as well to be able to make a lot of these plays around the map, allows them to get a little bit more value out of the Midas that Kauri has. He's starting to begin and scaling into his own right. Mid lane though, Malik.
He's been caught out. He's doing a lot of damage, and Skitter will be able to just fall himself away, shadow step into the safety of the river, and a beautiful Fisher once again comes in there from Maurin, and they will be able to secure a second. So Danog, it looked like so far that we were staring down the barrel of Quest being able to pull this game back, but it seems like Team Falcon definitely have other ideas for it. They are 6,000 gold ahead, and it just seems like they're constantly steamrolling up this hill of net worth.
Both BKB usages there as well. Biomar, very solid, right? He uses it at the very last second, not needing it to be able to get the kill onto the Axe. They know that Roshan was just claimed, so if there were mass TPs towards the mid lane, they're probably going to be a little bit slower, and only waits to pop it until the Terrorize is a potential factor there. So 7 seconds left on it still. Level 17 on the Razor, just 25 minutes in. Amar's having a great game.
Yeah. And he hasn't had to do kind of anything flashy, right? Like, he's just kind of been happily farming away on the Razor. He's been playing in aggressive spots. He's been getting a lot of extra info, but he hasn't had to really kind of overplay his hand. And I think it is kind of one of the positives of having a player who's so comfortable in a hero like Razor is he can just kind of sit back and farm, and then he's just going to become a third core, especially with the game that Malrin's having so far. He hasn't been able to ball out of control, but it's having a good enough game to be able to be kept inside of the core circle.
And it's getting to this point where, you know, Crit scaling too. He's level 15. He's got the Bulldoze minus 3 second cooldown on him as well, so even more effective in a lot of these fights. He's already got an Octarine finished up as well for this Spirit Breaker, really feeling like, you know what, a BKB isn't going to be able to do all that much for him this game. Rather prioritize just dealing the maximum amount of damage, roaming around the map. I mean, the lockdown that they have is, the only reliable lockdown they have is Malik, right? Sure, you've got Noob, but until he's got that Blink Dagger, he's only 500 gold away. It makes it a little bit more challenging as well. Speaking of Noob, he'll probably get a free kill?
Ooh,
maybe not.
Skidder. They come in for the Shadow Step. Malik is here on the corner, but with that Radiance Burner, it's hard for him to try and blink in. Amar, he's going to come in, gets Blink Cord now with the Blade Mail as well. TA2000 comes in off the Pierce the Veil. The Fear is enough, and that's a beautiful Nether Strike comes in there from Crit. They haven't been able to secure the kill just yet. They lose out on Noob as well as Omar. And Quest thought that was going to be some free snipes for them, but they were in the right place at the right time. We're Team Falcon.
How the hell was Amar able to get away from that one? I mean, pops the
No
BKB,
idea.
sure, down to 6 seconds, but yeah, just the jukes around the trees, playing around at night time. That was the difference.
Yeah. He just had that extra bit of life, and unfortunately for TA2000, just wasn't there to be able to deal the damage in time. Maybe if it was just a few steps behind Malik, that could have been a different fight, but also Crit did a really good job with the Nether Strike, just to be able to buy the time for Amar to get away. He's very, very speedy on the Razor, so as soon as he gets a small amount of distance, he will continue to increase that size.
That's all you need. Looks like Satanic next for him, maybe into the Refresher after that point, just to give him another full duration of that BKB. Another Eye of the Storm, another Satanic. Fine.
Yeah, and then it's very hard for them to deal with him. They are trying to at least deal with Crit here on the bottom side. Bulldoze doing a lot, but the damage is there from Kaori to clean up onto the Spirit Breaker. So it's a bit of gold, you know, going the way for the side of Quest, but they need to try and get some more high value targets out of that, right? Like, yeah, it's all fine and dandy being able to kill Crit as well as snaking, but you need to kill Amar. You need to start killing Skidder, because over these last couple of games that I've seen Skidder play this Spectre, he's just been left to his own devices and kind of just comes in at the mid game and turns this game on its head.
Most of the time, I would say, you know, the fact that the Spirit Breaker's dead gives you a lot more freedom to actually play out on the lanes, but I mean, the time that TA2000 died, it was all on the back of Malrain just going for that single smoke, being able to find the pick-off, and of course having Skidder join in with the Shadow Step available. But looks like they're still feeling confident enough without the Spirit Breaker to be able to at least get some value out of this this Aegis that they claim. That's a tier 2 tower that they've been able to destroy. Looks like they'll be able to get one of their own, though, on the Falcon side. Oh, they fortify just a little bit too late, so doesn't actually get the full defense there.
Yeah, I feel like people have done that quite a lot. Not recently, but definitely has been some small mistakes. Aegis gets reclaimed, so Roshan will be able to respawn once again in a few minutes' time. Ooh, Quest.
Getting chased down right now, but again, who's going to stop him? You know, he's got the Elven Tunic as well to be able to play around with more attack speed, more evasion, more movement speed, just with that Elven Tunic. He's just zooming around on basically 500 movement speed.
Yeah, pretty close to it. So it's hard for them to catch this Razor, hard for them to kind of lock him down as long as Malik doesn't get that blink initiation. They're looking for more of these heroes snaking.
Because of the Spec Illusion. Looks like they should be able to catch at least Snay.
But they don't get the dunk though, which is a little unfortunate for Malik. He was a little bit too early. They get the extra kill there on the Crit as well, thanks to Noob as well as TA2000. They want the Echo, they go directly in, and that is a Muerta no longer. She is dead and Kaori TP's away, so there's no other way of them stopping that TP, so that will just mean that they only lose TA2000.
Case run on Amar, but he's already... Well, he actually hasn't used the BKB. Has used the Eye of the Storm though, so probably not going to be able to claim any sort of kill.
He does have the Zuck on the pool. That's a good way of describing the shard on Razor.
Yeah, closing the gap.
Yep.
Walking the dog.
Walking the dog.
The choke
Heel
chain.
maneuver.
Yeah.
are scanning.
Haven't seen it used just yet, but to be fair, don't really pay that much attention to razors in a team fight, even if it is a Mar.
Well, it's 30 minutes in. Still a lot of towers left available for both these two teams to claim.
Oof, that was close. I wonder what's going on here. Maybe just not wanting to reveal the purchase. I hope he doesn't sell it. I'm talking about the Midas recipe that Omar's just sent back on the courier to his base, so maybe just still wanting to keep them guessing on Falcons.
Yeah. Try and wait until he gets the glove as well. So
I'm sure he's saying to Noob, like, come on, bro, you don't need that little bit of extra gold, but you know, if I just get my Midas, it's gonna pay me back super quickly. So you know, just let me get my next little bit. 150 gold. It's not that much.
Yeah, come on, man. It's just a glove. Let me get the glove. You can have whatever you'd like, Noob.
That's what they say. No glove, no love.
Yep. It's only a Noob question. I don't know. There was something there, and I fumbled it.
I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you, man. Crit's nearly got his own BKB as well. Man is scaling like a beast.
It really does feel like that both these two teams are just happy to play extremely slow, right? Like they are just sitting back, farming on every single hero, and when they're drafting like this, where you've got a Spectre, you've got a Razor, you've got an Earthshaker, you've got like a Spirit Breaker, you're happy for this game to go late. I mean, yes, Quest do have a Muerta on their side, but everybody else, I guess they have some really good scaling heroes in the Dark Willow and the Enchantress as well, so it's not that bad.
Especially now that he's got that Midas finished on Omar. Well, I mean, it's efficiency, right? You got to look at it through a different lens, right? If you were a maths mage, you'd be like, oh man, I'm having the greatest time right now.
Oh my god, the numbers. They're so good. They are very efficient. So, what's the next break point then, I guess is the question. Who's going to be waiting on what to start these fights? It looks like they are starting to get aggressive for Quest.
They know that they're playing around that area, but no boys with them just yet. TA2000 is eventually going to be able to TP in with that extra 20% gunslinger chance. So all of Quest underneath the smoke right now. I'm sure they're going to be very careful about going up into the area where they just got dewatered, though.
Yep.
Neither team actually knows that Roshan isn't quite yet available.
He's getting close. 30 seconds away. Malik. They're just hoping to see that somebody will reveal something, but yeah, they saw the dead shot.
No harm in taking the Lotuses as well. If they already know that you're in the general area. Harry just revealing for a split second there, going for the Moon Shard, because of course he is.
Yep.
Also just playing with the Wild Wing Ripper, not the worst as well, if you're able to hold on to it on the edge. Just another element of pushback for the Razor if 4 stuff isn't enough to be able to break the static link.
True. Also a little bit of extra armor from the aura. Nice.
So, 30 seconds away from moving up towards the top side, and it doesn't look like Falcons want to be able to give this one up. Melrine's pinging it out now, and he's saying, look, they can't take it in 30 seconds. We'd much rather just get our positioning right, get some wards down, get some control over this area, and make sure that we're able to play around this top side of the map.
Yeah, and this is a smoke coming in from Quest.
The second one needs to pay off for him, but they're going to smoke right back in return. Snake King again, just priority is put down as much vision as possible. Might even just place a sentry ward in the tree line, but never mind, he's just on smoke breaking duty.
Yep, and he does break the smoke indeed. Now Crit's going to come in with the BKB, goes in onto Malik. He's also low, into the backside goes Skidder. But with TA2000, doesn't have the BKB, but he turns back around now with Pierce the Veil. How much healing can he get done here on the Muerta? I don't think it's going to be enough. It's the Blade Mail that turns around, deals the damage. Malik, he gets stunned. He can't dunk on the Spectre. And the Spectre turns around with the Basher and says, thank you for that. They will lose only 1, but it is 5 that they get in return.
And he drank that milkshake for sure, just constantly following the Pangolier around in the team fight. There's nothing that they can do. There's not enough 4 staffs to be able to do it. There's not enough, like, an open field is exactly where a Razor wants to be playing, right? There's no way for you to be just juked over some cliff line. There's no way to be able to break it in that way, so you have to run around. He was just following around the entire time, even just with that 6 seconds on the BKB from Amar. So very nicely done there. He's actually going into the pipe next, just wanting that little bit of extra safety against, I guess, the Muerta for the very start.
Yeah, you can just see that I think they are lacking in the damage department right now for Quest. They were not able to convert onto the kills straight away, especially with Skidder being able to get directly on top of TA2000, drops the Abyssal Blade on top of him as well. Yes, you do pop Pierce the Veil as well as BKB, but you just don't have the lifesteal. Like, you don't have a Satanic or anything like that to be able to get yourself back up the full. Maybe that was a different conversation if they had the Satanic, but it's all about just trying to fight on this, like, 20% HP, which is never going to work out for the Muerta. And it was
I'm also liking some of the other itemizations on Falcons as well, right? Like, you're going up against a Muerta, Pierce the Veil, BKB get popped. There's very little that's going to be able to stop her doing stuff, but you've already got a Spirit Breaker who can just charge on through for the Greater Bash guarantee. Nether Strike, another way to be able to have that BKB piercing stun, and you've got an Abyssal Blade on Skidder as well, so you really do limit the amount of that, you know, full-on raid boss 6-7 seconds that Muerta has, and, you know, even if you can cut that down by half, it feels so significant.
Yeah, especially because, you know, you still generally have to try and take like a second or two to get the positioning right for the Muerta, so as you said, every second counts with Pierce the Veil, and the longer that you are spent stunned, the worse it does feel. Omar has been found out by Skidder, and eventually he's just going to burn down to the Radiance.
Not with the double Midas charge available, no.
Ooh, that's probably, yeah. Talk about a massive Midas.
Mm-hmm.
Alec, he's been found. He's getting zucked. Double zucked. Nice little dead shot there from TA2000, but they're going to get the Nether Strike. We'll go back in directly onto the Axe, and now they're just charging forward. He wants to go deep inside of the base, does Amar. Beautiful fissure block off as well. So Quest, they won't lose any more life, but they don't get anything out of that dive.
Yeah, Falcons should be able to get at least 1, maybe 2 towers as well as a result of this. Maybe they want to open up that Tormentor just so that they've got the ability to give the Aghanim Shard over to either the Spectre or the Earthshaker, 2 pretty good shards to get at this stage of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And it really does feel like another one of those instances where TA2000 is like, now just one more item, guys. Now just one more. And like, he needs the Silver Edge, but he needs the Aghanim Shard as well before he truly feels comfortable to be able to take a lot of these team fights.
And then even then, he's probably going to need another damage item on top of that, so we'll have to see when this Muerta is able to really to deal her damage, but looking at the net worth, Matt, this is dire straits. It's 21k at 38 minutes, so it's not the end of the world, but it's just where the net worth is being distributed. Crit is now 3rd highest on the net worth, once again on this Spirit Breaker. And almost all the cores were above even TA2000 for the side of Quest, so they are definitely behind the 8 ball. This game does need to slow down and go later if they want to try and get this dub here and try and be up in the series once again, but it is looking like that Team Falcons are in the driver's seat at least.
Kauri just standing up on the high ground with his Moonshard as well, so that little bit of extra bonus night vision serving him well. Also sees the fact that the Wind Waker is now complete, coming out to crit Spirit Breaker, so things just become even more challenging now. You know, you pop that Pierce the Veil, you pop everything. If for whatever reason you're not in perfect position to be able to get off that disruption that I was talking about, right, whether it be the Spirit Breaker or the Spectre, you at least can throw someone up into the air if you're in a more defensive position. So it comes down to literally team fights, a matter of split seconds, that maybe if TA2000 is able to stand and right-click during a Berserker's call, maybe they win the fight. But if that doesn't happen, it feels like all Falcons.
Yeah, and that's kind of the dire straits that they're in, right? It really does feel like it needs to be a very specific set of circumstances for Quest to be able to win these fights. Oh boy. You just give that to Amar and you just walk up onto the high ground, right? He's got a Skadi completed now too.
Can just give it to Skidder though, why not?
Yeah, true. I mean, it's a free assassination attempt.
No, it's just onto Creep Wave, never mind.
Kaori. 4 staff over the cliff. He has just picked up this moon shard, but unfortunately for Kaori, I think he's just going to die nonetheless. Skitter goes back and around, and still enough damage for Crit to be able to claim another kill on a quest member.
Feels like they're so heavily on the back foot. Even like having a look over at the net worth graphs, right? You see, was he gonna charge through TA 2000 here?
He almost got towards him, but the Echo Slam is enough there to be able to catch out Malik. TA 2000 got used into the air, so he has to slide away. And they at least get their axe out of dodge for now, so they won't lose Malik, but it was a decent amount that got committed there by Team Falcon. So what, that was Aegis being reclaimed, BKB, yeah, so... And Echo Slam as well, so... Not really much they got out of that for Team Falcon.
They're going to be able to remove this high ground vision as well, though. They're just completely blind right now on Quest, even during the daytime. This is not what you want. You know, you needed this time with the Aegis freshly expiring, with your Enchantress coming up in 10 seconds to finally be able to push out onto the map and get something happening in your favor. You can see the Silver Edge is complete. So if everything lines up, you have the potential to be able to wipe out even Skitter on his Spectre, but it just feels like they're not going to get the opportunity to do so. You know, the Lincoln Sphere as well, it's just... It's another necessary item, but it's another item that I don't think they have the freedom to wait for. They got to try and just hope things work out in their favor.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right, is they would like to wait for some more of these items, but I just don't think they have the time available to them. Oh.
Alright, more scaling, that's
again.
good. I guess that is the thing, right? They haven't lost any tier 3 towers, so maybe I'm just panicking a little bit too much. Maybe they can afford to wait. Double Midas, you've got a Muerta that as long as you're not dying without buyback and enabling them to push up onto your high ground, you do actually feel confident in going into these later stages. You know, I think in an ideal world, you wait for this Lincolns to come out, you wait for another Tormentor to be available, and you just claim the last one that's available for your team.
Yep, and then you get the Pierce the Veil extra bit of spell amp.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of that spell amplification and spell lifesteal as well is always nice. You can just get that extra juice. Feels like a Satanic. The amount of damage that you can do from TA 2000. So, yeah, maybe you might be right. They maybe they do have time. We'll have to wait and see. They are still very clumped is Quest, right? You can see that there's a lot of pressure being put on them right now to make sure that they're not getting picked off randomly by a Spirit Breaker. They are staying as kind of this like 4-man crew to at least help out as much as they can.
I'm trying to think of like clever things maybe that Quest could do to be able to bring themselves back into this, right? Like, can you make any sort of big plays happen with Parting Shot, the Muerta Aghanim Scepter, right? Like you Parting Shot the axe, he blinks in, he calls the illusion or whatever you want to call it, like comes back to the real body and drags someone with them and allows them to isolate. I don't know. I'm trying to think outside the box here. I know you can do it with Storm Spirit. You know, you Parting Shot the Storm, you use all of his mana to like zip really aggressively, provide a ton of vision, as well as you know, do some damage off the back of the ball lightning, and then you just haven't actually spent any mana because it's only the clone or the spirit
like fake mana
that did everything. Yeah,
it's like fake news, but mana.
Mm-hmm. Well, backline jump. They would love Snay.
Yeah, they do get him here, and look at the damage. That was quick from Kaori. That was a quick and clean death.
The big difference here is that they're not actually having to contend with super creeps pushing into their base. You know, at this point in the last game, they were down 2 lanes of Rax. This time around, they've actually got the ability to correct the lanes themselves, both from just a Pango Swashbuckle, you can Mjolnir onto a creep wave as well, and, you know, just let the creeps do the work.
Yeah. Just let it be the same nature of things. Crit. Found out by an axe call of Malik, but they just don't have the extra damage from either Noob or TA 2000. So he will walk it off.
All damage barrier as well. Very fun.
What, like, why? Like, honestly, why?
When I saw it, I'm like, he doesn't have block of cheese, does he? Like, just something ridiculous like that. If there was any series that we would see block of cheese, it's one of these, like, 75-minute games that we're going to get out of this one, with teams that just love going to the late game.
Well, there was one, it was Chrysalis yesterday, I think, in the Secret Series. They had like an 80-minute game, and he had a block of cheese on a Blood
Gary's
Seeker.
getting charged here. Roshan's up. It's Roshan number 3.
Ooh, this is the fight. Oh, that charge almost connects onto both Malik and Kaori. But the Enchantress is able to heal back up thanks to the impetus. Oh, the Echo Slam goes into the background, hits on her 3 members, and they're looking to try and kill more of these cores. But they assassinate Kaori instead. A beautiful charge once again comes in from Crit, and Omar goes down, so does Noob. So 3 people for the side of Quest just bite the dust quicker than you can say boo.
But again, it came down to a matter of split seconds, right? If it was a little bit different with the Axe being able to get the call, you don't get that huge Echo Slam. You don't get the follow-up coming through from Crit that's able to get to the back line. You don't get this Roshan. You don't get a Refresher. Now, I was talking about the potential of Amar going for a Refresher Orb, but if you can get a Refresher Shard for free, why not?
Yep. Just grab the freebies. They're going to be ready and waiting for you. Going to give the Shard to Amar, it seems. Yep. You are correct. For that extra BKB. Thought maybe Malrine was going to be able to deserve the shard off that Echo Slam, but it's not
Double
to be.
Echo, just bang bang.
Yep.
Doesn't even need to switch his bottle in to be able to get the mana back. He's got Snaking there, and they're going for another jump here. They're trying to force out some buybacks. Great!
Oh, that's a nice jump that comes in there from Malik, but I don't think they have the damage. TA2000 doesn't want to pop Pierce the Veil.
They have been so patient.
Utilizing their BKB.
We've got the Haunt available now as well.
Yeah, they can just start sieging with Skitter on the front lines. He has the Aegis, the Immortal. They've got Amar on the sidelines as well, who's 4.5k HP on a Razor. Like, how do you get through this HP bar? Don't know if they can even do it. They're going to try. Malik up in the air, but it was a Yule Scepter as well. I don't know where Yule's came from. That's Wind Waker from Crit, so that was a nice little start. The Aegis.
Look at what Ench is doing, though.
Be reclaimed. It's okay. So Kaori does the damage. Out of mana now, though.
Yeah, he needs that
so
mana to get all of this happening.
Yeah, won't have the same amount of mana to be able to utilize this. TA2000's in the background. He's been caught out. He does have the damage. The Abyssal Blade goes down, but do they have it? Yes, they do. Amar was able to find out through the Pierce the Veil. It does not matter. Crit in the backline is just causing chaos for Quest, and Malik's going to go down as well. This could be a quick one here. Well, quick one relative to the 70 minutes that we've been having across the entirety of the series. So it is a big start for the side of Team.
He's gone for the Beyond God like Amar.
Falcons.
He's got 9 kills so far.
He wants
Maybe
the 10th.
gone a little bit too far,
He's going
though.
to be as so lucky. Yep, he's gone a little bit too close towards the fountain, but with one lane of racks already being claimed to your Quest,
so many
they're in a
creeps
very
sitting on
familiar
bottom tower
position.
as well. Ooh, try and protect from the siege creeps. Looks like they'll be able to get the job done.
Yeah, he's just dead. And that's no buyback either for the Axe, and Malik will have to just sit and spawn and wait for another 115 seconds.
I really feel like that team fight turns out completely
creeps.
differently if you just had the Aghanim shard on the Muerta, right? And it comes down to a little bit of luck with the Tormentor, you know, not going to the Muerta until, well, what would have been the very last option, but also just a little bit of his own item choices as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of that unfortunate set of circumstances where it really does feel like that Muerta is definitely one of those carries that is, I need an extra item. So we'll have to see if teams will still continue to try and rely on her and not put as much emphasis into her lane. But either way, the tier 4 towers are starting to fall here for Quest. They are starting
just on
to
the front
defend,
lines.
though.
Using a lot of his just strong, beefy right clicks with that Enchant Totem to be able to get the work done. Again, no Axe, he's such a big part of the control. The Rolling Thunder needs to be perfect by Noob if they're going to be able to close this one out. But, of course, classic Tundra / Falcons Dota. Just back up and farm some more. Why not? 47k, it's not enough.
Yep, we need more. More. Give me more. Make sure that we don't throw this game. Feels pretty unthrowable at this point. 99% to 1. Win probability, so.
That is a number 2 net worth, Spirit Breaker, by the way. Please ban it in the next game.
Yeah,
I mean, or get first pick and pick it yourself.
Crit is farming out of control. The guy is entering sicko mode.
Oh, I think he's been there for a while.
He has 413 last hits as opposed 4.
You just charge through a creep wave and it one hits. And, you know, it's gotten to the point where you know the angles and the exact times to be able to, like, okay, if I charge from point A to point B on the map, I'll go through 4 neutral camps and 2 creep waves and get, like, 1,000 gold. GG. And all the while my Midas is recharging.
Yeah. He is definitely a overtuned hero. I think he's got too much.
We could say
too many
broken.
different scenarios. Yeah, I definitely. I think like legitimately broken is like things that have like no counters. I think is a good way of saying broken, or they play through the counters, right? Whereas I think Spirit Breaker can be neutered, but
He can be
he's
weakened.
been doing.
I don't think he can be neutered. That's the issue for mine. Like the previous thing was you just played quicker, so you didn't come online, you didn't get to this strong point. But now it's a level 9 timing. What are you supposed to do against that? Everyone's hitting level 9 in every game.
Yeah, true.
Here we go, full on rotation. Noob doesn't have the boots of travel either, so it's not like it's really easy for him to just join in with the rest of his team. It's just that he is literally the only person that can clear out all these creeps hitting into the base. He just gives them no options.
We've got an Ags up on Omar now as well. So the we saw the impetus damage from Kaori, and Omar's able to add his own kind of impetus with the Shadow Realm.
So at least TO2000 has the shard. He's got his level 25 as well, so some nice passive magic resistance might mean that he doesn't get blown up as quickly by Melreen.
Mm-hmm. This is always
But
nice.
again, it just feels like they can never leave the base. It's completely up to Falcons, like when they decide to end this game. They're just going to wait out the next Roshan. Why not, right? Just make it an absolute certainty. With it respawning maybe bottom? No, it's going to go top. I was thinking maybe you just get like an Aghanim Scepter onto Amara as well, and I mean, hitting 2 different targets, you just hit the Ancient as well.
Yep. Seems everything is starting to come up Falcons here, and they're in prime position to be able to move this towards a an extra
Shard
game
for the Shaker.
The illustrious 4th. Yeah, okay. So he's got the aftershocks as he needs them. Another refresher as well on the Skitter. So double Haunt, double Shadow Step, double BKB, double Abyssal. So a minute until Roche potentially could respawn. And it is just all fine.
Again, they just can't leave the base. They can't leave the base on Quest. Like they can't get out. It feels so horrible to be in this sort of situation. You just feel helpless and you're waiting for Falcons to potentially throw. That's literally the only option that you have. Like, even Malik got like a Berserker's Call literally next to the fountain, and Razor still, you know, it doesn't last long enough for him to be dragged inside of it. He has the Heaven's Halberd, so a little bit of that status resistance. It's going to be reduced duration. He's tanky enough, of course, nearly 5,000 HP now as well for Amar's Razor. It feels like a little bit too much.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they have enough to kill Amar. Let alone Amar plus Skitter plus crit plus
snaking healing him at the same time with a pipe activated. Like, it's so much.
It's just too much damage and mitigation to be able to get through. So we are just waiting for Roche.
What even can they get now? Like, and who do they even go on? I'm just having a look at the buyback status, and is it everyone that has it on Falcons? It seems like it. They're just making this game throw-proof. They know how much it means. They want to be that first representative of their region.
That's true. Yeah, they do have all buybacks at the ready. Still missing some for the side of Quest, but with Roche coming up in 18 seconds, so it's going to be a nice quick one.
I hope Snake King is on Lotus duty. Look, he's got the minor healing Lotuses locked, and I want to see him build up more and more. I need to see that block of cheese.
Well, there's a full Lotus pool here on the Radiant side, so he's going to be looking at that.
Give me the cheese, come on.
How many of the healing Lotuses do you need to turn into the big one?
I think you need 2 graders, so that's like 18, maybe?
Okay, well, he's close. He's got 10.
Maybe it's 3. I don't know.
Sounds like a lot.
That,
Oh, there's a fight. It broke out. Malik catches out onto Amara. They've got the damage, man.
Start.
Yeah. We said that we questioned whether or not they had the damage to kill Amara, and they definitely do. That was because we were all too busy looking at the healing Lotuses, so I'd imagine Snaking was probably doing the same, but Malik gets caught out anyways by Skid. That's 100 seconds without no axe, and now they're going to continue to move forward. He has the horn. That will be the Abyssal Blade to go down on a Kaori. He has no TP to get away from this Spectre, and eventually he will get burnt down.
His buyback's up 2 and 15.
Is again just so much damage that goes the way of Quest. They just can't hold on.
I mean, the creeps nearly just took the Ancient while that was happening as well. Like, they have such small windows for them to be making any sort of plays happen. They're going to need to buy back immediately on Kaori.
Oh,
maybe Amara's gone a little bit too deep, but the Pierce of Ale is being popped into a BKB. Not all that effective.
Yeah, it's just no damage, and look at it now from Skidder. They go back in, they deal the damage, they set their attention onto the Ancient, and the GG gets called anyway, so Quest will concede in this third map here, and Team Falcon, they will move themselves ever closer to being able to qualify to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. And Matt, after that 70-minute game, this was a very, very convincing game number 3 here, and I think so far we're starting to develop the meta of this best of 5, where it really does feel like this first pick is oh so important, and it's time. You've got to get rid of Bristol, and you've also got to get rid of the Spirit Breaker, so you're probably going to have to let another one of these really scuffed heroes through if you are not that first pick.
Who do you let through, though? Is it the Chaos Knight? Because I kind of feel like you want to get rid of the Razor and the Conquer as well, just so that Amar isn't able to play more of these carry style of offlaners, you know? But we'll have to wait and see. We've, of course, got a little bit of a break to go. It's a 2-1 series score so far for Team Falcon's favor. And, of course, it is a best of 5, though. So Quest have the chance for the pseudo reverse sweep to be able to come back. I'm sure it'll be a long game regardless, and hopefully it's an entertaining one as well. So we'll be back after a very short break, and we will see you in a few minutes.
days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive
that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for
Double XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, all facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Down, never vaulted. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Them checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur MENA qualifiers are almost at its conclusion. It is a 2-1 scoreline so far for Team Falcons, and they might be able to take down the favourites in PSG Quest here in a full best of 5. Danog, this is potentially the final game here to get the qualification all the way over to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and I don't want to say surprisingly, but getting off to an early lead now is Team Falcons with only one more game left to win.
Yeah, that's right. Both you and I said it would probably go to 4 games at the start of today. We were favouring Quest, though, so both of us, our predictions completely in the bin. Still have the potential if it does go to that full series, though. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll see if they make any sort of adjustments in terms of the draft, but we did see that it was Team Falcons that chose to have first pick. So the ones that are going to decide if the Spirit Breaker are out of the game is going to be Quest. And, well, we can see that the Spirit Breaker has been removed from the pool.
Yep, Spirit Breaker gone, Chaos Knight to follow. Final Beast is a few more of the bands, and so Falcons now, they're looking towards trying to figure out what this first pick is going to be for them, what they're going to allow in the pool, what is going to be given to them is the real question. What are we thinking? Probably like another Weaver ban? Do you go like Weaver Conquer if you're Quest here?
No, I want it to be Razor Kunkka. Or Kunkka.
Okay.
I wouldn't main the Weaver Kunkka either, to be honest. Like, I completely see why they feel like they need to leave it until the last pick just so that they have the most reserve time to be able to consider it. But it just comes down to, what are you more concerned about? Are you more concerned about... it would effectively force Falcons to pick Razor in the first phase if they wanted it, right? And I'm not sure that's quite as strong if you have basically the entire draft to be able to counter it.
Okay.
Whereas Weaver, there's still that flex, right?
Yeah, that's true. And we've seen quite a lot of Weaver from both of these two teams, so I'd imagine that's probably going to be a little bit more higher on the priority list than Razor has been. But still, Quest are going to get rid of the Razor. Now is the question for Team Falcons, what do they want to have? They've got a smorgasbord of options for them to kind of walk into. Probably the Weaver is the first kind of thing that I would be thinking of here in this first game. Just gives you so many options for Crit to be able to play it. They can also run it as Skitter in that position 1 role. So, what do we got? Is it Weaver?
Yeah, it's so pickable, man. Like, I really don't see why they would go away from it. I'm honestly a little surprised that they still went ahead and banned out the Shadow Demon after the Spirit Breaker had been banned. Maybe that means that they're, going to go into something illusion-based. Like, it's not exactly foreign to Skitter to be able to play, the Naga Siren or the Terrorblade, for example, something that a Shadow Demon does quite like to play against, and it's actually them that go ahead and ban out the Weaver just to pick up the Bristleback. I mean, if you're going to target a lot of them are heroes, and you leave probably the best one that for this meta, just pick it. What's the downside?
Yeah, and it seems like there's really not a good answer that you're able to have here for Quest, right? Maybe, do you go Ancient Apparition? I know a big one that they've been banning has been Faceless Void as well. Against the Bristle.
Ooh, a Bugner.
Okay.
It's not the worst. Maybe they're just going to look to get really active, but I mean, it's so hard to be able to say that, right? We've seen every single Bristleback basically so far this game come online, at least in terms of the Ags, at like 15 minutes. What is a Pugna supposed to do about that? Even if you're playing like, Pugna Storm or Pugna someone else that's just like constantly just in your face, zip, 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 it doesn't really matter. Bristle's still going to get the farm, he's still going to have a solid enough game.
Yeah, and it really does feel like that the decrap is only delaying the inevitable most of the time, rather than actually doing anything meaningful at stopping what the Bristleback wants to do. So, you can get rid of that pesky Faceless Void. Probably don't have to deal with the Ancient Apparition. I like the way that Team Falcons wanted to ban against like this Faceless Void Ancient Apparition combination. They just get rid of Faceless Void, who is a hero with Time Walk. They've also got Time Dilation, and Chronosphere is kind of just makes the rest of the team have a hard time as well, and it just kind of sets up for this free alley-oop in the Ancient Apparition, whereas some of these other heroes don't set up for it as nicely, so it means they don't have to worry with a ban on Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, similar sort of thing with the Naga Siren, right? Yeah, the lane is still pretty good. You know, all that armor against the likes of a physical damage dealer like the Bristleback, both with the quills and the right click. But also, it just splits up the map a whole lot, right? Eventually, Bristle gets to this point where he just wants to run down one side, and, you know, they just don't want to give them that level of comfort just to be able to play the game on their terms. And I think that's a big reason why Quest have gone ahead and got rid of the Spectre as well. I think by far Skitter's best performances have been on the Spectre, mostly because his Chaos Knight is being consistently banned out and he's never got the chance to play it.
Yeah, he's only played a small smattering of heroes across the entirety of this qualifier. It has mainly been Spectre, so glad to finally be able to see that in the bin this time around here for Quest. So Team Falcon have to figure out some other heroes they want to try and go for here. They will pick up the Muerta in combination with their Pugna, so they've got a little bit of an extra battery for the Muerta to try and stay alive. It is also another hero that can deal quite a lot of damage early on to the Bristleback.
I mean, if they want to scale on crit, they can very easily just pick Dark Willow again, right? I mean, it's not great against Muerta and Pugna. The Ethereal form does stop you from getting value out of the Shadow Realm, even if it does get to those super late stages. And so something like this is a little bit more versatile, right? We've seen that if it's more likely to be Snaking playing it from that position 5 role, and it means that maybe Crit is going to be playing something more along the lines of, you know, a stacker, or a little bit more of a selfless type. I really wouldn't hate to see the Venge come out from him here. Just, again, Wave of Terror to be able to build up stacks for the Bristle, let him be able to hit those super early timings, all the while, you know, you've got that minus armor to be able to buff up the Bristle's quills and right clicks, and you've also got a Nature's Prophet who's probably going into something like a Medallion or a Solar Crest, TPing in and making a good show of it in the laning stage. Oh, Grimstroke as well, that seems fine too.
Yeah, a lot of extra damage, some good Inkspell targets as well. Phantom can be quite annoying for a Pugna to deal with, so you have good ways for the Grimstroke to be able to stop that the big suck in the background. So wouldn't have minded the Vengeful Spirit as well. I think you kind of put a pretty good case forward for it, so I don't need to reiterate that. But with Quest now, they're just going to go back in towards their old Centaur. Maliks have a pretty strong performance at the entirety of Series 4 this, and now the Luna's going to come back in. So Omar's probably going to be picking up this Muerta. Pugna's probably going to go in the hands of Kaori. And we are just waiting for the noob hero a little bit later on. And as Team Falcons, what do they try and want to have for one of their final heroes? Again, they could have Skitter pick up the Bristleback and they can go the Darkseer themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel as much like an Amar hero though, right? Like, I know he has played the Darkseer, he's made it work, but don't mess with a winning formula. And again, I feel like every single time that Team Falcons has won, it's when Amar is on a damage dealer, a right clicker, not necessarily a big team fight, you know, spell user, for example. And Darkseer does fall into that category.
Alright, so probably leaning towards the Skitter hero. This is usually where they do pick his hero. So if the heroes that he's played so far has been the Sven, I don't know how that really matches up into the Luna itself.
It's not bad.
Oh, it's the Wraith King. Completely forgot about the Wraith King.
Super capable on that as well. And again, early-ish timings, plays aggressively, gives you another stun. These supports are semi-capable of dealing with the skeletons, but it basically just is the dead shot to like kill them once, and then they've still got the second life to be able to play around with, so it's going to be slow-ish for you to have to, you know, make some kind of a response against that. And once again, we're going to see the mid laners left until the very last pick overall for both teams, so we'll see what avenue they look to go down. Again, it really feels like for Quest, they need someone that's going to be able to be that frontliner. For Noob, I mean, they're banning out the Invoker, which, you know, not the worst. Mana burn against a Wraith King and a Bristleback feels pretty damn good. But they are lacking in, like, reliable lockdown right now. So if the puck gets let on through, unless Team Falcons want to let it through and then snipe it for themselves, then I could certainly see that working for them. So maybe this comes down to, like, mind games with the last overall pick. Like, well, you want something, but we're actually totally fine with taking it too.
Yeah, like, I think like Park and Earthshaker are the two heroes that I'm really kind of thinking of right now that might start to lead in towards those kind of areas for both these two teams. So we'll see who's going to lose the game of Chicken first and utilize a ban for it. What are they trying to think of here if you are Quest? Lena, yep, okay, that makes sense. A targeted ban towards the player.
I honestly think they'll ban the puck.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's just something that makes space for Bristle and Wraith King to go to work. It means that you're guaranteed to be able to get like a really long silent stun combination whenever you use that Dream Coil. It just feels really nice, you know, in combination with a lot of this. Yeah, sure, you won't be able to get too much done if you're specifically playing just with supports, but they have no way to stun you right now. It's basically only like a perfect use of the calling that's going to be able to do it. And then, again, it is such a Malrine specialty.
Yep. Be elusive, be evasive, put pressure on the enemy team, especially when you've already got scoreboard pressure on them with the fact that it is 2-1 right now. You could lose another game and then still have another one up your sleeve, but for the side of Quest, they do not. This is do or die for them. So that's why they really need to have a lot of emphasis put on this ban. Does it really feel like the park?
Taking a long time thinking about it.
So.
I'm wondering what else they're considering. I mean, again, like it's a winning formula. It's something that's been quite good for them so far. I suppose Malrine, like, Shaker is one of those heroes that you can act as that space creator while also not giving up your own game, you know? I think the big difference this time around is going to be the fact that you're playing with a Grimstray. Yeah, there goes the puck. So, again, Noob would have been A-okay playing it, but I just don't think you can run the risk of giving it over to Falcons.
Yep. That's the catch-22 that you have when you are the final overall pick, is sometimes people can snipe your pick before you even get to it.
Necro ban
Falcons ban
for
though.
me.
Necro, okay. Does mean that they have some issues trying to kill the big green man. Maybe that's a fair shout.
A lot of physical damage right now on Team Falcons. So even... Could you, like, mid-Timbersaw and just go, like, no reactive armor build and just go full, like, nothing to say style where he was absolutely ripping people apart? Maybe they're just going to shake her again with this Dazzle ban.
Yeah, I think the Timber just feels really meh. Oh, yeah, I feel like it's probably either going to be Shaker or Panga.
I mean, Whisper crushed on it, I think it was yesterday, so
True.
Still a possibility.
5 seconds remaining.
Not too much reserve time left. You got to imagine this is just strategy talk, right? You're like, you don't go ahead and ban the Dazzle if you're not going some kind of melee mid laner.
It's just
no
saying,
illusions
okay,
to have to worry about.
we want to do this, we want to do that. We're going to set these rotations here. You can start ganking mid nice and early, snaking. Yep. So it is the Shaker once again here for Malrine. Had a good performance on it in that previous game.
Timber feels pretty good.
Yeah, that's
strength
true.
heroes, and yeah, I know they did nerf the Whirling Death a little bit, but still feels quite strong. Again, it's someone else that's able to play up in the face. Even the Nature's Prophet with the Sprout isn't going to be all that effective. You just pop the Whirling Death and you're able to get straight on out of it. I guess the downside is you are up against a Grimstroke, so if he is able to land that Phantom's Embrace onto you while you've got the Chakram out, makes it a little bit more challenging. I'm just looking for something a little bit more out of left field for Noob, you know?
Try and throw a curveball here, see if you can send it to a 5th. But my money's probably on a Pango again.
Yeah, I mean, it goes either way though, right? Like, you're going to get a lot of, you're not going to get too many denies. You're going to let the Earthshaker off to a pretty decent start. Oof. You know how I feel about the old mid-coddle, right? And it hadn't worked out too well for Mikey for Winter Bear. I wonder if it is going to be a mid-coddle, or if they're going to, like, change things around, if they just want to have, like, the Chakra Magic for Malik, perhaps, in the position 4 role. Also something that's going to be able to make some stacks, so could it be a mid-Muerta? Nope, never mind. Mid-Keeper of the Light coming through, so... I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they're able to do with it. I guess the Spirit Vessel is really good this game against still the 3 strength heroes, but I feel like you're, once again, putting so much onto the back of Malik to get done. Like, he is the only frontliner that you've got this game.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the Keeper of the Light is susceptible to being ganked early on from the Grimstroke as well as the Nature's Prophet in combination with Malrine, so... There is going to be a lot of emphasis being put towards this middle lane, and I think that is going to be a point of call for both these two teams. You know, you get Malrine off to a great start if your Team Falcons and really start to put Noob in the bin, and what really are you relying on if you are Quest?
Oh, for sure. I mean, even if You know, if you get Melorine off to a good start, you get him into that early-ish Blink Dagger, you don't even need the Echo Slam to be able to make plays onto Noob. All you need is Vision, maybe an Ink Swell onto him, and you just blink in, Enchant Totem, hit him a couple of times, and he's just straight up dead. You know, this is a Keeper of the Light, a very squishy hero. The hard part is catching him, but really that's what you're looking to set up the Earthshaker to be able to have that early game for. But who knows, maybe Malik will have another fantastic laning stage once again. We saw him get into that really early Vanguard, that really early Heart, and just feel completely irrepressible. It was just that in that game, it felt like he played a tiny bit too passive in that mid-game. So we'll see if it changes up this time around. I think if Quest are going to be able to take the W, he really needs to pop off this time around because, you know, if he's not showing on the lane, it's going to be pretty obvious. You're going to need to be snap with a lot of your decision-makings coming forward.
Yeah, exactly, and I think maybe, you know, Noob on the Keeper of the Light might be able to facilitate a little bit more of that aggressive play if Malik does get off to such a good start like he did in that game number 2, I believe it was. Yeah, game number 2, because we've already had 3 maps. So, I think that's going to be a big boon for Quest if they have a very similar start with the way that Malik plays this Centaur War Runner. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we are
is
getting
this the last game or no?
I think so. I think they've cracked the code. I think they figured out for Falcons. I think they've figured out how to play up against Quest, and I'm not vibing super hard with this Pugna, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, I see you. I see you.
Yeah.
We'll see
what
what
about
happens.
you? Did you feel like this is going to a 5th? Do you feel like this is it?
Before the coddle, I was in 2 minds. After the coddle, I'm like, ooh, not really feeling it.
Yeah. Okay.
Clever little move there to try and block up the hard camp, one of the main avenues that the Keeper of the Light uses to be able to pick up a lot of that early farm to get into the early Urn of Shadows. So, nice little sentry ward that serves double to be able to block up the Observer ward placed up here, as well as, you know, ends up getting rid of the sentry as well. So, very nicely done. Good start for Quest, at least.
Yep. To be able to get rid of that. So there is a deep little Observer ward here in the jungle that they've already placed here for Team Falcon. So it's all about making sure that they utilize these early couple of engagements to try and elevate themselves towards the next level for Quest.
It's just a single Illuminate. They're happy to cop it. I mean, it's level 1. It doesn't really feel all that significant. Max damage 185. By the time they walk back to the tower, they're basically going to be completely regen without even popping a tango.
Gonna feel A-okay. So, the lanes have been set. They are ready. It's been an interesting matchup between Noob as well as Malrin throughout the entirety of yesterday and today. I feel like there has been a lot of these matchups that have been kind of back and forth. I haven't really, you know, felt like there's been one player who's just gotten over the top of the other. I felt like Malrin as well as Noob have been kind of trading farm in a lot of these different lanes.
I'd be very surprised to see Noob have more than like 3 denies in this laning phase. I was not expecting that though. I mean, this is a really strong lane, I suppose. Omar and Malik already able to get that first blood on the board even without the level 2. That was really the period that I was going to start looking at more of these side lanes, but well, that's a nice way to be able to start the game off, and it is Malik, the one that we said needs to really ball out of control.
Yeah, it looks like it was just a nice dead shot to be able to get the angle on the snaking and walk directly in towards the hoof stomp, and they just had plenty of chase potential with the blood grenades and what have you. So snaking goes down early here.
Once again,
so Quest start out with the first blood. He's just doing a lot of damage so far here. Skidder, so close to going down there on the Wraith King.
Probably would have killed him if he actually committed with that double edge there. I think he wasn't expecting Omar to be able to reach him with that last right click coming through. This time around, Malik can't afford to go quite as greedy with his item build as he did previously. You need just the 1 ring of protection to be able to counter out Snaking's Blightstone.
Yeah, nah, rush the Reaver, brother. Do it. I know you want to. It's calling you. It's screaming out from the secret shop. Malik, buy me. Buy me first.
I'm on sale.
They wish. Could you imagine that? It gets to like 60 minutes and everything's like 20% off. Like, it's slow. Actually, it starts at 1%, then slowly ticks for each 2 minutes that goes past 60 minutes. Items get cheaper.
Have more items and the game be 8 slotted.
Yes, that'd be cool. It's like
Watching that
everything's
sprout, I'm
50%
so
off.
happy that they got rid of that. Oh, if you eat a tree, it just actually doesn't like heal you for anything. That was so stupid, man.
Yeah. I understand why they did it originally,
Do
because
you?
they were like... Well, it was because you got double regen from the sprouted trees, so they were like,
Sure,
let's...
but just give it normal regen.
Well, yeah, but they were like, let's see if this is okay, and then they were like, wait, hold up. This is actually useless. People
Let's make
don't
it
want it to
4
be
times
useless.
as good.
True. To make it completely useless.
Snake might be in a little bit of trouble if he goes too far, much further forward. They don't have a blood grenade to be able to make a play around, though.
Yeah, I don't think they just have the damage with, like, level 1 Deadshot. Maybe with the calling at level 2?
Creep Wave's too big. I think they can't afford to make this sort of play. They would love having their own level 3 as well.
Even though this lane is seemingly going quite heavily the way of Malik, it does seem like that Skitter's got a decent amount of net worths. Unfortunately for the Pugner, that is the first death for him in this lane. Kaori goes down to the back of Crit, and as you said, there was a rotation from Snaking, and looky, it's like 3.5 minutes, and this is exactly what Snaking does. They get the kill, they get the Lotus Pull, and off they pop again.
Straight up back towards the top side. Looks like, actually won't be able to get the small camp pull off, so Skitter is going to leave Malik just constantly playing down next to his tower, exactly where he wants to be, at least until he's picked up that Vanguard for himself. Might be able to get a side pull off, and yep, Snaking is able to do so because that half camp is available.
Like, happy little clam is Malik so far, but his pull is going one way. TA2000 though, they're able to get the kill there on a crit. Amar, he has a big wand, and that's a lot of damage from that Lucent Beam. Yeah, 2 levels early on means that TA2000 gets the kill there onto the Bristleback. So, starting out nice and hot here on the Luna.
It's exactly the sort of start that you want. Don't let the Bristleback get out of control. Another kill up on the top side, really showing the strength again of this Centaur plus Muerta combination. You just find it so much harder to be able to move away. You guarantee that you're going to get hit by the Stomp. It allows for such an easy follow-up into the dead shot, and probably get 2, maybe even 3 usages of the double edge as a result of that. I wonder if he puts more than 2 points into the Retaliate, right? It feels nice at being able to deal with a lot of these Wraith King skeletons, if he does end up using them onto you.
It's also quite a lot of the harass from Snaking, and speaking of, he was in the mid lane and gets the kill there onto Noob. Means just a lot of the harass from the Nature's Prophet right-clicking you gets kind of returned. Retaliated, if you will. Kaori is in trouble, bottom side. The calling's good though, beautiful dead shot as well. Amar just walks in and gets clicked down by TA2000, so that was potentially another kill for them. But
oh no,
gonna
Noob
walk
just
in.
TP back
The
in.
Echo Slam goes in onto Noob, getting him underneath this tower. They miss out on the blood grenade as well. They need these auto attacks, and Marlon will be able to take that kill for him. And as you said, that was only just a TP back in from Noob. Didn't have the mana to hoof
be able to get
stomp.
the hoof stomp from the low ground, yeah.
Oh, and they catch Omar as well. Oof. Starting out thick and fast here for Team Falcon. Snaking's doing a lot of work early on.
Not even getting lucky with the power rune as well. It's going to spawn on the bottom side. Make sure that it's there. Never mind, Kaori's going to be the one to actually yoink it away. So, cheeky little stuff being done by the Pugner.
Yeah, he just walks in and he says, oh, this is sick. I like shield runes, eh?
Tiny little positive is that they did see the Observer Ward placed in the left side of that mid lane by Snaking. So, Noob should be able to use the Sentry Ward that he's purchased to be able to get that D-Ward off, bring him up to that level 6, hopefully as quickly as possible.
Yep. Get these D-Water runes going.
That's so cheeky as well by Snaking, just trying to use the Sprout to yoink away a few of those last hits on the camp that had been built up for Noob to be able to try and farm. Doesn't look like he was able to do too much of it though. Yep.
Was close. But
just in place though to be able to build up some stacks. He realizes that Amar isn't having the easiest time in the lane, but you know what, Bristleback with stacks, always able to catch up, and right there to be able to yoink away the Wisdom Rune as well.
Yep. Just be able to get a little bit of extra experience, so things are going relatively straightforward for a lot of these lanes so far. Snaking is making a lot of these rotations, but now Omar's down here as well. They want to try and get the fight going on to this bristleback. Beautiful dead shot off of the range creep, and with this magic damage, Amar so low. He used the quills, so they got the extra damage from the nether ward, and Snaking and Crit just have to watch on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That's 3 points in the Nether Blast as well. So Kaori, he's not quite able to catch on to Crit with that dead shot there, but still plenty of damage being pumped in to this bottom tower. I mean, there would be an absolute dream if they were able to open up this this side of the map, make it a lot more capable for them to be able to invade into the areas that Amar has built up a bunch of these stacks for himself.
Snaking comes in to try and get the gank onto Noob in the mid lane, but isn't able to secure that, and unfortunately loses his own life.
Got some urn charges now as well to be able to make plays with. How good's the dead shot?
It's pretty good. Goes directly back into the Illuminate, but how much damage do they have? A few more of these auto attacks going in. Fissure directly underneath the tower, but Noob isn't going to get by those auto attacks, and
still enough.
With that extra bit of farming, he should be able to pick up the kill there onto Malrent, and another dead shot goes in. The TP comes in from Snaking though, so just buys a little bit of this extra space with his own body.
Downside is, even though Noob did end up getting the kill, he wasn't actually in range, so Earn's back to having 0 charges. It's now a Spirit Vessel off the back of that, so unfortunate there.
Yeah, I think they could have just played extremely fast if they had those 2 Spirit Vessel charges, right? Like, you just kind of walk to a side lane, you're probably going to guarantee almost a kill just with the Spirit Vessel charge alone.
Maybe not the bot side, because once again, Falcons have done a really good job of just giving so much vision, so much understanding of where, I mean, it's a Keeper of the Light, right? When you get the Boots of Travel, it's a different story, but you still are able to make rotations just moving pretty quickly. You know, Coddle moves pretty fast, especially at nighttime, with that little bit of an extra movement speed buff, so just to be able to see if he is just walking his way down towards the bottom side is real handy.
Yeah.
Looks like they'll be able to get rid of at least one of those wards, though. Probably. Is it being de-warded yet? Doesn't seem like it. There was just a courier up there for quite some time, but no wards in the inventory for right now.
Yeah, nice little set of D-wards coming in there from Snaking as well, just putting a lot of emphasis on this jungle side. They did already eclipse onto Amar, but now he's just going to try and TP away. The damage, it's not there in time from the Illuminate. That would have been a big kill to be able to pick up Amar, and Crit walks away from the calling, so the Phantasms won't clip him.
Yeah, just missing the dead shot there means it results in so much more, right? Not only do you not get the Spirit Vessel charges, it means that you're going to feel so much more salty about any sort of moves towards the other side of the map, right? Malik, he's got the Vanguard. Looks like he's building straight into the Blink Dagger. I quite like this, right? I don't think you can afford to go the really early heart. I think you need to be a presence. You need to be the front line. You need to be allowing the dead shot to be a lot more reliable to be cast.
Yeah, and speaking of early daggers, Malrin's picked up his own already. So
make a
he
play
wants to
with
get
that
active
A-string.
here on the Earthshaker.
Yeah.
It's top the area they want to go though, trying to take down Malik early on, maybe trying to stunt out the Centaur War Runner. Looks like Malrin is trying to do a little bit of scouting in the jungle, see if we can try and find where TA2000 is.
Who would you say has been the MVP of this game so far?
Snaking?
Yep, that's what I was about to say. Most deaths in the game, but it really feels like his impact has been constantly throughout the map. His vision being provided on the bottom side, he's pushing towers right now, he's de-warding, he's scaling, just movements across the map he's been involved in equal the most in the entire game, so feels like a really solid performance coming through from the POS 5 from Falcons.
Yeah, I really feel like every single time they have this Nature's Prophet that Falcons are definitely in a much better position, just because the way that Snaking can kind of move around the map and the way that he understands the way that Dota needs to be played really does put them in a good position.
That's his job.
Push some creep waves, hit some towers, give us this map space to play with.
Fresh Blink Dagger on Malik as well, so we were mentioning Malrines before, but Malik has one too. Doesn't want just snaking. It's not going to be quite enough. You'd really like to have a higher priority target. Might be using the DD rune to bait, and it seems like they will, and they'll just end up claiming that Nature's Prophet as a result.
Yeah, they make it clean and concise.
It feels okay.
Yeah. That's the big thing, right? As long as it leads into like this tier 1 tower and a little bit of extra gold, then probably happy with the initial blink reveal not being as flashy as you would hoped.
While that was all happening
got
as well,
denied.
nice deny from Melrine. While that was all happening as well, I mean, the bottom tower had been taken previously, and as soon as the Nature's Prophet ended up dying, you just saw Amar make an absolute Usain Bolt-style run towards the ancient stack that had been built up for him. He's like, we can't let this get taken. We've lost both tier 1 towers. It's so much easier for them to now invade into this sort of area, so at least he's been able to pick up all of that farm for himself.
Yeah. At least he's able to get that little bit of extra gold going his
Different
way
style
after
of
a little
build
bit of
for
a
him
rough
as well.
start.
Straight for the BKB, no ags for Amar.
Yeah, I don't know. Amar does have some weird builds up his sleeve. Some of them I'm not a big fan of, but there's a reason why that he's won a major and I haven't.
It's going to hinder his farming capability for sure, but maybe he's feeling like, you know what? We've got a Shaker that's having a pretty decent time. We've got a Wraith King with an early-ish Midas that's going to have a pretty decent time. I'm just more concerned about making sure that I'm avoiding the main part of Coral's strength, which is this early-ish game.
Yeah, I guess so. Also means that the Luna doesn't really have these this good enough way for her to just eclipse and kind of get the bristleback off of her back for now. Oh, snaking. He got found out by the final tickle of the Illuminate and will eventually be picked off as well.
Not the king. Not the MVP.
It's an ambitious TP. Yeah. It is a hard day being a Nature's Prophet.
You know, we really did feel like he'd been the most impactful up until that point, but he's just, died and then died one more time. So, a little unfortunate for us, but you know what? I think he's got the maturity to be able to shrug it off.
Yeah, and I mean, that just goes to show that it's not all about kills, deaths, and assists, right, for when it comes to impact. It's all about what actually happens on the map and what leads to it and where it comes from.
I've mentioned this before, and I'm sure I've told you about it, but my good mate Anna, when he was forced to play support in a lot of these pubs, he would pick Nature's Prophet when it was the Gigatrance was the acronym shard.
Yeah.
Oh, mine. Move on to Amar.
Oh, that's a big blink Echo Slam that comes back in and Noob gets eviscerated. It was the Nature's Wrath that does the damage. They get the kill on Omar as well, and that was the turnaround of the century. Amar, dangling like a hefty piece of meat in front of this tier 2 tower, is able to pull the trigger and get the extra kills they need.
Gives them the old nice try tip there, just to try and go for a kill right in front of a tier 2 tower. Very, I don't want to even say optimistic, but it's something that can be very easily punished if you're not too careful. Still, though, they'll be able to at least retain their tower off the back of this. That is one area of Quest that they should be feeling quite confident about. Omar, nice timing of the 4-staff to be able to get away just in time.
Yeah, Malron though, oh, what a beautiful Phantom's Embrace. Look at the damage that comes in there from the Enchant Totem, and Malik, he is oh so low, but they're going to come in with the Soulbind once again. Do the damage with the Stroke of Fate is crit. He has had the fastest fingers of the West throughout the entirety of these last couple of days, man. And we touched on it, what was it, game 1? It's so refreshing seeing crit kind of just back to his own, like, mechanically skilled god mode, like just watching this guy be an absolute freak at Dota is something to behold.
I remember seeing his tweet after TI saying, you know what, time is over, time for a refresh. I'm going to show you a whole new crit in 2024.
And he's showing it so far, and as a big fan, definitely does fill me with a lot of hope for this roster, and especially if they're able to win this qualifier, right? Like they are one step away. After the series yesterday, I thought, oh, okay, this is just going to be Quest doing Quest things, but putting a lot of pressure on Snaking right now, who is in no man's land. He was trying to deal with this tier 2 tower push, but I just thought that Quest had their number, but it seems like going into the lab today, they're able to push away the Winter Bears, and now they're looking to try and claim the scalp of Quest as well.
Alright, so with the Nature's Prophet dying, hopefully I can finally tell my Anna anecdote.
Okay,
So
go.
basically, he played the Nature's Prophet in that position 5 role, and he just basically made the goal of his game to have as little possible net worth as he could. So he had the Aghanim Shard, just so that he would have the Gigatreants, and he also had, I think, a Solar Crest, and maybe that's it. He might have also had, like, a Blightstone on top of everything else. And literally, the only thing he did the entire game was TP around and hit towers. That's it. Like, he just made sure that people were always on the back foot. He never joined a team fight outside of using his Wrath of Nature, and it just causes so much havoc across the map, and I really feel like that's what Snake King's doing, right? He's 5, 6, and 3, most deaths of the entire game, but you gotta say that he's making a lot of defensive movements have to happen from Quest right now.
Man, Quest are just the masters of sneaking these Roshans. I was just, you know, off in La La Land, but and they just get a Rosh at 18 minutes. How do they get that done? And now they want to try and fight. I love this early aggression coming in from Quest. Crit is absolutely eviscerated by the Eclipse. And with this early shard as well on the Lunar, it is so hard for them to deal with. I'm loving the change of pace coming in from TA2000. I thought this was going to be another snooze fest of a farm fest, right? But he's decided to go, no.
It's fine to have it be a farm fest, but I like the areas of farm that he's taking, right? He's taking away that space that Falcons need to be able to scale. He's making sure that this Bristleback doesn't have this uber scary timing. Like, yeah, sure, you've got the Arcane Boots, the Vanguard, and the Ag Scepter, but it was at 18 minutes, not 15. And that 3 minutes difference, look at what it's resulted in, right? You get a kill, you take away the enemy Ancients, you get Roshan, and you're probably going to get a tier 2 as well off the back of everything.
Yeah, and you also get to defend your towers as well, right? Like, yeah, they've been able to defend this mid-tier 1 for the longest time, means that they just don't have these avenues to be able to walk through when it comes to trying to take the top side.
Falcons. They really
Is
wanted
Malik
to catch
privy to
someone
this?
on their own. I mean, he's got a Reaver at least, so might just be okay.
Oh, Malrin didn't want to go in onto Noob, but now they're going to get the blinding light to at least buy them a little bit of time, and Skinner is able to confirm on that one. You're going to come in now with the Solar Bind, the Soul Bind, and Crit, unfortunately, is the guy who is going to be just dead at the end of this foray. No way, no way.
He doesn't have TP.
Oh. Okay, I was gonna say if Crit breaks some ankles and then just TPs away in the trees, I'm gonna just be like, noob. That's a smack on the wrist, buddy.
That would have been an assisted ankle break, though.
Yeah, that would have been a mission failed successfully kind of deal. So,
all right, still looking pretty even though. Right now, it's saying Quest 60% win probability. Yeah, you kind of understand that, right? Like, you've got the ability to scale on this Muerta, but that's kind of it, right? Like, it's him and the Luna. Not too much else. I do have faith in a Centaur late-ish game, but I have more faith in, you know, an Earthshaker, in a Bristleback, in a Wraith King. Hell, even the Nature's Prophet, right? And against the Luna, the Grimstroke feels alright. You can see Crit, he's got his early items that he needs. Arcane Boots, Wand, Shard, and then just straight into the Aghanim Scepter after that. And it's not like they're lacking the stuns as well to be able to get that ideal use of the Dark Portrait off as well. You should be able to get it onto the Luna without the illusion getting immediately killed.
Yep, Blink Echo is going to be one foot of hole a little bit later on. So
almost instant torment is being taken as well.
Yep, continues to farm up. Continues to keep this net worth rolling. So Wisdom Rune now going the way of Omar. As you said, instant tormentors are always nice to see from these teams. So humor of these shards coming up.
Having this tier 1 tower though on the top side is just such a boon for Quest. I mean, they're going to be smoking up and they're going to see the courier, so the exact position is going to be revealed.
They just get destroyed so quick with that Wraith King to be able to blink in with the Desolator and just see how much damage that it does do. TA2000 though, he wants to try and come in and win this fight. Malrin, that is an entire Eclipse that you're going to cop. Skidder, he's so low here. So with the Spirit Vessel, he doesn't really have a good place to try and farm and regen, especially with this armlet toggles. Crit. Very scary. Again, just gets caught out, and the amount of damage that they can do for Quest, it is so simple for them to just be able to continue to run over the top of Team Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Getting the Centaur feels nice, but certainly not for 2 in return, with that Echo Slam now being on cooldown, with all this time being spent not farming towards the Aghanim Scepter on Malrine. You can see even Snaking's overtaken him in net worth, and well, that's resulted in him at least getting the Aghanim Scepter completed now for the Nature's Prophet, so plenty of damage able to be used to bounce this one around the map. The roots obviously going to be incredibly impactful, especially if you're able to time it around that Stampede usage from Malik. Really reduces the effectiveness quite heavily.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing for Snaking to be trying to aim for, is trying to utilize the Aghanim Scepter version of the Nature's Wrath to be able to lock people down so they don't have to worry about the Stampede.
I always, whenever there's like a bit of a downtime, I always like to read the flavor text of a lot of these. Like the Wrath of Nature. Nature's Prophet calls Verodicia's fury to strike down those who might ravage the wilderness. Who the hell is Verodicia? I'm sure Slacks knows.
That looks like one of the names of a Veronica sister. That's what it looks like to me.
True.
Verodicia Veronica. Would that be like the flavor text of the Immortal or the flavor text of the actual spell? Do they change with Immortals? Is that a thing?
Actually, yeah. They do, absolutely. Just because I'm looking at Ogre Magi's and I know what his normal one is, and the one with the Arcana is literally just batter up instead, so...
Okay. So, seems like that's the Arcana, or what do you mean, the Immortal version. It's a little sad that some things don't have flavor text, but you know what a flavor I do like, Matt? And it is the flavor of fighting, and that is happening towards the mid lane right now. Unfortunately for Mr. Snaking, he has a big bag Centaur directly on top of him. Nice little roots though. Echo Slam in the background, and once again eviscerates out onto this Pugna. TA2000 turns on the BKB though, will run away with this Eclipse as well. They want to try and get on top of this Muerta. Omar stays alive, but it's a beautiful Blinku stop once again. Malik turning it on for the boys here in this game. Number 4, Omar. Oh, he does so much damage, but Omar turns around and takes them down with the Quill. Skidder is able to capitalize on that, but he's just getting slowed down. So the first life will go away. He has the Blink Dagger, but the Fear's there in time. And now with the Calling as well, it is all Kite City. And unfortunately for this Wraith King, he just doesn't have the move speed to get away. And he will lose his life eventually. Some Marlop Toggles are doing some cool stuff. They've got the vision thanks to the Courier. And with the dead shot, can he Armor Toggle? No, he can't. Noob's able to finish him off. So
not with a Vessel on him, it's way too hard.
Big fight in that mid lane, but doesn't really change the way that this game has been going, because it is now very heavily in the favor of Quest.
What happened with the, there was a gem on the ground somewhere. Oh, it looks like it was yoinked back and placed inside the base, so nicely done there to be able to, I believe, just get it on the Courier after that fight.
Just being able
you just see the
to,
difference though when TA2000 is able to play like this much more aggressively, and I mean you just compare that 75-minute game, right? He is finally at these eclipses that actually hit heroes, you know, even against the Wraith King, who oftentimes the skeletons can soak up a lot of those eclipse hits. The timing has been perfect from TA2000, the farming patterns as well. He hasn't died a single time. And even just his ability to stand and man fight feels so much more significant this game. You know, not going uber greedy, making sure he has that spell immunity as well as melt. Now he's going into the Satanic as well. I'm liking this so much more from him.
Yeah, it really does feel like that TA2000 probably took this this game number 4 personally, and really is starting to set an example for his team to try and get this series over the line. And if they do win out this game, we will go to the magical game number 5. And that's where things really start to get special. I have a question. I mean, I don't think you'd be able to name a song, but do you feel like that I mean, at least at TI, maybe Mages as well. You know, at I'm gonna mention it, but in League of Legends, when they go to Game 5, they have a special song that gets played.
I don't know, is it KDA? You know,
No, it's
whatever
a
that song's called, Pop Stars.
It's a song called Silver Scrapes, and apparently it's been a thing that's been going since the start. Do you think that would be cool in Dota, or is Dota too hipster for, you know, a special song to happen?
No, I think Dota's exciting enough on its own without having to rely on cheap tricks like that to be able to get people interested.
Incredibly based. That was the response that I needed. Thank you. We're right. We're in the right spot here, chat.
We got Roshan coming up in a minute as well. I keep looking at the. I was about to say Tundra with Skinner walking towards it. I mean, it's a long game. It's what you come to expect, and they'll see that they're playing around the general area. There's no reason for a Wraith King to be up in this vicinity. The power of vision once again. They control the high ground though on Falcons. Low ground belongs to Quest. I want to see if they try and go for any sort of like big wraparound. In these sorts of engagements, it's really been Melreen that's been the difference maker, right? Being able to get some huge echo slams off in the past. He's also got the Yoga Seal Totem if he really needs it.
Oh,
There's
Malik,
that wraparound.
he's going to go, and they get directly into the background. Crit goes by Skidder as well. About half HP'd already. They only really popped
They're
out
actually
the Stampede.
retreating.
Yeah, they just have to leave because Crit gets completely eviscerated. Malrain isn't going to be able to find an angle in Amar. He's just going to have to run away.
Malrain's also really lucky. He ended up TPing towards the outpost, so it was a full 6 seconds, and he was just able to get away. At least Tamara's able to yoink away that one in time. You are diving past a tier 2 tower, my friend. I guess it's only Omar chasing him, but you know what? He just wants to play the distraction plays rather than be... Ooh, actually, TA. He's got Eclipse available. Just wants to clear out the creep waves first, maybe?
I think they're just trying to hope to see if they can bait out a BKB from Amar. But they don't get... That's the most
I love all the
Amar
good vibes
response
coming
I've
out
ever
between
seen.
all these players, right? Especially Noob, Omar, and Amar. There's always some really good vibes between these guys. You know, in the pre-game of was it game 1? There was a lot of banter
game
talking
1,
about you know, are they going to go to gym? Are they not? And Noob said, look, if you don't gym, it's a guaranteed loss. And Amar's like, well, I haven't gymmed today yet. And he's like, well, they'll tell you what's going to happen.
He also said that, I believe they're saying that they need a 3-0 to go to the gym, and unfortunately that's not the way that it's going.
They found
Especially
someone
now
on the
with
back
Snake
lines
being
at
found
Snake.
in the corner as well. He's also low here on the Nature's Prophet. They want to see if they can try and get the kill here for Skidder. Standing up on the high
The
ground
Zuck.
though is Omar. They're just going to turn around and deal the damage with this Pierce the Veil. Double buybacks from these supports as well. Malrin in the sidelines is juking and driving. Oh, he is breaking some ankles around the Roche pit here. The Team Falcons, they're happy with this fight because they get a lot out of Quest.
They've only got another
There's anything
15
for
seconds
it.
as well, and it's going to be Falcons that have the power to go down towards that bottom side of the map if they really want to. You've always got vision with just launching all of these treants into the pit, with using the hairball to be able to get in there from range as well. How long left on the Echo Slam? Yeah, full 90 seconds, so that's not going to be a factor. But yeah, like we were saying, Quest, they're the ones that are going to be moving down bottom. It's going to be the race of that versus the TP down to the outpost.
Yeah, Malik goes in, gets a nice little hoot stomp on the Skidder, but now you're going to have the
good
BKB
eclipse.
being popped, and Amar, he's just going to walk into the faces of the entirety of Quest. Skidder's going to stand in front of
Skidder's
him,
dead.
doesn't have the reincarnate, so the Wraith King is going to go down. They're looking to try and find Noob here, who's stuck inside of the trees, but the Decrep and the Zuck, it's going to be enough to be able to keep the Coddle away. Now Malrain is going to try and get in on top of him. He needs to use the Echo, but he doesn't get closer to him. He's so fast, but he gets too close to Amar, who takes him down. It was actually Snaking who gets him done with the Sprout that was still left over. So Amar's is going to be able to run away here, and everybody is going to have a little handshake in this Radiant bottom side. And what a chase! That's the weirdest set of circumstances I've seen in a long time, Matt. Where one team TPs to the outpost, the other team is using the Twin Gate, and it's a race. It is a race to who gets to react first, and it was Malik who was the one that got to react first, and Amar just walks out with his BKB and tries to take down the entirety of Quest.
He knows that that's the only way that they were able to get down to the bottom side, right? They took a tier 1 tower really early. TPing to the tier 2 tower, not worth it. You just give up so much position if it's going to be the case. So really heads up play there by Malik, and well, good use once again of the Eclipse there by TA2000 to be able to wipe Skidder off the map, excuse me, to be able to make that Wraith King a little bit more of a non-factor. He's now going into the Radiance as well, so he just wants a little bit of that burn damage, a little bit of that mischance as well being inflicted onto TA especially.
Yeah, I think he realizes that these fights are starting to become a little extended for his liking. You know, it's a very kind of bursty build that you've got with like the Blink Dagger.
Omar, man. Quick fingers this game on both of the position 4s. Crit and Omar are just playing out of their mind.
Oh, Malron. He has to pop the BKB to try and get away from TA2000. TA2000 is very fast, but doesn't get the connection with the loosened beam. So Stampede as well as BKB being used. So both teams trading some cooldowns.
Mm-hmm.
Did he just force stuff away from the Echo? Is that...
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He did indeed, and it drops the calling as well, just to make sure that there was no follow-up Fisher to be able to come and enable that chase down. Well, that's a big pick-off. And I wonder if you do go up onto this high ground. I mean, you've got Satanic, you've got BKB, Butterfly, Aegis, and the Shield Rune to be able to protect yourself. At the very minimum, they're going to be able to get the Glyph off, which feels quite nice. Are they going to stick around, though? It's just TA2000 for now. What is Noob and Malik doing? Just protecting the creep wave, I think?
Yeah,
just holding
seems
hands
like
with it?
Just so it doesn't get eviscerated. But speaking of evisceration, that was a big crit that came in there from Skidder. Forces TA2000 to pop that Satanic and get a little bit of healing coming in from the Illuminate. Nice Fisher. TA2000 still is able to hit that tier 3 tower though. They're going to try and go
nice
in.
mana
What a
dodge.
mana dodge as well. They get the Lotus Orb, so that means that Skidder just gets himself stunned up. So this fight is starting to look a little rough so far here for Team Falcon. Malron. He's taking the creep wave. He's got he's getting close to the cleave talent.
I was about to say, did he echo the creep wave? But no.
Well, you actually get you get cleave from the scepter now. I mean,
no true strike anymore, though.
That's true. So
man, nothing gives true strike anymore. Come on. It's only what
gives pseudo true strike.
Yeah, Monkey King Q does, and Enchanted Quiver does. Not much else.
Silver Edge hit? Is that?
I don't even know, man. It's too late.
Is that true strike?
Ask me in the morning. Proper morning.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's currently 5:15 in the morning, man.
It is morning, yes, I know.
It's been in the morning
We
for a
done
long
been morning.
Time. Oh, Bloodborne does as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, all this whinging for nothing. There's plenty of true strike in the game, mate. There's not plenty of towers left here, though, for Team Falcons to hold on to. It's only going to be their tier 3s from now on.
Plenty of time left on that Aegis, though, to be able to make another move up onto the high ground. No glyph available either.
Look at the
They
damage,
would love
right?
to be able to drag this one out without losing too much of that high ground for another 2 minutes.
Oh, Amar goes in. They want to try and take down this first Aegis. How much damage do they have? They do have the Nullifier that goes in directly onto Luna.
Oh,
but they
he
just don't have
missed.
the damage.
The
He missed
butterfly,
and
he
isn't able to
missed.
convert onto the kill. So they're just going to leave him be. He turns around with the Satanic Skidder. He's the one that's getting in trouble. The Dark Portrait is just going to get destroyed here by the Luna on the left-hand side. Namar wants to go in, get himself healed up. He does do a lot of damage with that Aghanim Scepter, but again, they still just haven't been able to convert onto these heroes just yet. The Echo Slam goes a little wide, and they just can't get the kills, man. They've used everything, and everybody's limping away. They only get the kill onto Omar. And now Amar is trying his best and walking in, doing a lot of damage to TA2000. He's very low on the HP and mana. Would love to lose his life, but they are seeing if they can try and kite this out. They've got another 48 seconds to try and get it done. He's nice and healthy now. Amar goes back in. They take down Noob. That's 100 seconds with no Keeper of the Light. This is where it starts getting awkward because these extended fights are getting very, very scary for them to try and play around with. They are absolutely kiting the crap out of TA2000. Chopped down, goes out onto Malik, and Skidder is able to hold on for it. And now with this Nullifier, he's so strong. And the Wraith King once again taps onto the Pugner and will let him go back to Fountain for free. And TA2000, he was getting kited till the cows come home, and he gets deleted. And that is a big fight now for Team Falcon.
I'm real surprised that that happened. I mean, I really was about to commend the use of the Ogre Seal Totem, right? Like, it's pretty rare that you see someone like a Luna pick up an Ogre Seal Totem in comparison to, I don't know, Elven Tunic or something else along those lines. But they realize how much of a threat the Sprout is. They realize how much of a threat the Fisher is. They realize how important it is to be able to get away from the Bristleback when he's got that Ag Scepter up and pumping, not wanting to rely on something like the Silver Edge, Hurricane Pike to be able to do that dirty work for you, especially considering Luna does need to be able to finish up this Silver Edge, and she needs to do it quick. But yeah, they outplayed them in that fight, did Falcons.
Yeah, I think that was the biggest thing for me, was that was just a pure mechanical outplay. They were being able to pull them apart and weren't able to allow Quest to play as this 5-man unit. Like, Quest is a very good team at being able to team fight properly as full 5 heroes, but if you start to separate them, that's when you can really start to pick them apart, right? And that's exactly what they did. So they put themselves in good stead. They have taken some serious damage to their base, though, to be perfectly honest, losing a tier 3 tower already, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows just yet, but having the net worth lead is a big positive start for Team Falcons to try and secure this 4th game and the series as well. That's a big thing, ladies and gentlemen. If they win this, they're going to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur, and they get to say hi to some of the best teams in the world and kind of start out this roster shuffle season in the best way possible, because if you're a new team like Falcons, you want to go to this big land. Like, you need to go to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur so you can work out some of the kinks on land before things really start to get serious in the start of next year.
I'm mentioning again, like, we've seen some pretty good performances out of Melreen, but seeing him on land, I think, would just be so next level, right? Like, we want to see what man's able to do on 0 ping against, a lot of these different matchups.
Yeah, we've got a lot of known quantities.
These MENA quals, right? Like, most of the games are being played on the device server unless there's a, solid agreement from both teams to play in an alternative one. So, when there's no questions asked, just full-on 0 ping, essentially, on LAN, that's the real situation that you want.
MKB picked up now by Skitter as well. So MKB, Nullify, BKB. This is basically the end game for the Wraith King. Picked up his own shard as well, so he is a very spooky man in a lot of these fights. I'm really liking the way that Skitter has kind of taken this game by the balls and really kind of turned into one of those carries as the Wraith King instead of doing what he did in the previous series with the Aghanim Scepter. Wasn't too chuffed with that, but it's really become a good position right now. Full Hex on Amar as well. Hex
I feel like we're kind of going to get just a repeat of game number 2 in this game, though, right? With Falcons just... They have too many heroes that are capable of being legitimate threats in the later stages. Hell, even Crit now, right? He's got his Aghanim Scepter finished up. Partially because they've been a little bit more successful in recent fights, but also the Philosopher's Stone that he literally just sent back to base played a huge part in that, right? So he's got the Dark Portrait, you can layer that in onto the Luna, and, enough said. Like you mentioned, Wraith King, capable of one-hitting a few targets. Bristleback, he's got a Scythe of Vice available. Shaker can 2-hit, essentially, a lot of these supports, and you just compare that to a Keeper of the Light, a Centaur. In terms of relative effectiveness, it's so much less.
He was there and then he wasn't. That's what we talked about, that kind of one-shot potential that Wraith King has. And yeah, exactly right. It really does feel like that Team Falcons are more than happy for this game to go late. Like, yeah, you're playing against a more...
He literally one-shot him. Yeah, it was 1435 physical damage to a 1400 HP Pugner. Poor little green man.
Yeah, bad luck, bro. That's what you get for standing in front of the one true king.
I will not hear any Pugner blasphemy, alright?
Yeah,
Cutest hero in the whole game, alright? No. Does a little dance.
He does do a very cute dance. Like, he's my favorite taunt. The little...
Even when he's like doing the Zuck, he's full on vibing out, right? He's like having a little party. He's like, whoa, it's all happening.
I'm pretty sure the taunt is called like funny Xyla, like Xyla Bones or something like that. And I'm like, that's cool. That's really cool. Also,
I'm literally going to look that up because I have it equipped. No, it's called Check This Out.
Is it? Bullshit.
Yeah. Bro, I'm literally looking up my script. Why would you not believe me?
What the? Huh?
I think you're thinking of Clinks.
Oh, that's... Ugh.
It is called Xylobones on Clinks, yes.
Damn it.
Wow, all skeletons look the same to you?
Well, is Pugner a skeleton?
Oh, hold on, team fight.
There's a team fight, let's go, alright. Amar comes in, Hex, oh that's double Hex as well, double Portrait, and they're coming in, they're doing the damage, they need to get this Echo, and it's in front of them, directly on 2 of the cores!
No,
see you later, Quest! They're losing members left, right, and center, and this game is kicking up to 11 for Falcons. All it took was the extra confidence from these fights, and they are now able to charge forward into the base of Quest. And they are looking large and in charge when it comes to these team fights. You can see Mulren just waiting in the wings, just knowing that he doesn't have to completely blow his load straight away. And he gets the perfect Echo Slam, just takes down TA2000 and Malik, and that is all that they needed in that fight. What a massive net worth swing as well.
230 gold until that buyback coming through for the Lunar as well, so he can only just sit back and watch as his base crumbles. That Desolator is just ripping apart this base right now.
Yeah, they've got some Treants. They don't have all too many Skelly Bros, because otherwise these racks would be gone, and this is 2 lanes of rack. It's probably going to be 3 lanes.
It will.
Oh. If this wasn't the final game, you probably might be seeing some Gs being dropped, but the way that
it's
this is
Quest,
looking,
they would never tap out early.
That's true. Quest are definitely in it to win it most of the time.
For the long haul. I think you have to go in here on Malik. You've got to give it your life up. You've got the buyback available if you absolutely need to. It's just about making space for Luna to be able to respawn. You can't take too many back steps because they're just going to take your last lane of racks.
And that's what they're doing here. They at least now have the Luna be able to come back in. They want to get it done. It is Mega Creeps now for the side of the Falcons. Snaking's probably going to be the only member that's going to lose his life. Beautiful Fissure, and that is just a disconnect. They will at least get the Okersil Totem over the top. TA2000 wants the kill, but it's Omar who claims it. And PSG Quest, they are looking, they're searching, they're desperately trying to cling to some of these kills from Falcons, but they will walk away nonchalantly. It's almost a fake back, it seems. Regrouping on this high ground. They've still got 2 minutes left of this Aegis, Matt. They want more. They want this done. They want that ticket to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
I mean, they know that Snaking can come back in at any stage, right? He's got the buyback. He's got the Wrath of Nature available. Can just TP right on in, pop the pipe, and that should be enough for them to be able to take this last one. They didn't pop the Eclipse at least on the Luna, and she's under the cover of a smoke right now with that Shadow Walk. You would love to be able to claim just that initial burst onto someone like Amar before he's able to pop the Bloodstone. He's actually going to be completely away from this smoke attempt. So again, the issue comes when you've got all of these Mega Creeps just coming in towards the base. You only have so few opportunities to be able to make a lot of these plays happen, especially when you've got some of these heroes that need to reveal physically on the lane as well. So it just becomes so much more obvious when you're looking to make this sort of move. So what do? They back up, they farm a little bit more, they wait for their big cooldowns, they don't expend the buyback, and they get a free Tormentor. So now even more stuns available for Team Falcons to potentially close this one out.
Yeah, they've got themselves almost every single shard. Let me have a look. I'm kind of buckling here.
They do.
Yes, they do. The only one that doesn't have a shard is Omar on the Muerta, which is probably not the greatest for the support one. But anyways, that is all they will need to finish out this game. But as you said, you know, they just kind of go back, they get all their resources back, they can continue to push in with these Treants, with the Skelly Bros. It's going to be very, very obvious if there ever is going to be a movement being made by Quest. TA2000, he's up on the high ground. He has buyback available now, though. So, he will have a second life on their Luna if they do ever need it. And once again, you can just see what Falcons are trying to do. They're trying to get in towards these side parts of the map, seeing if they can try and catch off any of the members of Quest. Amar will walk forward. They're chipping away at these little buildings just to try and give the creeps
as far back as they can. Yeah, let the creeps do the work.
Just trying to give them that free path towards that tier 4, right? Trying to make this as hard as it possibly can be for Quest to try and defend. Luna is great at defending all of these creeps, but you've got creeps, you've got treants, you've got skeletons. Ooh, the Echo Slam goes in. Marlon wants to try and get this kill here on TA2000. In comes the Soulbind as well. They don't get the Dark Portrait, but they get the kill. TA2000 now has buyback. Malik's going to come in, gets a nice little two-man Who Stomp. Is it the damage they need, though? BKB is starting to wear out for the side of the Falcons, but they're doing a lot of damage, turning back in. Marlon goes into the background. It gets the kill there onto the Pugner as well. So Kaori is going to have to buy back into this fight. Skidder goes down. Wants to get this second life. Marlon goes down. So he has a lot of this HP to be able to come back in and try and get this fight going. TA2000, he's oh so low. He's hexed up. He gets gets force stuffed away. He's trying to get into the fountain. He gets the heal and the cheese, so he will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but the base, it's all in shambles for PSG Quest. They are staying alive thanks to that Wraith King Ags, and all these units are deciding to punch in towards the buildings, and it looks like it is going to be a ticket all the way to Kuala Lumpur, being stamped by the Falcons. They're standing strong, and Amar's doing so much damage here on the Bristleback, and that will be it. It is a 3-1 scoreline for Team Falcons to get their ticket all the way over to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur.
They'll be flying their way over there for sure, the Falcons, making it a 3-1, as kind of predicted, but certainly not in the fashion that we were expecting. They clearly took the extra, couple of days games to be able to get a bit of a better understanding of how exactly their team is going to function. Maybe it's just a specific thing versus Quest. We know how much of Dota is all about those matchups, but this really feels like the best iteration of Falcons is when you can give Amar that true scaling potential. I want to have a quick look, actually, at the overall damage done at the end of that one. I wouldn't be surprised to see him up near the top as well. But, well, certainly we were, 40,000 damage done. The next closest was 35 on TA2000, and then everyone else is in the 20s. So it did just come down to, once again, that scaling potential, right? You have to have some ability to really be that significant threat into the later stages. Cowrie, I was actually about to say that, the Pug is one of those heroes that does fall off, but he didn't do too shabby damage either, right? 28k on the Pugner, but it just didn't feel like it meshed completely. They left way too much for TA2000 to do, whereas it was a balanced team performance across the board from Falcons.
Yeah, it really did feel like that all three of the cores were definitely doing their part for the most part of that series, of that game rather, and really got to the point where Skidder became a problem, Amar was a problem, and even everybody else was being a problem as well for the side of the Falcons. So, I mean, a good performance from them, being able to bounce back from that best effort that they had up against PSG Quest yesterday. I thought that Quest really did kind of put a number on them and really did kind of alleviate a lot of the issues they had. Now they made this little bracket run, albeit a short one, to be able to come back into the grand final and stamp their ticket all the way over to ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. I think this is a good statement for this team to be able to be a strong competitor in the region of MENA. Just being able to have PSG Quest and Falcons together in this region, I think, is going to be a massive boon for them. And then having them over in Kuala Lumpur as well is going to be a massive boon for the region as a whole.
And probably, Nigma moving forward as well. It's not like there's a shortage of quality organizations within the region. So I'm excited to see what they're able to do. I'd say at least this Quest roster has had, multiple chances to be able to play together on LAN, whether it be at Riyadh. The majority of them have, of course, played together at Bali. The majority of them played together at TI as well. So, this is a roster that clearly has the ability to make things work. And it just happens that they came up against a Falcons roster today where everything clicked. So for Quest, it's, not never, but just not today that they were able to get this one done. But big props to Falcons. They deserve it. I'm looking forward to see Malrine on LAN, as well as the team grow across the many days, weeks, months, and hopefully years that this org stays within the Dota scene.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's going to be a bit of a hyperbolic time chamber for these guys to be able to come to this qualifier together. I'd imagine they're probably boot camping somewhere in the MENA region right now, and now they're going to get themselves ready to go over towards Kuala Lumpur. So it's going to be very exciting to see what Snaking and the boys are going to be as... be able to give to a player like Malrine as well, right? To be able to play on LAN and be able to play with all those TI winners and major winners and what have you. So we're excited for them. So congratulations once again over towards the Falcons for them to be able to get themselves all the way over to Kuala Lumpur, and commiserations to PSG Quest, where I think both of these two teams, if you threw them into Western Europe, they were definitely going to be, top 3, top 4, top 5 teams quite easily. So the fact that they're able to come here and play in the MENA region and be able to put on a showcase for this region and for these guys has been a very big privilege for us to be a part of. And Dan, I'd like to thank you once again for being by my side as a caster. It's been years in the making for us to come back and be able to be a part of a cool region, even though it is cooked o'clock. It's 5:30 in the morning for us here in Australia. We've been doing this for a very long time.
It's just a regular Saturday night for me, baby. I'm ready to go. Give me another series. I want to go again. But no, it was, like you said, a pleasure to be able to cast with you, my man. It was a pleasure to cast this new and exciting region. And you know what? I'm going to put in a prediction here. Top 4 for ESL KL is for Falcons. I think they can make it very, very deep into the bracket.
All right, Falcon fans, rise up. So, you know, Falcons, if you guys are watching the stream right now, you can send Danog and I a jersey. No, please don't do that. Please don't ever do that. I will fly your flag as high as you possibly want at my house and on Twitter if you guys send me a jersey. I'll be cheering for them all throughout the entire Kuala Lumpur. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of the show. It's been a wonderful 3 days for us, even though it has been some very wild time zones. We've had some good games, we've had some bad games, but more importantly, we've had you guys by our side throughout the entirety of the event. So thank you once again for being a part of this journey with us. Good luck to the Falcons over in Kuala Lumpur, and good luck to all the other teams that have gone through all the other regions as well. So for the final time for ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur close qualifiers in MENA, I've been Flick, he's been Danog, and as always, stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one.
So take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line, take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line, take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. change. Takes my bad time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the
not a king, the king. Just wait a minute, I got one last ticket. Do you wanna come with me? I gotta say I'm on the business. Say I wanna just believe me. I said I wanna take you out there. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I got one last ticket. I'm not a king, I'm the king.